told law enforcement that he had obtained the gun in a trade, I think, with Devontae Hill. Hill had given him the weapon and might have shared something about what he did with the weapon, so Hill took it. He sees the reward and he turns that over to authorities and then says Devontae Hill was the shooter. And they have arrested Hill since, and now we know about Odom. Not long after he received more than $30,000 in reward money, he was arrested on a number of drug charges. He is locked up in the same Davidson County jail as the two defendants in this case. He has a credibility problem, okay? But he will be key, I believe, testifying in this case against those two men. You have to figure the two suspects could say, hey, no, he's the shooter. I mean, they could throw it back at him. But there's going to be other evidence to go with this. What this is called is a largely circumstantial case. We don't have eyewitnesses, all right? We do have some physical evidence in the form of that gun, okay, the vehicle, of course, her body, but the gun doesn't have any fingerprints on it linking Devontae Hill or Cowan. So it's a circumstantial case that will have to be pieced together between statements from both defendants, maybe they've incriminated themselves, from the confidential informant, the cell phone video, and I suspect there's more that we're not aware of. The case files have been sealed for months now, so except for what was revealed in open court, we don't know all that they have. What we believe they do not have, a lot of people have asked this happened on I-440. Aren't there cameras all along there? Yes. Tennessee Department of Transportation does have video cameras on most interstates, especially around the city, but that video is not recorded. When you see video on our newscast from those, it's because we recorded it, okay? We understand there's a wreck on the interstate, so we roll on it, we get that video, we use it in the newscast. Obviously, we had no idea the shooting was going to occur. We weren't rolling on a certain camera on I-440 that evening. So as far as I know, there is no video of the shooting and how that went down. A little bit of background for you about Caitlyn Kaufman. And again, just a tragic, heartbreaking case. I can tell you this, that her family is going to be in the courtroom. Her father and mother were there yesterday as they began doing the hearing on that expert witness I was telling you about. And you do know that one of the earlier hearings, the father lunged toward the defendants up in the courtroom, and the court officers had to restrain him. I can certainly understand the father's emotion, and this is going to be very emotional in this courtroom, and I can tell you that security will be increased for that reason, and the judge is not going to tolerate any outbursts in the courtroom. But yesterday we did see both Caitlyn's mother and father in the courtroom, along with some other family members and friends. On the other side of the courtroom, I don't know exactly, and there, by the way, is the video of her father. This was more than a month ago at one of the hearings, and he just became overcome with emotion and lunged up. He never made it up to the defendants, but the court officers removed him. Cooler heads prevailed, and I think he's agreed and understands now, you know, that can't and will not be tolerated in the courtroom. And again, though, I can understand his outburst. There is Devontae Hill, and there is James Cowan. You'll notice they're in jumpsuits there. That's from the earlier hearing when the father went at them. When you see them in the courtroom this morning, you will see them in suit and tie for the jury. They will be in suit and tie. But because of that, security's heightened. It's going to be an emotional time in there in the courtroom. And a lot of the testimony is going to be tough. There's going to be photos from the scene. And we'll warn you when there's going to be graphic evidence coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and as we do go to that break, I want to remind you yet again, this is a special edition of Morning Line. We expect things to perhaps start in the courtroom around 8:30 for the evidence phase of this gavel-to-gavel coverage, and we'll take you there the moment that's there. If any of you have any questions or comments, message it right now on Facebook on our live streaming coverage there. I'll try to answer those. Or we have some phone lines open right now, 737-7587. If you have any questions, we'll take those just leading up to the 8:30 hour. We'll be back with more right after this. Are back on a special edition of Morning Line. I'm Nick Barris. Thanks for joining us. My colleague Nick Leonardo, our legal analyst, will be joining us a little bit later today. He had some business to attend to this morning, but of course he's part of our gavel-to-gavel coverage, and we expect the evidence phase of the Caitlyn Kaufman trial to begin probably within the next 45 minutes. As I said, I think they may come into the courtroom around 8:30 or so. We'll take you there immediately to get the judge's decision on whether or not a defense witness who is an expert on cell phone data will be allowed to testify or not. We had a hearing on that late yesterday. And then after that, the jury, which was selected late yesterday, will be brought in, and we will start with opening statements from the prosecution and the defense. And keep in mind, in all instances throughout this trial now, there will be two defense attorneys involved because there are two separate defendants being tried together, which is a little unique, that situation, which is one reason I think this case is going to go on a little bit longer than typical for something like this. Just wanted to give you a little more background. Again, so many people have asked me in the days leading up to this about the evidence in this case and how they've linked it. And again, I mentioned about the confidential informant who will testify. Police say the gun that was provided to them by the confidential informant matched up, the shell casings from that 9mm found at the scene matched up with the gun. So they have the murder weapon, okay? But no prints necessarily on it. The confidential informant said that the murder weapon was obtained from Devontae Hill. We'll see if they're able to prove that. The analysis of Hill's cell phone data places him at the I-440 area at the time of the shooting. Okay, that is a damaging piece of evidence for them, which is one reason why the defense wants to call their own witness to say, you know what, it's not that specific. You know, and a lot of people are on I-440 in the evening. The question is, how specific is it, and is it really close to where the shooting happened? That could be really damaging. Another point of note here is, what was the motive on this? It's been made clear by law enforcement that neither Hill or Cowan knew Caitlyn Kaufman. They were unknown to each other. So the working theory is that this was some type of road rage shooting. Okay, that's a theory. Maybe there's something more to this. Some type of road rage shooting, perhaps somehow, some way, Cowan and Hill, if they were involved, you know, perceived that they were cut off somehow by Kaufman and got angry and decided to shoot. Okay, and we sadly have seen plenty of road rage shootings, okay, over the years. Continues to happen. It's not that Kaufman could have done anything wrong. I mean, she was driving to work, and who knows why whoever shot her decided to do it. But that's the theory right now, because it's pretty clear that she did not know these two people. A lot of people wondering also about the criminal backgrounds. As far as we know, and we don't have Hill's juvenile records, so he may have a juvenile criminal past. But beyond that, there's no evidence that Hill has, you know, a criminal record as an adult, at least felonies along those lines. Cowan, on the other hand, does. He faces federal gun and drug charges. Apparently, even when he was arrested for this crime, officers found him in possession of Xanax pills, fentanyl, along with thousands of dollars in cash. They also found a Glock pistol with an extended magazine and a handgun. That's what they found when Cowan, there on the right, was arrested for the Caitlyn Kaufman murder, all right? And he was previously convicted for robbery in Davidson County. He had been sentenced to 6 years in prison back in 2011. And like I said, he still faces federal gun charges, a felon in possession of a firearm. And that case is still pending. Now, both of them, one was driving, one was the shooter. The belief is that Devontae Hill was the alleged shooter in this case. But they're both charged with first-degree murder. And I've talked to a variety of people, you know, trying to decide, okay, is this a first-degree murder case? There need to be certain factors involved to reach first-degree murder. And I've seen road rage shooting cases where people are killed where the charge was not first-degree murder. It's something lesser than that. Second-degree murder, manslaughter, along those lines. And the case has to be made whether or not there was a lot of premeditation, or if it is just an impulsive move where someone cuts you off and you shoot them. That could be lesser than first-degree murder. I don't know what, and we'll find out when the defense does their opening statements, their approach to this case is going to be. Are they going to argue that Hill and Cowan weren't even there and are not part of this and are entirely innocent? Or are they going to approach the case from the sense that this was a road rage shooting, you know, an act of passion in the heat of the moment, And sure, they may have been involved, but this is not first-degree murder. Angling for a lesser charge, and my understanding, the lesser charges as they come down, unless it's second-degree murder, the punishment could be probation. So would they say the evidence is strong enough against us that we're not going to wiggle out of this, but maybe we can make the argument this was not intentional. Maybe they just meant to shoot into the rear car door and not hit her. I don't know if that'll work, but I'm curious what the defense will be on this. A lot of people following this trial are saying, okay, if they're convicted, if it's first-degree murder, do they get the death penalty? And that will not be the case here in Davidson County. The sentence in this case would likely be life in prison with or without parole. And the reason for that is the Davidson County District Attorney does not believe in the death penalty. So that is not on the table in this case. Okay, so the death penalty is not on the table in this case. A little bit more on Caitlyn Kaufman, just some of her background. I mean, this is a woman who moved here from a small town in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Okay, that's about an hour, I think, east or so from or northeast of Pittsburgh. She moved here to Tennessee in 2018, and she's a nurse. She accepted a job at St. Thomas West. She believed in helping people. She loved her job, and there she is. Apparently, she was very good at her job. She graduated from Clarion University in Pennsylvania, and apparently an award-winning nurse, recognized for working with COVID patients during the pandemic. And of course, we know we had surges here as they did nationwide, and she was on the front lines trying to save lives. It was reported in the days after her death that she had a 221-pound dog, a Great Dane named Zeus. She loved the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Penguins. She had a variety of hobbies. She really was into water sports, boating, waterboarding, wakeboarding rather, water skiing, and the like. She was living in Lebanon, out in my neck of the woods, when she was driving to work the evening of December 3rd, 2020. And keep in mind, that was more than 2 years ago. She was on her way in, and it was sometime, they believe the shooting happened between 6:05 p.m. and 6:10 p.m., okay, between the Hillsborough Pike and West End Avenue exits on I-440, which is typically a very busy area, and you see the traffic there. This is hours later. It wasn't until 9 p.m., about 3 hours later, that a Metro Parks official saw the vehicle, pulled over to check on it because it's on the shoulder there, we need to move it, discovered that it was riddled in bullets, and then found Caitlyn Kaufman deceased in her SUV. And then, of course, you see law enforcement quickly to the scene. And there is a cross commemorating what happened there 2 years later. There are the two defendants caught after at one point, my understanding is the reward money topped $50,000, raised very quickly. The story went national. A GoFundMe was set up to help her family with funeral expenses, raised quite a bit of money there. Tips poured in all across the country here, but mainly from Middle Tennessee. Law enforcement tracking them down, and one of those tips from a confidential informant led to the arrest of Devontae Hill. That was on December 11th, so it took them a while. Okay, the shooting on the 3rd, the 11th. So it was 8 days later. They arrested him at his East Nashville apartment. All right, and the bottom line on this is they believe that he was the trigger man, that the gun that was provided to them, given to them by the confidential informant, was obtained from Devontae Hill. All right, it was a little bit after that. It wasn't until January 12th that Cowan was arrested. And it's not exactly clear to me how they made the link to Cowan. I don't know, did Hill give him up, how that was, but it was more than a month after the shooting. Cowan was taken into custody in a parking lot of an apartment complex in Antioch. All right, that's how that plays out. And he was previously convicted for robbery. As I said, he's the one with the criminal record as an adult, not for Devontae Hill. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a look into the courtroom if we can when we come back, and we'll answer some of your questions on Facebook. And as I said, the phone lines are open as we're counting down to the beginning of the evidence phase, day 3 after 2 days of jury selection, but day 3 today, where things really get started in the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial. We'll be back with more right after this. Stay with us. In the courtroom, let's listen in.
Issues that the court needs to address before we bring the jury in, I can do that. Are we ready for Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan to? Oh, okay. All right, I'll give them a few minutes. Thank you. So I think we just swear the jury in is what we did not do yesterday. Is that right?
Defendants in. The jury is not in at this point. They're going to be addressing that motion on whether or not the expert for the defense can testify or not. And then we will get to the reading of the indictment and then opening statements from the defense and the prosecution. This is how it's starting this morning. So right off the bat, just some housekeeping to get everything in place first, and then the jury will be brought in. The jury not there yet. They're waiting to bring the two defendants in. Again, this is our gavel-to-gavel coverage, not only on the Plus, but all of the News Channel 5 streaming platforms. You can follow us on Facebook at newschannel5.com. Also, you can watch on our website, News Channel 5. And feel free to message me at Nick Barris NC5 during our coverage, and I can get back to you there as well. We're looking in the courtroom, and that's where the defendants will come in. They will be wearing suit and tie, not jumpsuits for a trial. And I understand the courtroom itself is full right now with family members in the gallery. On one side is Caitlyn Kaufman's parents, family, and friends. The other side, some family of Devontae Hill and James Cowan. The prosecutors in this case, again, for the prosecution, the DA's office, Jan Norman and Roger Moore. For the defense, Georgia Sims and Jason Chafin are with Devontae Hill. Ron Mankibo is with Cowan. I think I may have gotten his name wrong there, but there's a separate attorney. I think it's Ron Mankibo. I think, is that how it's pronounced? That's how it's spelled. And they are public defenders assigned to this case since Cowan and Hill are both deemed indigent. Again, the jury, 12 members. We don't know the demographic breakdown of that, but hopefully we'll get that for you later today. Our reporter with News Channel 5 there, Kelsey Gibbs, is there in the courtroom and will be filing reports for our newscasts. But there will be 12 jurors, along with 2 alternates. My understanding, this judge doesn't specify which 2 are the alternates until after the trial, which I think is the best way to do it. You don't want them to know, and then after the trial, you just remove 2 of them. But during the trial, as far as you know, everyone should be keeping very close attention. There is Georgia Sims. She is the attorney for Devontae Hill, and maybe going back to touch bases with her client before she brings him in. After the opening statements, which typically don't take too long, the prosecution will begin its case, and they will start calling witnesses. And I think right off the bat, we will be hearing from the cell phone experts, which will be placing the 2 defendants at the scene. We also will be hearing from, I think, a long line of investigators, medical experts testifying to how she died, how quickly she died, the nature of her bullet wounds. And I want to warn you ahead of time, some of the testimony and some of the images you'll see during this trial are going to be graphic, okay? They will be showing likely photographs of Caitlyn Kaufman in the vehicle. They'll likely be showing also photographs of the nature of her injuries. When that happens, we intend to show everything here on air, but we will try to give you warning ahead of time.
Okay. All right.
That's Judge Dalton in the courtroom, and we've done trials with her before. She's an excellent judge, very calm, and keeps this the case moving forward. I find her to be extremely fair. And what I really do like about her is she's calm and in control of the courtroom. And I think she's an excellent judge. They'll be coming in just a moment. By the way, we have an awful lot of people watching this trial, including, as I mentioned earlier, Caitlyn Kaufman is from Butler County, Pennsylvania. We have people in Butler County who have messaged us saying they're watching from there. And appreciate them joining in this coverage. And if they want to comment as our trial goes on, we'll look for their comments as well.
I just know sometimes they bring all of their opinions.
You'll be able to watch on the Plus right here with us, News Channel 5 Plus. You can also watch on all of our streaming platforms and Facebook, newschannel5.com.
Tell them to keep it down right there.
It's likely this trial is going to last at least through the week. They'll likely have trial on Saturday and could go to next week. Could go to next week. And again, one reason for this is because you have two defendants and each defendant has their own legal team. Both of them charged with first-degree murder. If convicted, they face life in prison, likely without possibility of parole. The sentence will be given in cases like this, not a death penalty case, by the judge in the weeks after the verdict. District Attorney Glenn Funk, who is not himself prosecuting this case, does not believe in the death penalty, so this is not a death penalty case if they're convicted. Plus, to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure there are the aggravating circumstances needed to seek the death penalty in this case. There have to be aggravating circumstances.
They probably just do that anyway, which is probably a good idea because that could be wrong. I've had that happen.
See, I'm looking at some of the comments as we wait for them to come in. Yes, I see Renee in Butler, Pennsylvania is watching, perhaps others there. I'm sure Caitlyn Kaufman and her family are well known there, and it's heartbreak for them. Whitney asking who is the alleged shooter. It's believed that Hill is the shooter.
Do we have an ETA on General Taylor?
It appears they're waiting for one of the attorneys to arrive as well. Again, as I mentioned, Mark asking about the death penalty. It will not happen in Davidson County. No death penalty from this district attorney. You can watch on YouTube as well, folks. And here comes Devontae Hill. You recall yesterday in court he was wearing a cap on his head. This morning, no cap, and he is wearing suit and tie, not the orange jumpsuit, which is the way it should be in front of a jury. He is, regardless of how you feel about this case, innocent until proven guilty as he sits there. And there now is James Cowan, also not in suit and tie, but it looks like just a, can't tell if he's wearing a tie or not. But again, the two defendants, innocent until proven guilty, and wearing a jumpsuit in the courtroom can bias the jury. So certainly they are allowed to wear civilian clothing when they're in the courtroom. Let's see. Again, you can issue comments if you'd like. I'm monitoring those right now on Facebook. Number of people watching, not just locally, but across the country right now. And he is wearing a tie. So that's no surprise there, and that's his attorney, Ron Makimbo. I'm going to double check on the pronunciation of his name. I apologize for that. On the other side, Georgia Sims and Jason Chafin. And the first order of business when they come in will be deciding whether or not James Morris, a late addition to the witness list for the defense, is allowed to testify. He is an expert on cell phone evidence, which, as I've told you, is key to this case. Cell phone evidence places the two defendants, according to the prosecution. Wait, let's listen in.
Mm-hmm. Sure. All right, so we'll just go ahead and get started. You can go ahead and get them lined up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bring the jury in and begin the proceedings for this case. I'm going to ask that everyone please be mindful that we have to be respectful of the process that we have in place. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate that you're here and that you want to see this trial through. But we need to be mindful of the jury and be respectful of the jury and be respectful of this process. I know that this is going to be a very highly emotional case, but let us please just be mindful that the jury has to be able to focus on the evidence that's presented in the case. All right, I think they're lining them up now. Okay, that's fine. Are you all going to want it? Where are you all going to want it for your opening?
I
You don't want it? I mean, we can move, do you just not want it?
Well, I would like to put some papers on it, just in case I forget some critical information. Could we just put it so it's like, no, like right over here? That way, so that. I'm just a little picky.
Now, if you turn it that way, they're going to see your notes. You need to turn it the other way.
Okay. So just pick your own.
One thing we realize is there's so much class reflection.
I know, that's... Okay, all right, are we ready?
All rise.
Okay, if the jury will remain standing, everyone else may be seated. Let the record reflect that all of the members of the jury hearing the case are present in the courtroom. If you will, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues joined wherein the state of Tennessee is the prosecutor and Mr. James Edward Cowan and Mr. Devontae Lewis Hill are the defendants upon a charge of murder in the first degree, and a true verdict rendered according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Thank you so much. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for getting here a little earlier than what we normally ask of you for a jury trial. And I hope everyone rested well and also remembered the rules that I put in place yesterday and everything went okay. How is it? I know that number 12 is wearing gloves. Is it cold in here? Are y'all?
It's actually warmer.
It's warmer today. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll try to make sure that we monitor and because we definitely want you to be comfortable as best you can throughout the trial. So thank you. Okay, now this is the point of the trial. I believe, General, where the state will read the indictment.
Yes, Your Honor. Please support if I may
Yes.
come to the well. Please court, counsel, members of the jury. The indictment in this case reads as follows. State of Tennessee, Davidson County. The grand jurors of Davidson County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that James Edward Cowan, also known as James Edward Lillard, and Devontae Lewis Hill, on the 3rd day of December 2020 in Davidson County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, did kill Caitlyn Marie Kaufman in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed by myself, Roger D. Moore, for Glenn R. Funk, District Attorney General of the 20th Judicial District, and filed as a true bill of indictment with the Davidson County Criminal Court Clerk on May 19, 2021.
Mr. Cowan and Mr. Hill, with your counsel, if you will please rise. And counsel may speak for your clients if you wish. To the charge of the indictment, how does Mr. Cowan plead?
Plead not guilty, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hill?
Not guilty.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as I shared with you during jury selection, there is a point in the trial when the parties are given an opportunity to present to you an opening statement. The opening statement are the words of the attorneys and cannot be considered by you as proof in the case, but it is their perspective of the proof as they anticipate will be presented to you throughout the trial. Okay, does the state care to wish to present an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
They were traveling over 70 miles an hour just before 6:08:41 p.m. Both of them, a driver and a shooter, traveling 70 miles an hour when 6 rounds that were fired out of the rounds fired from that vehicle struck Caitlyn Kaufman's car. 70 miles an hour. Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle was not parked on the side of I-440 when her car was struck by 6 of those bullets. She wasn't traveling 35 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour, or even 55 miles an hour. Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle was traveling at over 70 miles an hour when they fired the rounds from their vehicle that's also traveling over 70 miles an hour, and they are able to strike her vehicle not 1 time, not 2, not 3, not 4, not even 5. 6 rounds struck her vehicle. 6 rounds. One of them goes directly into her driver window, directly into her left arm. It is fired directly at her. And during the trial, you will hear evidence and testimony from Dr. Carney, who later performed the autopsy on Caitlyn Kaufman. And she will tell you that that bullet that went directly into her driver window, that went directly into her left arm, that it went through the soft tissue of her shoulder. It struck her left lung. It struck her aorta, her right lung. It struck her right 4th lateral rib and came to a rest in her right arm. Dr. Carney will tell you that even had someone called 911, that Caitlyn Kaufman would not survive that injury, that it was such a traumatic injury that she would have not lived long at all. You will hear evidence and testimony in this case that Caitlyn Kaufman worked at St. Thomas West Hospital. She was a nurse there that worked in the ICU unit. She lived in Lebanon, Tennessee. She had driven home from work that morning at 7:30 after her shift ended, and every single day, every day, when she drove to work and drove home, she talked to her mom. She called her mom, who lived in Pennsylvania, Diane Kaufman, and they talked every day when she drove to work. And that December 3rd, that Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, was no different. Diane Kaufman had talked to her daughter that morning, and when Caitlyn was driving back into work that night at 5:44 p.m., she talked to her mom. And they talked for about 14 minutes. They actually talked about the trip that Diane was making the following week, because Caitlyn had just moved into that apartment about a month and a half before, and Diane hadn't seen it fully moved in. So she was coming to town. And Diane Kaufman will tell you that that day she actually hung up the phone with Caitlyn. That normally Caitlyn always hung up first, but she was buying Caitlyn a card that she was going to bring her that next week. And she was checking out at the store, and she hung up the phone. That was just before 6 p.m. Caitlyn Kaufman was driving to her job at St. Thomas West Hospital. She was early, very early. And her friends at the hospital will tell you that that was normal. She was always early to work. And it wasn't until she didn't show up to work. It wasn't until Diane Kaufman called her back at 6:13 p.m. And she didn't answer, which at first she just thought, okay, she's at the hospital, she's walking into work. But she called back again at 6:18, and she didn't answer. It was 6:08 and 59 seconds when Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle came to a stop on the side of I-440. It would be 2.5 hours later, even longer than that. It was 8:53 p.m. before a Metro Parks officer, Brian Thompson, pulled over and found Caitlyn Kaufman. She was in the driver's seat of her car. The car was still running. Her foot was on the brake. Caitlyn Kaufman at 6:08:41, her speed began to slow. That bullet struck both of her lungs and her heart. Her car was able to make it to the side of the road, but she sat there in her car with it running, her foot on the brake, as blood filled her lungs, and she died in that car. No one called 911. No one stopped to help her. It was 2 hours and 45 minutes later before Officer Thompson arrived on that scene. And he'll tell you that when he pulled up, he thought she was a disabled motorist because the car was running. It wasn't until he got out of his car and walked up to her car and he saw all of the bullet strikes in her car. He saw that the back window was shattered out from a bullet. He saw the bullet hole that went straight into the car, straight into her, and he could tell that she was not responsive. And he saw the other bullet holes in the front of her vehicle, all of them aimed at the driver compartment of that car. He moved his car and parked it in front of her car because her foot was on the brake and that car was still running. And you'll hear that other Metro officers arrived on the scene. But Caitlyn Kaufman had died hours before. 6:08:41 p.m., Caitlyn's speed began to slow. 8:53 p.m., Metro Parks officer Brian Thompson arrives. At 7:37 p.m., Devontae Hill was entering into Google Nashville shooting. At 7:37 p.m., Nashville shooting. Now you will hear from Sergeant DeWalt, who responded to the scene, and you will hear that he had to go to lengths to shut down I-440 so that they could process that scene. But they were able to shut down the interstate and they searched for evidence and they found 3 of the casings, 3 of them, on the side of I-440. Now later, those 3 casings are compared to a Springfield XD 9mm gun, and it is determined that that is the gun. That is the gun that fired those rounds. But they did not know all of the information that day. That day, they had a very specific time frame because Caitlyn had an iPhone. And Detective Chagish with the Metro Nashville Police Department, who is an expert in the analysis of mobile devices, he was able to take her speed from the time she left her apartment. He's able to tell you that she walked 121 steps from her apartment to her vehicle. Exactly what time. He can tell you the speed that she's going the entire time that she's traveling from Lebanon, Tennessee to her job at St. Thomas West. And he's able to tell you that exact moment that her speed slowed. 6:08:41. They had that very specific information, but they didn't have anything else. And Sergeant Dickerson, he will explain to you the investigation that occurred. He will explain all of the people that he talked to, her friends, her family, trying to find anything to explain this. But Caitlyn Kaufman didn't have anything in her life that explained it. She was a nurse that was driving to work. There was nothing there. Sergeant Dickerson didn't know that Devontae Hill was already searching in Google for Nashville shooting. He didn't know that in those early morning hours of December 4th, that he would send Facebook messages saying he had an XD9 that he was trying to get rid of. That he sent Facebook messages because he needed some more 9 shells. He referred to them as shells. He didn't know that day. And as those days progressed and they didn't know anything, there were people in the community in Nashville that put up reward money. At first, it was a $5,000 reward. There was a $1,000 Crime Stoppers reward, so that made it 6. And then on December 8th, another group of people put up $10,000. It jumped to $16,000. Anyone have any information? Random information that's coming into Crime Stoppers. Sergeant Dickerson and his entire team of detectives, because there's a group of them working together, they're following up trying to find anything. Anything. And then on December 10th of 2020, December 10th, a week later, that next Thursday, that same day in the afternoon, a group of people put up $50,000, and that reward jumped to $66,000 for any information that would lead to the arrest of the people responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's homicide. It just so happens that as that is being announced that day, Jaquez Merrill Odom shows up at St. Thomas Hospital. Jaquez Merrill Odom is Devontae Hill's childhood friend. They know each other since they were 13. Very good friends. He shows up at St. Thomas Hospital and he says, I would like to speak to Diane Kaufman, Caitlyn Kaufman's mom. I have some information for her. I need to get in touch with her to give her this information. Which they tell him, sir, she does not even live in this state, much less nearby. If you have information, you need to talk to the police department. So they contact the police department and Sergeant Reed. They go out to St. Thomas Hospital, which again, they're following up on every lead. They have no idea who this person is and what they know. They go out there, speak to Mr. Merrill Odom, ask him if he'll come down to the police department, which he voluntarily goes with the police officers to police headquarters, leaving his vehicle at St. Thomas West. They contact Sergeant Dickerson, who is the lead detective on the case, and say, hey, there's somebody here that says they have information, and it kind of sounds like he does. Within the first few minutes of Sergeant Dickerson entering that interview room, Jaquez Merrill Odom tells him that he knows what kind of gun was used to kill Caitlyn Kaufman. It's a Springfield XD9. He knows Devontae Hill is the person who shot and killed her because he told him. Devontae Hill showed him one of the many news stories and said, I did this, I effed up. He knows that Devontae Hill was in a gray Cadillac SUV with dark tint and dark rims. He knows that that vehicle was the vehicle owned by a person that he only knew as Duty. He did not know that guy well, but he was able to give Sergeant Dickerson a very detailed description, physical description. And Sergeant Dickerson is trying to figure out what the connection is and also trying to figure out who Duty actually is. And Jacquez Merrill Odom tells him that he knows that he is a close friend of his childhood friend, Devontae Hill, but the only thing that he knows that connects them is that they are both members of 9/8 Mafia Crip Gang. That's what he knows. Sergeant Dickerson is able to locate a photograph of the person that he believes is Duty. And Jacquez Merrill Odom is able to say, yes, that's James Cowan. James Cowan is Duty. That silver Cadillac is his car. Jacquez Merrill Odom, number one, went to St. Thomas West Hospital to speak to Diane Kaufman. He did not go down there that day specifically intending to talk to the police, but he went with them willingly. He did not tell them the entire truth when he first spoke to them. He told them all of that information. He knew it was a Springfield XD 9mm gun. He knew Devontae Hill was the person that shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman because he said to him, I did this, I effed up. He knew that he was in a silver Cadillac that belonged to Duty and that he wasn't the driver, he was the passenger. What he didn't tell them initially, he told them that Mr. Hill was trying to sell that gun. He was trying to get rid of it. He did not tell them that he had traded him guns for it and he already had it. And that gun was unloaded in the glove box of his car at St. Thomas West. So when he gives all this information to Sergeant Dickerson, the police department starts to follow up because he said Mr. Hill is trying to sell this gun. They start to set up so that Mr. Odom Merrill can go buy that gun from Devontae Hill. And they have this whole process that they have to go through. It takes about 3 hours. Now, Mr. Odom Merrill, he has a cell phone, but he doesn't have a carrier. There's no Sprint, no Verizon, no T-Mobile. It's Wi-Fi only. And as he's in the police department, he asked for the Wi-Fi password, but nobody had it for those first 3.5 hours. Finally, a detective gives him a Wi-Fi password, and he is able to connect to the internet, and within seconds, he sends messages to his childhood friend, Devontae Hill. Sends messages to get him to confirm that that gun was the gun used so he can tell the detectives, and he has something to prove. Just because he has that weapon, he's not involved. As soon as he gets those messages, he asks the detectives to come back in, and he tells them, I got something better. Look at this. Look at these messages. I just messaged Devontae Hill, and this is what he said. And those messages were recovered later from Mr. Merrill Odom's phone as well as Devontae Hill's phone. At that point, everybody kind of had to stop because that was a major difference of I can go buy the gun. Oh, by the way, the gun is in my glove box at the hospital. So they have to kind of revamp the plan. They dispatch officers to St. Thomas West Hospital specifically to look in that glove box of his white Chrysler 200 that is parked in the parking lot. And sure enough, there is a Springfield XD 9mm unloaded, exactly like Mr. Merrill Odom said. He said that the bullets would be in the center console. And there were bullets in the center console. Now, the police department expedited the request. The analysis is the same analysis they always do, but they expedited the request to have the firearm tested to those 3 casings found on the side of I-440 that night of December 3rd. And the analysis came back that those 3 casings were fired from that firearm. Devontae Hill told Jacquez Merrill Odom, holding up a news story, Caitlyn Kaufman, nurse killed on I-440, I did this, I effed up. An arrest warrant was issued for Devontae Hill that night. Now, Jacquez Merrill Odom was at the police department for over 6 hours that night while all of this is going on. And during that time, he had given them consent to look in his phone so they could verify where he was. Now, when he told them his initial story was not 100% true, he already had the gun, they actually got consent from him again. He gave them consent to search his car, gave them the keys to his car. When he told them that he already had the gun, he said he traded guns. He said, my gun was a Smith & Wesson M&P 40. That was the gun I had. I traded it with Devontae Hill. This is Thursday, December 10th. In the early morning hours of December 11th, that Friday morning, officers from the Metro Nashville Police Department, which they had to take a team, went to effectuate that arrest warrant. And they went to his apartment at 1500 Porter Road, Panorama Apartments, apartment K5, the exact address that Jacquez Merrill Odom gave them, which they were able to confirm was Devontae Hill's address. And he was inside, and they arrested him for the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. At the time of his arrest, they found two things that they seized as evidence. One was his cell phone, and those messages with Jacquez Merrill Odom were on his phone. Before the police went and obtained that arrest warrant, they actually asked Jacquez Merrill Odom to place a phone call to Devontae Hill from the police department. Because again, he has changed a part of his story that was pretty significant. And he makes that phone call to Devontae Hill. He actually calls 3 times, he doesn't answer, calls a friend of theirs who doesn't answer, and it's that 4th time that Hill answers the phone. And he gets him to confirm that Jacquez Merrill Odom was not with him when it happened, when he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. The phone that they recovered had those phone calls on it, but it also has a lot of other information on it. Specifically, a contact of Doodie, D-O-O-D-I-E. That was a contact in Devontae Hill's phone, 615-477-8664. That was the phone number for Doodie. They also found the M&P 40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, the one that Jacquez Merrill Odom told them he traded him for that Springfield XD9. Mr. Hill is arrested and brought down to police headquarters. Again, Sergeant Dickerson goes directly there, and he asks if he'll consent to an interview. He reads him his Miranda warnings, explains to him that he has the right to an attorney, and he waives those Miranda warnings and says he'll talk to Detective Dickerson. And one of the other detectives on Detective Dickerson's team is there too, Detective Ben Hughes, and they begin to speak to Devontae Hill to ask him, where were you on December 3rd, 2020? We have reason to believe you might be involved in this. Devontae Hill spends a very long time explaining to them that he was not even in Nashville that day. He drove to Atlanta in a green Chrysler 200 with a female whose name he would not provide them. She drove. They did not do anything in Atlanta. They did not eat. They drove around the city and drove back. That took a while, and that interview will be played for you, where he told them over and over again he wasn't here. Now again, Sergeant Dickerson has a team of people that are assisting him. He has Detective Chagesh, who's looking at every phone immediately when he gets it. Jacquez Merrill Odom's phone, Devontae Hill's phone. He also has Special Agent Andy Valley with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Andy Valley has a specific expertise, and it's in analyzing the cellular location data that you get from carrier records. So that's your Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint. He can analyze the location records and give you information about where that device would be located at any particular time. So as he's interviewing him and they're getting all this information. Jacques Merrill Odom had already given them Devontae Hill's phone number, so they're pulling the records to see where was he. And they have a location at 6:22 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020, that puts him right there by I-440. Now, it is not 6:08:41 p.m. It's 6:22, but he is in that area. So after Mr. Hill denies being in the city of Nashville, they go get that map that Agent Valley sent them and put it down and say, we know you were here. They've asked him if he knows anything about a Cadillac, which he denies, but they tell him, they confront him and say, we know you were here. Now, the interview was recorded in its entirety, but there was a technical issue when it was saved off to the server. The entire first part of the interview is there, and the end of the interview is there, but there is a portion that was not saved. It's a technical glitch that the IT people can't explain. Detective Dickerson and Detective Hughes were there, and they can explain exactly what Devontae Hill said. But once he is confronted that they know he's here, he changes his story. He admits to being in that silver Cadillac SUV. He actually admits to being in it. He says he was driving it. He says his front seat passenger shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. He said that she cut them off, and so he put down the window and his front seat passenger fired rounds at her vehicle because she cut them off. He names a person, Raquan Evans. That name was new. He names an actual person, Raquan Evans, as the front seat passenger that shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. And he says he was driving. And she cut them off. It was road rage. Now, Detective Gish has his phone. He is searching for any variation of the spelling of Raquan Evans. There's a duty in his phone, but there is no Raquan Evans. Nothing. Now, again, the end of the recording is there, and the detectives are going back over what Mr. Hill said to him. And they actually bring him a picture, because Raquan Evans is an actual person. A picture of Raquan Evans and say, is this the guy? And he says, yes. They also bring him a picture of James Cowan of duty, and they say, do you know him? Nope. Not just, we're not really close friends that I spend all my time with. Don't know him. Like, I've never seen him. The investigation continues. After that day, they take Mr. Hill to booking because he's booked on this homicide warrant. They have phones in booking where you're allowed to make phone calls. Mr. Hill is not housed in the jail. He is in booking, getting booked on a warrant. It is December 11th. It's before lunch. He makes phone calls to people he knows. The contacts are saved as Frederica and Big Cuz. There are 4 phone calls, but it's basically one long conversation. And at different times, both of them are on the phone. He begins to recount his interview with Detective Dickerson. He begins to tell them about some of the portions that when the recording was saved off are not there. And when he makes those calls, which they will be played for you during the trial, he says immediately, it was Gucci. Gucci snitched on me. I know it was. Jaquez Merrill Odom's nickname is Gucci. But Mr. Hill explains that in the call too, because the people he's talking to don't know exactly who Gucci is. So he explains that it's Jaquez. He knows it's him because Jaquez was just messaging him and calling him and talking about it, the murder of Caitlyn Kaufman, the day before. So he knows that Gucci snitched on him. And he knows that Gucci snitched on him because they were asking me about the Cadillac. They were asking me about duty. Gucci snitched on me. And he goes on the conversation. They end up calling different people. Mr. Hill doesn't want to tell these people that are clearly close with him. He doesn't want to tell them the details of who's driving, who's in the passenger seat. He doesn't want to discuss that. Jaquez Merrill Odom said, Devontae Hill said, I did this. I effed up. But he wants Big Cuz to get in touch with Duty, which Big Cuz says he will. He tells him they have his picture. He needs to get a new number, which he actually kind of stops and thinks about that because he knows that Jaquez Merrill Odom doesn't have Duty's number because they're not friends. But then there's a realization they have his phone and he's got his number, 615-477-8664, saved under Duty. He needs to get a new phone. They have your picture. He needs to get a new phone. They were asking about the Cadillac. They know about that. This is December 11th before lunch. December 12th, in the early morning hours, there is a Cadillac SUV that is reported as on fire at 2801 Landers Avenue. On fire, exploding. The investigation will show that there is a burned out license plate from that Cadillac SUV, and it is the same one that's in a picture that Mr. Cowan's girlfriend had on her phone that shows him outside that vehicle just days before Caitlyn Kaufman was murdered. That is within 12 hours of that phone call from booking. Now remember, Duty's phone number and Mr. Hill's phone is saved as 615-477-8664. Those phone calls that happened just before lunch, that phone stops being used. Miss Carter, Demonisha Carter, was Mr. Cowan's girlfriend, and her phone was seized as part of this investigation. She had two numbers where you can tell the messages back and forth. It's the exact same person. It's Mr. Cowan. And she has that 477-4661, 477-8664. But she also has a new number for him that they start communicating on December 12th, 733-5312. All of a sudden, after that phone call with Big Cuz, there is a switch in the phone numbers that Mr. Cowan is using. Special Agent Valley, when he's analyzing the cell records, he looks at December 12th, at the time that that vehicle fire is reported by Karen Reese, who sees the car on fire, sees it exploding. Mr. Cowan's new 733-5312 number is using cell phone towers in that same area. And lo and behold, so is Miss Demonisha Carter's cell phone. It's after that phone call, that 477-8664 number stops being used, that Special Agent Andy Valley can tell you that that number was being used on December 3rd, 2020. Now, Detective Gish has Caitlyn Kaufman's iPhone. Her iPhone has very specific location information in it. There's specific location information that isn't available for forever, but it keeps cycling through for 10 days. And Detective Dickerson took that phone and he took it immediately to Detective Gish. They had all of her location information, could tell how many steps she took, could tell the speed that she's driving the entire way. From the moment she leaves her apartment, Detective Gish sends his GPS location information with all of that very specific data to Special Agent Andy Valley so that he can incorporate it and compare the two. And Special Agent Andy Valley finds that that 477-8644 number that belongs to James Cowan, it is showing in the same location as Caitlyn Kaufman's phone, just before 6 p.m. on December 3rd of 2020. It's almost at the exact same time that her mom has hung up the phone with her, said her last words ever to her daughter. His location begins tracking Caitlyn Kaufman's location on the interstate as she is driving to work just before 6 p.m. It is at 6:08:41 that Caitlyn Kaufman's speed slows from going over 70 miles an hour. That is the time that shots are fired at her vehicle. 6 rounds hitting her vehicle as these two vehicles drive down I-440. 6 of them hit her vehicle. 1 of them going straight into her driver window. No one stopped. No one called 911. You will see those rounds as they are fired into her vehicle. The one right into the back window right behind her, the one that goes into her driver window, into her arm, killing her. And the ones that are shot at her front quarter panel, the last one going into the hood of her car. Those rounds are not rounds of someone that slammed on the brakes and the shots start to go into the back of her car. All of the rounds are fired at the driver compartment of her car. The one directly into her driver window. It is 6:08:59 when her car stops. 18 seconds. And she has been shot with a devastating, unsurvivable injury through both of her lungs and her heart. But her car is still running. Her foot is on the brake. No one stopped to help her. No one called 911. It took both of them. It took both of them to do this. They did this together. And I submit to you that the proof and evidence presented to you this week will prove that they are both guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. There's a driver and a shooter, and they both did this. And at the end of all of the evidence, we will ask you to return a verdict that James Cowan and Devontae Hill are guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You will hear no proof that James Cowan killed anyone. You will hear no proof that he caused the death of anyone. You will hear no proof that he intended for anybody to get killed. You will hear no proof that he had a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or gave a weapon to anyone. I further submit that you will hear no proof that he solicited, ordered, directed, or commanded anybody to kill anyone. In fact, you'll hear no proof that he knew anybody was going to get killed. This case will be more about the proof that you don't hear than it will be about the proof that you do hear. Now, you will hear from several witnesses who testify in this case, but once again, you will hear no proof as to Mr. Cowan having a weapon, that he fired a weapon, or in any way intended for somebody to get hurt. As you listen to the proof in this case, remember what you promised me to do 2 days ago when we started this laborious process. That is, to hold the state to their burden of proof in this case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. And don't forget, as you listen to the proof in this case, that burden will never shift. It will never rest upon Mr. Cowan because he is presumed innocent. I submit, as you listen to the proof in this case, the state's burden will only get higher, and Mr. Cowan's presumption of innocence will only get stronger. And after you've heard all the proof in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have more questions than answers. And the only conclusion that you can reach is that Mr. Cowan is not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Sims, did you want to move the podium? If we could move the podium, please. Adrian, please. Did you want it? Did you need it over here? I don't need it at all.
Devontae Hill is responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's death. Before a single witness takes that stand, he wants you to know that even though he did not intend or plan for her to die, he is the person who pulled the trigger and ended her life. The first duty of society is justice. Maybe you noticed those words of Alexander Hamilton's that are etched into the side of this building as you came for jury duty Monday, Tuesday, today. You will walk underneath those words every time you come to serve as jurors in this case. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Justice is what we do here in this courtroom. Justice is the principle we have selected to guide our decision-making here in this courthouse, in this criminal justice system. Caitlyn Kaufman did not deserve to die. Her death is a horrific tragedy. Nothing we do in this courtroom will undo that. No one deserves to be shot and killed simply because they are driving to work. No parent deserves to get the phone call that Diane Kaufman got. Caitlyn Kaufman was a good and kind person who served other people, and she should not be dead. That is a fact. But this courtroom is not about vengeance. It is about justice. That is what we are here to do. You heard Mr. Hill plead not guilty in his own voice a few moments ago. Not guilty to the charge of first-degree premeditated murder. Because this case is not about whether or not Mr. Hill shot Caitlyn Kaufman. He did. This case is not about what Mr. Hill did in the hours and days after, whether he attempted to hide what he had done to protect himself, because he did. And this case is not about whether he lied to the police. He did. This case is not about whether he is a member of the 9/8 Mafia Crips. He is. This case is about what Mr. Hill's state of mind was at 6:08:41 p.m. on the night of December 3rd on I-440. That's it. That is the specific question you are here to answer. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is, was his mind, and did he have the ability to exercise reflection and judgment before he pulled that trigger? And ladies and gentlemen, he did not. That is the proof that you will hear. On December the 3rd, 2020, James Cowan is driving a silver Cadillac. Devontae Hill is his passenger. They are leaving Hermitage. They get on 40 West. They merge onto 440 West. And just past the 21st Avenue exit on 440 is where their paths cross with Miss Kaufman. It is a coincidence. It is a happenstance that they are traveling the same direction that she travels to work. And their paths cross, and you won't hear from any other drivers. You won't see any surveillance video of what actually happens on that interstate. You've already heard that Mr. Hill confided in his childhood friend, Jaquez Merrill Odom. He told Mr. Odom that Miss Kaufman cut them off, that he reacted in anger. Tells the police essentially the same thing. Maybe Miss Kaufman veered into their lane. We know she was traveling at a constant rate of speed. Maybe she veered over. Maybe she didn't do anything wrong. Maybe they were flying up behind her and tried to pass her on the right side just as she was trying to get over to exit on West End Avenue, and she simply didn't see them. Whatever happened, Mr. Hill took the gun that he was holding in his lap, the Springfield XD, and in rapid succession fired 6 shots out the open window, striking Miss Kaufman's car. And before Mr. Cowan had time to react, before Miss Kaufman had time to react, it was over. That quick. Knowing that he had shot a firearm out of a car on an interstate, knowing that was dangerous and unlawful, Mr. Hill begins to wonder whether he had actually hit somebody. And he searches Nashville shooting, as you heard. And when he sees nothing, relieved, he goes on about his business that evening. And it's not until the early morning hours when the news begins to break of Miss Kaufman's death over social media that Mr. Hill learns what he has done. Devontae Hill acted with a complete disregard that his gross overreaction would hurt or kill someone. That is a crime. That is absolutely a crime that he committed, and it is your job and your duty to hold him accountable for that crime. But you're going to hear a lot of evidence about the things that Mr. Hill did in the hours and the days that followed. You're going to hear a lot of evidence that suggests that Mr. Hill, again, attempted to hide what he had done because he knew he had committed a crime. Not the crime of first-degree murder, but a crime nonetheless. You're going to hear that Mr. Hill made some decisions that showcase his incredibly poor coping skills with the magnitude of the crisis, the magnitude of what he had done. But remember, the question, ladies and gentlemen, is not what Mr. Hill did after the fact. It is what was in his mind before he pulled the trigger. Pay attention as to whether any of that evidence you hear, all of the cell phone information that you're going to hear about what he was searching and what he was doing, whether that has any bearing on what was in his mind at 6:08:41 p.m., because that, ladies and gentlemen, is the question. The first duty of society is justice. Justice, not vengeance. Your duty here is to hold Mr. Hill accountable for the crime he did commit. But he did not act with the conscious desire to end Caitlyn Kaufman's life. He did not act after the exercise of reflection and judgment as the law requires. Ms. Kaufman's death is a tragedy. We cannot undo that. But justice for Caitlyn Kaufman is bound up in justice for Devontae Hill and for James Cowan. It is your job, it is your obligation, it is your duty here to set aside the emotions you may feel, the emotions that we know will be present in this courtroom. To set aside those emotions because they tempt us down the path to vengeance. And we must stay on the path to justice. We ask you to listen through the heartbreak and through the anger that you will undoubtedly hear. To listen for the truth about what happened that night on 440. And when you do, when you have heard from the witnesses, when you have seen the evidence presented to you, when you have the opportunity to apply the law to what you have heard, we know you will return the just verdict in this case, which is to find Mr. Hill not guilty of first-degree murder.
Also, for just 1 second.
Okay, that is a wrap for the opening statements, and wow. I think now we know very clearly what the defense is going to be specifically for Devontae Hill, and that defense is that, yes, he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. There is no disputing that. But essentially what his attorney is arguing here is that the prosecution has overcharged, by the way, as we look at Caitlyn Kaufman's father and mother there, and clearly emotional for her, and there are family members of either Hill and Cowan. But basically what they're saying is that the defense, the prosecution is overcharged. Yes, he killed her, but this is not a case of first-degree murder. Essentially, it is a lesser included offense. The hope for them is that the jury comes back with something less than first-degree murder, which would be second-degree murder, manslaughter, voluntary manslaughter down the line. And we'll go over the details for you of exactly what those are, but a significantly different type of sentencing if it's short of first-degree murder. You also heard very briefly from Cowan's attorney, who said you will hear absolutely no proof that he killed anyone. I mean, when you look at the situation here, there is a definite difference between Cowan and Hill in this instance. And so you could see potentially a jury coming back with a different verdict for Hill than they do for Cowan, though they both right now are charged with first-degree murder. Jan Norman, as usual, with, I think, an excellent job laying out the details in her opening. Let's listen in here and see if they're going to take a break or go right to the first witness.
Is the state ready to call your first witness? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you weren't back over there, General.
I am already ready, Your Honor, and yes, we are the first witness, Ms. Diane Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman?
Ma'am, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Ms. Kaufman. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Diana Lynn Kaufman.
If you could try to lean into the microphone just a little bit so everybody can hear you. You said Diane Lynn Kaufman.
That's correct.
And could you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Kaufman.
And Ms. Kaufman, do you live here in Nashville, Davidson County?
No, I don't.
Where do you live?
I live in Chicora, Pennsylvania.
And how long have you lived there?
I'm going to be 2 years.
And do you have any children?
I do.
And could you please describe the children that you have?
I have a daughter, Caitlyn.
When was Caitlyn born?
She was born May 12, 1994.
And I had a son, Tyler, and he was born January 5th, 1996.
And was Caitlyn born in Pennsylvania?
Yes, she was.
And Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a photograph, and it's previously been shown to both defense counsel. Ms. Kaufman, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that you provided to us of your daughter, Caitlyn Kaufman?
It is.
When was that photograph taken?
This photograph was taken in 2018 whenever she was graduating nursing school.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that photograph be introduced as the first numbered exhibit in this trial, and I would also ask permission to publish that to the jury. And I have that available to publish digitally.
Okay.
Ms. Kaufman, how long had your daughter Caitlyn been living in Nashville, Tennessee in December of 2020?
She had moved down here in October of 2018.
And the apartment that she was living in Lebanon, Tennessee, do you remember the address?
35205 Barton's Runs Trace in Lebanon.
And how long had she lived in that apartment?
She had moved there in October of 2020.
And had you been to that apartment before?
I had only been to that apartment complex to look at the apartments with her, but I had not actually been to her apartment yet to see it with all of her things in it. I was to go there the following week after she had been killed.
And obviously with you living in Pennsylvania and her living in Tennessee, you weren't able to see her every day. But how often did you talk to Caitlyn?
I talked to Caitlyn every single day. When Caitlyn worked, we would talk on her way to work and on her way home from work. And then on her days off, we would talk upwards of 8 times a day, and we would FaceTime constantly, so it really wasn't as if she was gone, because I would see her all the time.
And that Thursday, December 3rd of 2020, did you talk to her that day?
I did. I spoke with her in the morning on her way home from work, and then I spoke with her that evening on her way to work. She had called, it was about 6:45 my time, which would be 5:45 your time, and we talked till about, it was just right before 7 o'clock my time, which would be 6 o'clock your time, and I asked her if it would be okay if I got off the phone because I wanted to go into the store to get a card. I wanted to go to get her a Christmas card because I was coming the following week to visit her. We had made plans. I was going to meet her friends for the first time. And see her apartment for the first time. And do Christmas shopping and make some Christmas cookies. And I asked her if it would be okay if I got off, and she said that was fine. But I asked her a second time because she hesitated, and typically Caitlyn would hang up first because we talked via Bluetooth. She talked via Bluetooth, but she didn't. So I disconnected that time. I went into the store. I called her back at 7:13 my time, which is 6:13 your time, and there was no answer. I didn't think anything of it because oftentimes she would speak with her girlfriend Macy, and I waited 5 minutes because typically then she would answer. She didn't answer at 6:18. I didn't get alarmed because I knew where she was because I had asked her where she was. I knew that she was on I-440. I asked her about the weather. I knew it was raining. I knew she was nearing her exit. And I knew that that was about the time that she would be going into work at 6:18.
And where did Caitlyn work?
She worked at St. Thomas, Ascension St. Thomas West.
And do you know what time she was supposed to be at work?
7 o'clock. So when I didn't hear from her, I sent her a text at, I believe it was 6:35. I sent her a text and I just said that I was sorry I missed you, sis. I love you. And I'm not sure what else I said.
And what kind of car did your daughter have?
She drove a 2020 Mazda CX-5.
Had you ever ridden in the car with her?
Yes.
And what type of driver was she?
Caitlyn was an excellent driver. She was a very conscientious driver.
And that day when you talked to her on the phone from, I guess, 6:45 your time, 5:45 our time, y'all talked for almost 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of mood was Caitlyn in?
She was fine. She was fine. It was our typical conversation. She sounded absolutely fine. Up until, like I said, up until the end, because she just hesitated and didn't hang up.
And during that call, could you tell that she was talking to you through the Bluetooth and it was hands-free versus holding her phone? You said that you tried to call her again at 6:18 and didn't get her.
That's correct. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
Which, at some point, you learned what actually happened to your daughter.
Yes.
Can you describe how you found that out and what happened after that last call that you placed at 6:18?
I had received a call later in the evening from Caitlyn's girlfriend Macy, saying, "Miss Diane, I don't want to alarm you, but the hospital called and Caitlyn never showed up from work." And I said, "Macy, that can't be correct because Caitlyn was on her way to work." And I said, "Maybe she's on a different floor. Maybe she's just in a different area of the hospital." And she said, "No, they looked and she's not here." So I said, "Well, hold on and let me look at my phone. I'll pull up her location." So I pulled it up and her car was on I-440. And I said, "Macy, she's on I-440 and she's not moving." I said, "Something happened to her." So I immediately thought
that I immediately thought that maybe someone took her, or that maybe she was involved in an accident and she couldn't admit. So then Macy told me that she and her husband were going to go and start traveling towards Nashville to look for her. I then called another girlfriend of Caitlyn's, Stephanie, and asked her to please go and look for her on 440 to see if she could find her car. And then it was later in the evening that I received a call from Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department, and he asked me, he said, he introduced himself and he said, Mrs. Kaufman, this is Chaplain Glenn from the Metro Nashville Police Department. Are you home alone? And I said, no, I'm not. He's there. I said, Caitlyn's dad is here with me, my husband. He said, Caitlyn, there has been a shooting. And I said, well, please just tell me where Caitlyn is. We'll leave right now and we'll come down. And he's there, Mrs. Kaufman, are you sitting down? And I said, please do not tell me that my daughter is dead. And he said, Mrs. Kaufman, Caitlyn was fatally injured and she is dead. And then he just explained to me that I would be receiving several additional calls, that Sergeant Dickerson would be reaching out to me, that the medical examiner's office would be reaching out to me to let me know where Caitlyn's body was.
And Ms. Kaufman, you've described that you talked to
I'm sorry.
Ms. Kaufman, you described that you talked to Caitlyn on the phone every day and that you FaceTimed with her. Did you ever use Facebook Messenger? Was that something you were familiar with?
I was not familiar with it.
And since this happened, have you learned anything about Facebook Messenger?
Since Caitlyn's passing, I have learned a little bit about it. I do know that one of the nurses, one of Caitlyn's co-workers, did reach out to me that evening to let me know that Caitlyn didn't make it to work and that they were concerned, and asked if there was anyone that I knew in the area that could go and look for her. But I never got that message until days later.
And when you figured out how to check for that message, did you have many messages?
I did. I had several.
And is that something that you use today?
I do use it sometimes, but not often.
And in December of 2020, is it fair to say that you were not using Facebook Messenger?
Oh, not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I don't have any other questions.
Oh, thank you.
Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Jessica Dunn.
Jessica Dunn.
Then if you would, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Dunn, I know you are very soft-spoken, so if you get close to the microphone, you might even be able to pull it towards you a little bit if it's not anchored down. And could you tell us your name?
Jessica Dunn.
Okay, maybe pull it a little bit closer. And how do you spell your last name?
D-U-N-N.
Ms. Dunn, how are you employed?
I'm a registered nurse at St. Thomas.
And I know there may be more than one St. Thomas. Is there any one particular?
St. Thomas West in the ICU.
How long have you worked there?
Since July of 2018.
Have you had the same shift since you started?
Yes, I worked night shift the whole time up until about December of this past year. I started doing day shift.
Right. So in December of 2020, would you have been working the night shift?
Yes, I would have.
And what are those hours?
We clock in at 6:45 p.m. and we clock out at 7:15 a.m.
And during that shift, is there a lunch hour, break time?
We really can eat whenever we would like. We get a 30-minute lunch break.
So just depending upon the work and
Yes,
what
depending
needs to be
just
done.
when we have time to go.
And during the course of your employment, did you get to know a young lady named Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
So she started working there at the end of 2018, and the way we do orientation, you get to go to different units and do different things and decide what you like. And she, at the end of her orientation, ended up in the ICU that I work in. And when she came to night shift, I became friends with her. It was about the first of the summer in 2019 when we really became friends.
And just so that we're talking about the same person, could I ask that she be passed Exhibit 1? Ms. Dunn, you're being handed what has been introduced as our Exhibit 1. If you would look at what is in that folder and tell us if you recognize the person in that photograph.
Yes, that's Caitlyn.
And during the course of the the short time that you were together, did you always work the same shift?
Yes, we did.
Once that became the
Yes.
ICU nurse. And you say y'all got to be friends as well as co-workers, is that correct?
Yes, we would do things outside of work as well, go to dinner as a group or go out or get brunch in the mornings.
All right. Did you get to know Caitlyn Kaufman's habit with respect to coming to work? Did she come to work day in and day out?
Yes, she was typically early to work. I've never known her to be late at all. She definitely didn't never show up to work. She was always there.
And you said that you had a clock-in time of 6:45.
and that Caitlyn Kaufman was generally early. About what time would she normally arrive?
I would say probably, 6:30 to 6:40, she would probably be there.
Okay. And is there any sort of routine that occurs when the shift starts?
We go to huddle first, where we just talk about new things or things that we need to know. We do that about from 6:45 to 7, and then 7 o'clock we go on to the unit, sometimes a little before, but around that time.
Okay. And when you say a huddle, how many people would that normally?
It would be everyone working in the ICU that night would be in the same room.
Okay. Do you recall the events of December 3rd, 2020?
I do.
Did you work the night shift, which would have been December the 2nd, into the morning of December the 3rd?
I did.
And did Caitlyn Kaufman work that shift?
She did. We worked right beside each other that night.
And when that shift ended, did you leave work as it was any other routine day?
She did. We actually had a short conversation at the end of that shift, and it had been a very busy shift, and we didn't get to have lunch that night, and we typically would eat lunch together at the same time just to catch up. So we had a conversation about how we didn't get to do that, and we would be sure to do it the night that we came in. And so she said, "I'll see you tonight."
And given the way the shift works, it would have been that same day?
It would have.
Just that evening?
Yes.
And was that the last time that you saw Caitlyn Kaufman alive?
It was.
Did you, after you left the hospital, left your shift, did you see her or talk to her any during the day?
No, we would be asleep.
Right.
So I didn't speak with her.
Right. So did you arrive at work that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you might have arrived?
I'm normally right on time, so I was there at about 6:45.
That's what I was going to ask. So when you got there, was Caitlyn Kaufman there?
No, she was not.
The fact that she was not there at that time, did that set off any alarms or anything in particular?
In huddle, it was definitely odd that she wasn't there. And once we got onto the unit, I became very worried. I told several of my other coworkers and our team leader, who would be in charge of our whole ICU, that she hadn't shown up, and that I was trying to get in contact with her to see if she was okay.
I was going to ask about that. With trying to get in contact with her, how did you go about doing that?
I tried to call her and she didn't answer. So I had other people on the unit try to call her as well. I contacted some friends, mutual friends that weren't at work, to see if they could call around and get in contact with anyone that, or maybe they could go to her house, see if she was there, because I was also working and trying to find her. I had messaged her mom on Facebook because I didn't have her cell phone number, and I had tried to get in contact with her best friend that worked a different shift, because I figured she probably either had a key to her house or had her location or something that we could figure out where she was.
Now, when you say you messaged Caitlyn's mother, did you receive any response?
No, and I figured she just didn't see it, so that's why I was trying to really get in contact with anyone. And I figured Macy, her best friend, would have her mom's number, so I really was trying to get in contact with her, and we eventually did get in contact with her.
And what sort of time frame are we talking about? The huddle is at 6:45. Caitlyn's not there.
We probably began at 7. We kind of waited around a little to see if she would just show up, and then we started looking for her right away. I didn't message her mom until a little bit later because I didn't want to worry her if she, if something nothing serious was going on. But we were calling hospitals all over Nashville just to make sure she didn't have a car wreck or something, because that's what we thought might have happened. So we were calling around all night trying to see if she was anywhere.
Okay. And I believe you said at some point you contacted Macy to ask her to, so about what time was that, if you recall?
I really don't remember exactly what time it was.
All right. And did you stay, though, in contact with Macy and the other individuals?
Yes, Macy was sending updates and to one of my friends who wasn't at work, and she was just sending them to all of us in a group message. We were short-staffed that night, so it was very busy, so I was trying to keep up with, the information as much as I could while also taking care of patients. So, but she was giving us updates the whole time.
And was there anything even above and beyond the regular shift that was supposed to happen that evening that Caitlyn would have been involved in?
Caitlyn she had a orientee. She was precepting a younger nurse. Typically they have people that are very high performing be preceptors, and Caitlyn was. So she had a younger nurse under her that night that was also very worried when she didn't show up, because she had been with her and knew that she would be there.
And during this time you referenced thought she might have been in a car accident. Did you check around with the police departments? And I know you were working, but throughout the context of the people who were concerned about her, checking with police departments, hospitals?
I think it was, I don't know, I think it was Macy that had called the police department, but I'm not sure. I know someone did, but I don't think anyone was able to get any type of information.
Do you recall when you found out that she had been located?
Macy had said she had come up on a scene of an accident, but no one would tell her what had happened. And 2 detectives came to the hospital, and I spoke with them, and they asked us a few questions. It didn't really give us a whole lot of information other than something had happened. And they gave us their cards, and they were homicide detectives. So that's when I kind of realized that she had been killed. And then I didn't learn how until the news that morning came on. So we had to get everyone from the unit together and kind of tell them, that it was her, because everyone knew we were looking for her, and then the news is always on in the mornings in the patients' rooms.
Did you know where Caitlyn lived as of December the 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
In Lebanon.
Had you ever visited at her apartment?
I hadn't been to her apartment in Lebanon since she had moved there.
Okay, so this was a fairly recent event.
It was, I think, the start of the fall when she moved to Lebanon. She had previously lived in the apartment across from my apartment, so we had said we were going to make the trip out there to see her, but we never got the chance to. So, but it was fairly recent, from December.
Okay. And did you know what type of vehicle Caitlyn drove?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I knew it was a smaller SUV because I had been in it before, at like a silver gray color. I'm not good with the names of cars, so I don't exactly know the model or make.
Have just a moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
No question, John. No, Your Honor.
Just for a second.
It looks like the attorneys are taking a moment for a sidebar here. And so at this moment, we'll kind of recap, if you're just joining, what's happened. We're through 2 witnesses now for the prosecution. We heard from the mother, which is very difficult, and they put her on initially to talk about her daughter, and the emotion of it, I'm sure, struck a chord with the jury. And then Jessica Dunn, a registered nurse who was good friends with Caitlyn Kaufman. If there is a big headline coming out of what we've heard to this point, it clearly is opening statements, the fact that Hill has basically conceded he did shoot and kill her. Let's listen in here and we'll pick it up as we go on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a really short recess. Maybe let you get you some coffee. Did they have some fresh coffee for y'all this morning? Get y'all some coffee, some water, stretch your legs, okay? Now remember, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone during the break. This will be a really short one, okay?
All right.
Okay, how much time are we talking?
We just need a couple of minutes, and then we should be able to call our next 4 witnesses in succession.
Okay.
Should get us to the lunch break.
All right. So we'll take a short recess.
All right, it looks like kind of a mid-morning recess in the court there, and they'll be back. And when they do, I promise you, we'll take you right back in live for our continuing coverage of the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial. This is day 3. Of course, it took 2 days to choose the jury. Opening statements have been completed, and we're through 2 witnesses for the prosecution. And yeah, a significant development coming into this trial. And by the way, I want to note, legal analyst Nick Leonardo will be joining me in the not too distant future, and I have a lot of questions for him, as you may as well. By the way, right now, we could take a few phone calls possibly, and I'll check and see about some of the comments on Facebook and what you think. But the big headline coming out this morning, one starts off with opening statements from Jan Norman. She pretty much lays out exactly what happened and just how horrible this was, how awful it was. And frankly, as I listened to her opening statement, I don't know about you, I'm like, game over. Okay, I mean, you know, he's on Google Hill checking about a shooting. There's cell phone, you know, evidence that shows they were in the location. He's caught in a lie. He has all of these people kind of saying that he told them that he was involved. I mean, I'm like, what on earth is their defense going to be? Because seriously, I don't know about you. As I heard Jan Norman, I'm like, this case is done for Hill anyway. And the answer came when we heard from Hill's attorney, Gloria Sims. And she makes no bones about it right at the outset. She goes, my client shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Boom, right there. He shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Acknowledges it. Says basically the way she's explaining it, he was in the vehicle next to Cowan, and that he perceived that Caitlyn Kaufman cut them off in traffic, picked up the gun that was in his lap, and fired 6 rounds. 6 rounds into the vehicle. They drive on. He gets back home later, checks on Google about shooting maybe on the interstate. There's nothing on there. He thinks, well, okay, I didn't hit anyone. End of story there. Of course, you know they didn't find her body in the vehicle until 3 hours later. Later, that story breaks and he realizes, oh. And yes, after the fact, he and Cowan did not turn themselves in. They did everything they could to cover it up and try to escape from this, okay? But his attorney, Georgia Sims, is making the argument this was an act of passion, road rage. There was no time for premeditation, no time for reflection. He just was angry in that moment, picked up the gun, boom, 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 and concedes that he shot and killed her. He has pleaded not guilty, but he has specifically pleaded not guilty to the charge of first-degree murder. There are lesser includeds. So what does this mean for Hill? He's guilty, folks. He's guilty. The question for the jury is of what? Guilty of first-degree murder, in this case, will send him away to prison for the rest of his life, likely without parole. Guilty of second-degree murder, guilty of manslaughter, guilty of reckless homicide, bring far lighter sentences. Far, far lighter sentences. Her argument is going to be, yes, he lost his cool, shot, but he did not mean to kill Caitlyn Kaufman. That's going to be his argument, and I'll be curious to hear what some of you think of that defense. By the way, as for Cowan, you heard his attorney very briefly have an opening statement just basically saying, look, my client didn't kill anyone, he didn't shoot anyone, he was driving the car, and he is not guilty. He is not guilty. And, you know, the argument there is probably going to be that, yes, he was in the vehicle, and he was surprised as anyone else when all of a sudden Hill pulls the gun and starts shooting. Now, yeah, he tried to cover it up after the fact, didn't come forward, but that he wasn't involved. I can see an argument being made that Hill is sentenced to something more serious than Cowan. Right now, they're both charged with first-degree murder, okay? That's where we stand on that. So, we're going to take some phone calls here in a moment because I want to see what you think. Let me just add this as I get some of the phone calls. And the numbers are open, 737-7587. What's the prosecution going to order, you know, or explain to the jury in opposite argument to what you're hearing from the defense here? You're going to see, and you've already heard some very emotional testimony from Caitlyn's mother. It's heartbreaking. My heart goes out to that family, okay? And you're going to see a lot of evidence making it very clear about how all this played out. The key is going to go to what was inside Hill's mind. And if I'm a prosecutor, I'm saying, you know what, if this was just one stray bullet that he kind of fired willy-nilly, maybe. But you don't fire 6 rounds into another car at 70 miles an hour unless you intend to kill someone. I don't know how you get past that. If I'm on the jury, I'm like, yeah, okay, you're telling me he fired 6 rounds in there but didn't mean to kill someone? I don't know about you, but at this stage in this trial, I ain't buying that. Are you? We'll see, but that's all they have to go on. Let's take some phone calls, see what you think. And remember, it's early on. We can make assumptions right now, decisions this way, the difference between Cowan and Hill and how this will play out. But there's still a lot to be heard. We'll hear the evidence, the cross-examination, but the big story here, hey, Hill's conceding. He shot and killed Kaufman. There's no doubt about that. What do you think? We'll start off with Ann. Ann, good morning. Hi, Ann.
Good morning. Within 120 seconds, General Norman let Mrs. Kaufman know her daughter had died within 18 seconds. That one bit of information, I know that mother has been told over and over and over again, but hearing it this morning immediately in opening statements gave her mother the strength to testify. And when she said she was the one that had to say, my car's daughter is not moving 2.5 hours after it had sat on the side of the road and no one had stopped, broke me to tears. And as a crime follower, it takes a lot to do that. I'm jaded. That mother was given the courage to testify just hearing her daughter died within 18 seconds.
Yeah.
Think about that during this trial. Think about that. And that's all I can say.
Thank you, Ann, and I'm in entirely agreement with you on this. I'm always amazed at the strength in these trials where the victim's family testifies, but that's crucially important, in my opinion, if the family member, and I thought the mother did a wonderful job under horrible circumstances, the jury needs to hear that emotion. There's a reason she was the first witness called by the prosecution, because that hits home with every single one of those jurors, okay? Resonates with them about the loss here. No one feels it more than that mother and that father. And by the way, if you're wondering about the makeup of the jury, and sometimes that demographic can have a bearing on how a jury plays out. As you said, as we've told you, there's 14 members of the jury, okay? 2 of them will be announced as alternates at the end of the trial and will be removed. There are 11 women, 4 black women, okay? 7 white women, 3 white men, mostly women. And if any of them are mothers, especially, and a father the same way, of course, hearing the mother there was a powerful moment and absolutely heartbreaking, and I couldn't agree with you more, Ann. Let's go to Keaton next. Keaton, good morning, Keaton. What's on your mind?
Hey, Nick, here's what's on my mind. these foundational witnesses already lay it out. They, within 120 seconds, 6 shots out down the interstate. Caitlyn Kaufman not showing up, worrying the hospital staff.
Right.
I mean, it's starting to come together now that this horrific crime is peeling out. He's guilty.
Right. Exactly. Now, that's the thing. It's interesting. Where we stand here, we're not debating the evidence and like, was he in the car? Did he shoot it? What was Cowan doing? That has been cleared from the table now. He shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman. Devontae Hill did. The question now, Keaton, the question now is, what was his state of mind? And trust me, that comes into play under the law. You heard his attorney say, this is not about vengeance, it's under the law. And when Nick Leonardo joins us, I'll have him walk us through specifics. But to get first-degree murder, you have to have cool reflection. You have to have premeditation of some degree. Now, that can happen in an instant.
Exactly.
Okay? And that can happen in an instant, but that is different than, for instance, it's a very different scenario, but you know how someone gets drunk behind the wheel, hits someone else and kills them. They're never charged with first-degree murder. And you can make the argument, okay, this person gets drunk, gets behind the wheel, there's a good chance he's going to kill someone. But they're never charged with first-degree murder in that case. It's always lesser, all right? Because they did not, while they were drunk and they knew it was dangerous, they did not mean to kill whoever it was they ended up killing. The defense is going to try to argue that Hill was angry, and just reacted in the moment and fired into that vehicle. And we know that he did not know Caitlyn Kaufman, but he certainly targeted that vehicle because he felt that she cut them off. And he fired, not once, but 6 times. Is that premeditation? Is that a cool reflection? Where I sit? Yeah, it is. And as I've said, I'm inclined to think that Hill is, much more responsible for what happened than Cowan. And you do have to look beyond what they did after the fact. Yeah, sure, they tried to cover it all up. It's all what happened in that moment. And Hill's only chance here is a lesser included. But, he's going down. He's going to be guilty of something. The question is, will it be first-degree murder? Let's go next to Candy. Candy, good morning. Hi, Candy.
Good morning. How are you, Nick?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'd like to give condolence to Caitlyn's family, and the speaking of the mother just drenched my heart this morning. It really hurt. But I want to tell the people out there that's driving, you have got to stop this road rage. Quit getting upset and angry when someone cuts you off or going too slow. Think before you act, because this right here is heart-wrenching to me, to lose a child. I'm a mother myself. And I just wish people would just start thinking as they drive on these roads nowadays. And you all have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. I used to be a Type A driver myself. And sure, I get cut off sometimes, and other motorists sometimes anger me. And the days of me even touching my horn in that instance, or shaking my fist or something along those, not worth it. Now, let's be real clear here. There is absolutely no evidence that we've seen. Remember, TDOT does not record video off of their cameras, so we don't have video from I-440 from a TDOT camera. But there's no evidence that Caitlyn Kaufman did anything wrong. All we know is it appears as though Hill perceived that she cut them off. I don't know. She was probably just going about her business, and who knows why. So there's no evidence that she did anything to provoke this, but it's what his perception was. But you couldn't be more right. These days, I'll tell you what, I don't know how angry you get, but it ain't worth shaking your fist at anyone, because you don't know if there's someone like Devontae Hill in the car that you're shaking your fist at that's just going to get angry and pull the gun. Not worth it, folks. Not worth it. But again, there's no evidence Caitlyn did any of that. She may have been oblivious to what happened and was going on her way. Under any circumstance, there's nothing to justify what happened to her. Absolutely nothing. Let's go next on the horn to Andrew. Andrew, good morning. Hi, Andrew.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
I've got two questions right off the bat. What were those 2 young fellows doing out that early in the morning? Do they have a job, or did they have a job, or were they just out joyriding? Second, I heard them say earlier that they one of them was a member of a gang or a crip. Do you think maybe they were out for an initiation drive or what? Because I've heard a lot initiations on these Crips or gangs where they have to murder somebody or whatever. If they could prove that, that would be first-degree murder.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. You heard Jan Norman reference the fact that they were members of the Crips gang, and but she didn't go there. She didn't go that far to say anything along the lines. Now, is it possible they'll present some evidence that what they were doing there was also in connection with some type of gang initiation, which you are correct? That would be clear evidence of premeditation. Hey, let's go out and kill someone to get, respect within the gang, if that was the case. Haven't heard that, but that's why we sit through this. Because, yeah, really, that's what the prosecution, when it comes to Hill especially, is facing now. They are facing proving that there was premeditation and this was first-degree murder, not a lesser charge. Sounds to me like they may be coming back into the courtroom. Let's listen in. Are they back? Let's listen in to the courtroom.
For reference, we have some photographs that will be introduced, but they've been mentioned by the counsel. Everybody's okay with it.
Okay.
So nothing will.
All right, who's your next witness?
The next witness is Officer Brian Thompson.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and line the jury up. We'll get the jury lined up, and then we'll bring in Officer Thompson. General, you have, I guess you have hard copies of photographs that you're going to submit. But they're going to be published by way of on your computer.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you need the computer or the, I guess you need the computer then.
Yes.
Now, I don't know that that's the, is that the computer that's connected?
I'm going to get it.
Okay, very good. Oh, good.
All right.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom after that break. And it's 10:24. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state's next witness is Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sergeant Brian Thompson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Sergeant Thompson, could you please state your full name for the record?
Brian Thompson,
Where are you employed?
Metro Parks Police.
And can you kind of describe what that job means, being a Metro Parks police officer?
Conducting law enforcement, public safety, the normal police job.
And how long have you been with the Metro Parks Police?
About 18 years.
And what was your position in December of 2020?
I was just an officer.
And what were your duties at that time of December 2020? Where were you assigned?
I'm sorry?
I said, where were you assigned?
I was in Antioch.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you working around just before, I guess, 9 p.m. that Thursday night?
Yes, I was.
And could you describe, I guess, the scene that you came upon right before 9 o'clock that night?
I was heading westbound on 440, and I saw a vehicle in the right shoulder. As I got close to the vehicle, I saw that the vehicle was actually touching the guardrail. I initiated my emergency equipment, when I exited my patrol car and started approaching the vehicle, I saw that the rear driver's side window was shattered. And I was able to see the driver in the driver's seat. I could tell the female driver, her head was slumped over to the right towards her shoulder. I did try to lean in the window and get her attention by saying, ma'am, ma'am, and she had no response. As I made my way further down the car, I saw that they were what appeared to be bullet holes in the front left fender of the vehicle and also in the driver window.
And so the window that you were describing that you leaned in saying, ma'am, was that back driver window that was shattered?
Yes, it was.
And when you came upon the scene, where did you position your vehicle?
At that point of time, I was right behind it.
And as you approached the vehicle, was her vehicle running?
Yes, it was. It was running.
And you described that you tried to get her attention, but she did not respond. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at that point?
After I noticed the bullet holes in the vehicle, I called for other officers. I also called for ambulance. I was able to see through the window that the vehicle was still running, it was still in drive, and her foot was still on the brake pedal. So I went back to my patrol car and I moved my patrol car in front of hers, you know, just in case her foot came off the brake so the vehicle wouldn't travel down the interstate.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a single photograph. Sergeant Thompson, you've just been handed a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
The front vehicle is my patrol car when I moved it to put in front of hers so to keep it stationary. Her foot came off the brake. The vehicle in the rear is the victim's vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission, or I would actually ask to introduce that photograph as the next numbered exhibit and also ask permission to publish it to the jury. Sergeant Thompson, that image is on the screen. In this image, her vehicle appears to be touching your vehicle. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that something that happened after kind of the incident that you've just described?
Repeat that one more time.
When you pulled up, her vehicle was not touching yours, correct?
No, it wasn't.
Is that something that happened after she was removed from the vehicle?
That is correct.
Thank you. Sergeant Thompson, were you still there when other officers responded to that scene?
I was.
And did you stay there for some amount of time while officers responded and the ambulance responded?
I did, yes.
Do you remember approximately what time that you left?
It was, I want to say close to midnight.
And Sergeant Thompson, this location off of I-440, that is here in Nashville, Davidson County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Sergeant. I don't have any other questions.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Hill. Thank you so much, Sergeant Thompson. I'll just take it a step down. I'm going to release Sergeant Thompson from his subpoena unless anybody can speak. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Turn it off. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Corey Stratton.
Officer Stratton.
will raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your full name?
It's Corey Stratton, Corystratton.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
2.5 years.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a patrol officer in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And what is a patrol officer?
My primary job is to respond to calls for service. So if a citizen picks up the phone and calls 911, then that call is dispatched to me.
And what was your assignment on December 3rd of 2020?
I was a patrol in the Midtown Hills precinct.
And on that date, on December 3rd of 2020, did you respond to a dispatch to Interstate I-440?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 8:50, I believe.
And can you describe exactly where you responded to on the interstate?
So it was I-440 westbound, in between the 21st Avenue South on-ramp, and the next exit would have been West End.
And do you know why you were dispatched to that location?
I was notified by my dispatch that a parks officer who was operating on a different radio channel was out with a disabled vehicle that he believed was involved in a shooting.
So when you arrived on scene, what did you do?
When I arrived on scene, believing that there was a shooting involved, I pulled up on the shoulder right behind Caitlyn's vehicle. Once I got there, I went to my trunk and I took out a bag of some medical supplies. As I approached her vehicle, I saw that there were bullet holes just stretching the side of it. I saw the parks officer, Thompson, standing by the driver's side. As I got to the driver's side window, I could see Caitlyn unresponsive in the front passenger seat. There was a bullet hole in the lower driver's side window, and in line with it, there was a tear in her scrubs on her left arm. There was no bleeding, and I couldn't see any other injuries, but she was unresponsive.
Okay. And you mentioned that there were bullet holes that you saw stretching the side of her vehicle. Which side of her vehicle?
It was on the driver's side, stretching all the way from the front headlight all the way to the back window.
And you stated that when you arrived that the victim, she was unresponsive?
Yes.
And that you said you noticed a tear on her. Can you just kind of describe that a little bit more?
Yes, so in line with the bullet hole in her driver's side window, there was just a tear or a perforation in the scrubs that she was wearing on her left shoulder, which appeared to be a gunshot wound, but it wasn't bleeding.
And while you were there, I know you mentioned Officer Thompson was there, now Sergeant Thompson, but did any other officers arrive while you were there?
Shortly after I arrived, another parks officer, Officer Harden, he arrived shortly after I did.
And once you tried to make contact with Ms. Kaufman, what did you do next?
Being that she was unresponsive and I was unable to determine her status, I tried to open her driver's side door, but it was locked. The back window had been mostly shot out, so I broke the rest of that window. I reached into the inside of the back passenger door, back driver's side door, and unlocked it from the inside. I then opened the door, went into the back seat. I reached around Caitlyn, took off her seatbelt, and unlocked the driver's side of her door. Once that was done, I got back out of the vehicle, opened her driver's side door. I picked Caitlyn up, and I dragged her to the back of her car so that we could lay her down and do a proper triage. Not seeing any blood or any major indication of injury. I wasn't sure why she was unresponsive. Seeing the injury to her left arm, I immediately applied a tourniquet to that. Once that was done, myself and Officer Harden began removing her scrubs, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state of being unresponsive.
And you mentioned that once she was out of the vehicle, you started doing triage. Can you describe just what that is?
Yes, so when you're suspecting some type of a gunshot wound, the first thing you want to do is just stop the bleeding. So immediately apply the tourniquet to her left arm. Once that was done, and the fact that we still couldn't find any other injuries, we began cutting away her clothes, looking for any other injury that would be responsible for her state. So like checking her entire body, looking for anything else, or she might have been hit by a fragment or a ricochet. And finding nothing else, I then began CPR on her.
And so at that time, the only injury that you saw was on her left shoulder. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at any time, did she ever become responsive
No.
during this? And so once she was out of the vehicle and you were performing the triage, kind of what happened next?
I started performing CPR on Caitlyn. At that point, paramedics had arrived on scene, and I turned over the patient care to them. And
as you mentioned earlier that you removed her from the vehicle, did anything happen when you removed her from her vehicle?
Yes, when I removed her when I pulled Caitlyn from the car, I didn't realize that her vehicle was still in drive. So as her foot came off the brake, it actually rolled forward a few feet, and it struck Sergeant Thompson's vehicle that was parked in front of it.
And then you said at some point, you said either the Nashville Fire Department or emergency medical professionals?
Yes,
right?
Nashville Fire Department paramedics arrived on scene and took over patient care.
Okay. And then while that was happening, what were you doing?
Once they took over the care of her, I transitioned to trying to secure the crime scene. As far as blocking off the interstate, so helping to coordinate with TDOT and other police to shut down the interstate so that we could walk it and look for shell casings.
And so you said that the Nashville Fire Department arrived and took over her care. Did you observe them while they were providing care to her?
Yes.
Okay. And were they able to make any determination about her state at that point?
Yes, they ran an EKG strip, I believe, on her, and finding that she had no heartbeat or vital signs, they pronounced her dead.
So they pronounced her deceased at the scene?
Yes.
And so how long did you remain on the scene?
I remained there until we finally opened up the interstate, which would have been after 1 o'clock in the morning.
So you were there till at least about 1 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did all this occur here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Officer Stratton. I don't have any further questions.
No questions.
Okay, on behalf of Mr. Hill, Ms.
Officer Stratton, you told us that you, at the time, were working patrol for the Midtown Hills
Yes.
part of MNPD. Okay. So I want to ask you a couple of questions just about the layout of 440 there. Okay. That's part of your regular sort of patrol area, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with that interstate.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the stretch between sort of the 21st Avenue exit and the West End Avenue exit.
Yes.
So between that area, there are 4 lanes of travel. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so there are 3 of the regular lanes of travel, right?
Yes.
And then there is an emerging lane that comes off of the 21st Avenue Hillsborough exit that enters into 440 at that part.
Correct.
Okay. I may not be explaining it well, but Let me know if you're following me. Okay.
Oh, I'm following.
Okay, great. So that merging lane actually becomes then the exit-only lane for West End Avenue.
Yes.
So that merging lane never goes away, I guess. It just turns into the exit-only lane.
Correct.
Okay. And so if somebody's getting off the West End Avenue exit, they would have to merge right into that exit-only lane.
Do you mean if they're? Yeah, oh, yes, I'm understanding. Yes.
Okay. I want to talk now about the position of Ms. Kaufman's. Well, actually, before I do that, let me back up. I believe in that for that West End Avenue exit, one of the regular lanes of travel, so the lane of regular travel that is closest to the exit-only lane, you can also exit off of. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It's not an exit-only lane. It continues through, but you can take that exit as well, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to turn now and talk a little bit about the position of Ms. Kaufman's body in her car when you found it. She was upright.
Yes.
She was still seat belted in.
Correct.
You told us that the tear in her clothing lined up with the hole in her window.
Yes.
It appeared that she was in the same position, substantially similar position that she would have been in when she was driving.
Correct.
You didn't have the opportunity to take any photographs before she was removed from the car, right?
Correct.
Your main goal was to see if you could render aid.
Yes.
Right. You did at some point sort of look inside her car, though, right?
Yes, while I was pulling her out, I was inside the car.
You recall that her phone was sitting in the center console.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall that her personal belongings were in the front seat or in the back seat of the car?
I don't. In the moment, I was focused on just trying to get her out of the car, so I don't remember that.
Fair enough. Ms. Kaufman was not holding her phone.
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to talk about what you observed about her car now. You told us about the partially shattered window, the back driver's side window.
Yes.
That window was not shattered to the point where you could reach inside on your own, right?
Correct. But it was enough where I could easily break the rest of it out in order to reach in and get the lock.
But you wouldn't have been able to reach your hand inside without breaking the rest of the window out?
No.
And the car, as you mentioned, was up against the side guardrail, right?
Yes.
You observed a little bit of damage to the right side, to that right front fender.
I never saw that. I was on the driver's side with her, and that side was up against the guardrail, so I wouldn't have had a good view of that.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the car was still running. I assume that means the keys were still in the ignition.
I would assume so.
Okay. You are the officer then who also had Ms. Kaufman's car towed. Is that right?
Yes.
You're the one who filled out the towing lot or the tow slip.
Yes.
Right. You knew the car was evidence.
Yes.
You had it towed to the impound lot so that it could be examined for evidence in the case, right? Other than Ms. Kaufman herself, nothing else was removed from the car before it was towed to the impound lot.
Not that I know of, but once I turned over the scene to our homicide unit, our crime scene unit, I'm not sure what job they did.
Okay. And the detective, or the lead detective in the case, would have been the one who decided what to do with the car at that point.
Yes.
If I could have just a minute, please, Sharon. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, anything redirect? Unless anybody intends to recall Officer Stratton, the court releases him from his subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Lieutenant DeWalt.
Lieutenant DeWalt?
Yes, Your Honor.
you would, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Byron DeWalt, BYRON DEWALT.
By whom are you employed?
The Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the police department?
13 years.
What is your assignment and or rank with the police department at the present time?
Right now, I'm the lieutenant of the North Investigative Unit.
Right. And so were you working with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department the evening hours of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, what were your duties at that time?
I was a sergeant assigned to the Homicide Division.
Okay. And as a sergeant with the Homicide Division, what were your duties on December the 3rd?
I supervised a team of 5-6 homicide detectives, and I just ensured that the cases were assigned and handled properly.
Okay. And with that supervisory authority, on December the 3rd, were you advised of a situation that had occurred on I-440 here in Nashville, Davidson County?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time did you become aware that the homicide unit needed to become involved?
I think we were paged out between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock.
Did you yourself go to the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, what did you see? What was the scene like when you pulled up?
When we arrived, we had the Mazda vehicle on the side of the road. There was a couple park police officers had been there, and Metro Patrol officers were there, and they had roped off a couple of the lanes so we could process that crime scene. But it was a Mazda SUV that it had bullet holes in it and deceased young lady inside.
And as the sergeant, did you become the scene commander, or were you the scene commander?
Yes, sir, I was.
And as the scene commander, what steps, what responsibilities, and or assignments did you delegate?
As the homicide supervisor, crime scene setup and protection was one of my main objectives. When we got there, we were on I-440 westbound. The patrol units that got there, they hadn't shut down the interstate completely, so we weren't able to walk and canvass the crime scene like we needed to. So one of the things I did as a supervisor would be sure we got in touch with patrol units, TDOT units to shut down the interstate so we were able to walk that crime scene.
Now, at that time of night, was there traffic on I-440?
Yes, sir. It's always traffic on I-440.
And what did it take to be able to shut that down?
The TDOT help trucks, the big yellow trucks that you see on the interstate, we had to call TDOT to help close a couple lanes, and patrol officers, they blocked off exits to prevent people from getting on I-440 westbound, I think at exit 3, so we could have that whole block of highway to walk that crime scene.
Were there, besides yourself, other homicides there at the time?
Oh, yes, sir.
And did you, as advisory duties, assign one or more to be the primary investigators in the case?
Yes, sir. Whenever we had a homicide, we had kind of like a rotation. It was Sergeant Dickerson's time up for that case, and so I assigned it to Sergeant Dickerson.
Okay. Was he already at the scene when you arrived, or was he called in?
Oh, we got there around the same time.
Okay. Given the vehicle where you saw it, was it headed in the regular direction of traffic?
Yes, sir.
Right. And given what you saw of that vehicle, what crime scene area did you begin, you talked a minute ago about walking. Where did you walk?
Yes, sir. One of the places I wanted to focus on was behind the vehicle. So once we got traffic stopped, we started walking behind the vehicle because when the shots were fired, we knew they probably were fired, and then she came to a stop. So the vehicle came to a stop, so we wanted to walk to see if we could find any type of evidence behind the vehicle, also in front of the vehicle.
Okay. So not just behind, but to some extent ahead of the vehicle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And was this after the interstate had been shut down?
Yes, sir. For safety reasons, with 2 lanes of I-440 still being open, you just can't safely process a scene and walk a scene with 50, 60, 70 mile an hour traffic flying by you.
Okay. And it was dark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the weather like?
It was raining that night.
Did you yourself walk behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle or anywhere around the crime scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where did you go?
I want to say the first place, myself and a couple of detectives, we started walking behind the vehicle and just started walking the scene, of course looking for any type of cameras that may have picked it up, any type of evidence, shell casings, vehicle parts, something.
Let me just ask you, as part of, again, aside assigning now Sergeant Dickerson to the lead in the case, were the crime scene investigators also called in, the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir.
The people who deal with the evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did they arrive before or after you did?
I want to say crime scene got there after we did, along with the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And are those branches, well, medical examiner's office, but the crime scene unit, ones that you also interact with?
Yes, sir.
As you were walking and looking for evidence, and you mentioned a minute ago about what in particular you were looking for, and why was that?
Usually whenever we had a homicide that was gunfire, shell casings. That was one of the main things we were hoping to find. And when we walked behind the car and we were able to stop traffic and canvass the area, that's when we located the shell casings on the ground. Okay.
What did you see? And if you could just give us sort of a rough idea of where they were.
If you were walking, we were walking against traffic. So we were in I-40 westbound, so we were walking eastbound. And to the left hand, close to the shoulder, maybe around the number 3, number 4 lane, we noticed 3 or 4 shell casings on the ground, maybe about, guessing maybe 20, 30 yards behind the car.
Okay. Now, given what I've asked about the crime scene unit and the evidence collectors, did you take them in hand or just point them out to be collected later?
Oh, just to be collected. We never pick them up. That's contaminating the scene.
All right. Did you see anything else or find anything else in the nature of cartridge casings?
No more cartridge casings. We found those 3 or 4 in the lane of travel close to the shoulder. And then after we walked in front of the car, we just found a random black flip style cell phone in the shoulder in front of her vehicle.
Okay. Was there anyone there who claimed to be, at that time, a witness as to what had happened?
No, sir.
Given that there were no witnesses, no persons there to tell you what had happened, was anything and everything considered to be a possible piece of evidence?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Right. And you say a random cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
It was in front of the Mazda, in front of her vehicle. In the shoulder, in the right shoulder, it was a black cell phone just up from the vehicle.
All right. Was it in the grass part or?
No, sir, it was on pavement.
On the pavement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, did you reach down and pick it up or just?
No, sir, I didn't. I notified crime scene units that we needed that phone collected as well as evidence in the case.
Yeah. And with respect to that, was that one of those of take it, see if it's involved,
Yes,
sort it out later?
Yes, sir. We needed it collected so we could see if this phone was linked to the case, but we had a miscommunication somewhere with that phone. So it didn't get collected that night by crime scene. So the next day, I think Sergeant Dickerson, we were able to go back out to the scene and recanvass it, and that phone was still there.
Same phone, same place?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was it collected?
Yes, sir. It was definitely collected at that time.
All right. Do you have any idea approximately how long you would have been there on the scene that evening?
What seemed like they were waiting on the medical examiner, had the deal told, crime scene, a few hours.
Okay. Yeah, this is all right. Lieutenant, since you're not the one that you don't pick up the items, you don't bag them, you don't tag them, correct?
No, sir. I don't do any of that.
Okay, so if there were 3 shell casings collected, would that be how many that were there?
Yes, sir. That's what ID would, crime scene would have collected.
Okay. Same thing as there was 1 cell phone there, 1 was collected.
Yes, sir.
That's what was there.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mucklow?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, counsel for Mr. Hill. Ms. Capp?
Lieutenant DeWalt, so you stated that 3 or 4 shell casings were found when you canvassed the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were all of those shell casings found close to each other, if you remember?
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge, they were kind of all in the same area.
Okay. And those were all 20 to 30 yards behind where Ms. Kaufman's vehicle had come to a stop?
Yes, ma'am, an approximate.
Okay. And if you recall, were those shell casings, were they also off on the shoulder of the road?
They were kind of towards the shoulder and the number 3 or number 4 lane in that area.
And at this point, they would have been on the road for possibly a couple of hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions. Thank you.
Anything you need to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant DeWalt.
Yes, ma'am.
Step down. Unless anybody intends to recall Lieutenant DeWalt, I'm releasing him from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is
Daniel Connor. Danielle Connor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Ms. Connor, could you please state your full name for the record?
My first name is Danielle, Danielle, last name Connor, Connor.
And where are you employed, Ms. Connor?
With the Metro Nashville Police Department.
What is your position there?
I am a civilian crime scene investigator.
And can you explain what that means, being a civilian crime scene investigator as opposed to being a Metro Nashville Police Department crime scene investigator?
So our crime scene unit here with Metro Nashville is split. There's some civilians and then some officers in the unit. We both do the same job, which is responding to any crime scenes that we're requested to. That could be fatal shootings or non-lethal shootings, stabbings, overdoses, fatal car wrecks, an array of different crime scenes.
And can you describe that process of how do you process any crime scene? Obviously, they're different.
Yes. Generally, the fundamentals are the same depending on the crime scene. Generally, when we get there, we speak to any officers or detectives on scene to just gain a basic understanding of what's at the scene and who may be involved. From there, we generally do a walkthrough of the scene so that we make our own observations, during which we may take notes. From there, we then will take photographs and document the scene through photographs and also 3D Faro scans if it's a homicide, and then evidence collection from there.
And can you describe what a Faro scan is?
Yes, so a Faro scan is a 3D image of the scene. It's collected through a device known as a Faro scanner. The Faro scanner uses a laser beam and a series of mirrors within it to collect millions of data points around the scene. Those are then put into a point cloud, and using associated software back at our office, we'll render that point cloud into a 3D image of the scene. So I'm not talking like a little model, it's basically a 3D photo. The best I can relate it is if you can think of like maps, like the street view on maps where you put the little yellow man on the street and it like brings up the street and you can turn this way and see the houses on this side of the street and turn this way and see those houses. That's exactly what the 3D Faro scan is, but of the crime scene.
And you said that that is done on all homicide scenes, is that
On
correct?
homicide scenes, yes.
And did you respond on Friday, December 3rd, 2020 to a scene on I-440 near mile marker 2?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that incident? How were you notified about it?
The crime scene sergeant at the time, Sergeant Reddick, had called me actually in early to work the scene at that location.
And when you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
I had spoken with Sergeant Reddick, and he informed me of the details that had already been provided to him. And I also spoke to Officer Stratton on what he had observed and what he had done prior to my arrival.
And that information, is that necessary in order for you to make decisions about how to process any individual scene?
Sometimes, yes, it's helpful to kind of give us kind of a direction of possibly where to look for evidence and what type of scene we have. This being a homicide, therefore, we would require and do a Faro scan.
And the Faro scan, was it done at this particular scene?
Yes, it was.
And when we refer to that, I was referring to it singular as a Faro scan. Are there typically, depending on the area, multiple scans that are done and then they're basically combined into one viewable product?
Yes, so this being a longer scene, the Faro scan was set up on one end and then we'll move it every so many steps and do another scan. That way they overlap and it'll all be a clear view stitched together.
And while the Faro scan can be really helpful, this particular scene, were the scans, I guess, could you describe how useful they were?
This scene, because it was very dark out there and raining heavily, the sergeant that had conducted them had used an umbrella over it to protect the equipment. So it kind of puts a cover almost over the top of the 360 view. And depending on who runs it, they may have done it in black or white or color. Being that it was a dark scene and there wasn't a lot of color on the scene, I believe this one was done in black and white. So it kind of limits the viewing of it.
Is it fair to say it's not the best image?
Not the best.
And as part of your processing of that scene, did you take photographs?
I did.
And did you take multiple photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a set of 59 photographs. They have been pre-marked A through triple G. Ms. Connor, if you could take a look at the photographs that were just handed to you. Do you recognize those?
Yes, they're the photos I took at the scene.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 3.
Yes.
And that would be A through triple G. And I have those available digitally if I may have permission to begin to publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Connor, we have Exhibit 3A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
Yes, so this is the first photo generally taken at any of our crime scenes. It's known as a photo work order card. As you can see, it'll give the date, the time I'm starting these photographs, the complaint number, which is individualized for each incident, the type of call, the victim, if they're known, and then the location, and then my name's at the bottom.
And the type of call, there are numbers there. Can you explain what that means?
So a 1052/64, 52 is a shooting, and a 64 is a death, so it's a shooting death.
This is Exhibit 3B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is mile marker 2, so this is just showing that location of where I'm taking those photographs.
And Exhibit 3C, can you describe what is shown here?
Yes, that's a close-up, and then mile marker 2 is the overpass, basically there, the Sharondale overpass.
And you said the Sharondale. So that actually goes over the interstate.
Correct.
And this next image, which is Exhibit 3D.
So this is a photo kind of far back from the scene. Beyond that overpass scene in this photo, where kind of all the little lights are, is where the victim's vehicle would have been.
Which you should be able to touch your screen so that you can indicate for the jury the area that you're referring to.
Yeah, so the victim's vehicle was located over here beyond the overpass.
And there is an item that's a little blurry that is, I've just marked with a blue mark, kind of in the middle bottom part of that image. Can you describe what that is?
So that little yellow
image is 3E. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer view. I'm walking now towards the victim's vehicle, so we have that same overpass and the vehicle off to the right there.
And these images are taken after they've already closed the interstate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this next image is 3F.
This is the front of the two vehicles that were on scene or involved when I got there. The front sedan, the Chevy, was the parks officer, and then the back, the dark gray SUV back here, was the victim's vehicle.
And the next image is 3G.
This is another photograph of those same two vehicles. Here I'm trying to show how the two vehicles are in contact.
And as you arrived, this is how the vehicles appeared. Is that correct?
Yes, this is how they were when I arrived on scene.
And the next image, which is 3H.
This is a closer up photograph of the front of the victim's vehicle, where you can still see the parks officer's car.
And the next image, which is 3I.
So generally when I photograph vehicles, I'll photograph all the way around, so each side, each corner. So this is working around the vehicle, showing that the passenger side was up against the guardrail.
And 3J.
This is the photograph of the passenger side against the guardrail, also showing that there were no defects to this side of the vehicle.
And this vehicle, while it's kind of next to that guardrail, is it crashed into the guardrail in any way?
No, it kind of seemed like it was slid or parked like right along it, but beyond like maybe a little scratch on the front bumper, there was no denting that I observed how it was here.
And the next image is 3K. Can you describe what's shown here?
Yes, this is the back passenger side of the vehicle.
And again, were there any defects or anything of note on this area of the vehicle?
Not that I had observed.
And 3L, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the rear of the vehicle, documenting the license plate and any defects, which I did not observe any on the back.
And 3M?
This is moving again around the vehicle to the rear driver's side, still showing the back, but also showing how the driver's side is with the door open and a sandal laying on the ground.
And in this image, can you describe what you found here in this back seat driver window?
Yeah, the rear driver window when I arrived on scene was broken out, and Officer Stratton had advised that he had done that when he had arrived on scene.
And did he say it was already broken when he arrived, but broke it out further?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 3N.
So this is showing the front driver's side and the exterior of the driver door. You're also able to view several defects from this photo. There was one in the driver window, the A-pillar, and then one to the above the driver headlight here. There was one, I think, down here to the trim above the driver wheel.
And did you take additional photos very specifically of all of those defects?
Yes.
And this image actually has a black box that's in it. Is that how the image was when you took the photograph?
No, ma'am.
And is that a redaction that we have done?
It is.
And the next image, which is 3O. Can you describe what's shown here?
This is the full driver's side of the vehicle, again showing that the door was open. That's how it was when I arrived on scene. And there was one sandal laying outside the door. Again, you can see that the rear driver window is busted out.
And the next image, which is 3P.
This is a closer-up image of that busted out rear driver window, and below it you can start to see a defect below that window on the trim.
And the next image, which is 3Q.
This is a close-up of that defect on the rear driver window trim that I had just mentioned.
And the next image, which is 3R.
So this is looking through that broken window. You can still see the defect on the exterior, and then what I observed through the broken window to be another defect to the side of the front passenger seat.
And the next image, which is 3S.
That's a close-up of that defect I just talked about that's on the side of the front passenger seat.
And the defect you're referring to, I've just circled it in blue. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image is 3T. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the interior of the driver door. Again, you can see that defect I mentioned earlier in the window, and then starting to see into the vehicle where there's a matching sandal on the driver floorboard.
And the next image, which is 3U.
This is showing into the driver compartment through the open door, that sandal, and then you can see a phone cord that's on the center console area.
And the next image, which is 3V.
Yeah, this I'm documenting the sandal on the floorboard and the driver's seat along with the frame of the driver door, showing that I did not observe any blood in the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This was a cell phone that was plugged in, laying there near the center console, like gear shift area.
And is that how that phone was at the time that you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived, that's exactly how it was, yes.
And the next image, which is 3Y.
This is that front screen of that phone. When I picked it up, that was the front screen.
And did you collect that phone yourself?
I had photographed it, and then Detective Dickerson had taken possession of it.
And the next image, which is 3Z.
This is the front passenger seat with the victim's wallet or work ID badge there.
And the next image, which is 3AA.
The interior side of the driver door with the defect in the window, showing that there were no other defects to that interior side.
And the next image is 3BB.
This is the exterior side of the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3CC.
This is the defect to the window on the driver door, a close-up photograph of it.
And the next image, which is 3D.
This is a photograph showing a defect to the driver A-pillar.
And could you describe what you mean by A-pillar?
It's that framing on that front side between the windshield and the driver door.
And the next image, which is 3E.
Here I'm starting to take photographs where all the defects I had located are marked with little L scales, and then also a height rod to show the height of the defects off the ground as the vehicle currently is.
And can you explain why that's done?
It's done to, one, show the height of the defects from the ground, but due to the fact that if this vehicle was not in that current position when it was struck by the bullet, there might be a height discrepancy due to the fact that here she's up possibly slightly more on the passenger side, angling the vehicle. So this is an approximate height. It's not necessarily the exact height of when that defect hit that car.
And in doing any type of crime scene processing, is having the actual object that was struck by any type of gunfire in the same position as when it was struck important?
Yes, having a moving vehicle possibly not be in the same spot. There's a lot of factors that play into the actual height and trajectory of those defects.
And the next image, which is 3FF.
So this is a closer up view of that previous image, showing the approximate height of what I labeled as defect 1, which was the defect to the lower trim of the rear driver window.
And the next image, which is 3GG.
That's a close-up of that same defect as I had labeled as defect 1.
And can you describe kind of that actual defect as it relates to maybe some of the other defects in the vehicle?
Yes, this one, as you can see, appears more circular. Sometimes it's dependent on the material that is struck by the bullet. As it's more circular, to me, that means it was struck at a near 90-degree angle without actually doing like a trajectory analysis on it. I can't say if it was 88 degrees or 90 degrees, but as a bullet strikes a surface at an increased or a decreased angle, so as you go more from 90 to like 60 or 45, as it becomes a lesser angle, the defects will appear more in an elliptical shape. So from this, to me, it's a near 90-degree or straight shot.
And the next image, which is 3HH.
So this is moving the height rod onto the next defect, which is the one to the driver window that I had labeled as defect 2.
And the next image, which is 3II.
That's a close-up of that defect 2 with the height rod. So it's approximately 3.9 feet off the ground as the car currently sat.
And the next image, which is 3JJ.
That's a close-up of that defect with the scale labeled defect 2.
And again, what, if anything, can you say about this bullet defect?
Again, to me, it appears to be more a 90-degree. Again, being glass, it changes a little bit. But you can see that from this photo, one side, the side that is struck will always be a flatter surface, and then the exterior side that's exiting through will be more of a beveled. So that's something we also look at.
And so in processing any crime scene, when there's a bullet strike to glass, are you analyzing that to determine if it went into the glass or out of the glass?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to determine which direction this bullet
traveled? From looking at it on the scene, it appeared that it had gone from the outside into the vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3KK.
This is moving on to the next defect, which I labeled as defect 3, which was to the driver A-pillar.
And you've labeled these 1, 2, 3 through 6. the numbering, does that have any import?
No, so I just did it from back to front of the vehicle. It's not saying that that's the order in which they were fired or that had struck the vehicle. This is just the order I had numbered them in.
And the next image, which is 3LL.
Yes, so this is a closer up image of what I labeled as defect 3 to the driver A-pillar.
And does that have the height rod as the vehicle was at the time that you processed it?
Yes, so approximately between 4.3 and 4.4 feet off the ground.
And could you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so as you can see, this one appears a little more elliptical in shape. Again, though, because that surface that is struck is a rounded surface, that can also play into the shape of the defect.
And the next image, which is 3MM, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is another angle of that same defect showing that the windshield near it was slightly shattered.
And the next image, which is 3NN.
So this is a close-up of that same defect, defect 3 to the A-pillar on the driver's side.
And the next image, which is 300.
So this is moving again to the next defect, which is, I think I used the same height rod for defect 5 and defect 4. Defect 4 is the one above the headlight, and defect 5 is the one to the plastic trim around the driver front wheel.
And the next image, which is 3PP.
Yes, so this is a closer up image of defect 4, which is to the front driver quarter panel above the headlight.
And can you describe this bullet defect?
Yes, so again, this one appears more to be elliptical. Again, that part of the car is rounded, so that can play into the shape of it. But from looking at it, it's coming from the outside into the vehicle, from the front of the vehicle more towards the back, or driver's side towards passenger side.
And the next image, which is 3QQ.
Yes, so this is a close-up of that image. So this should be the hood line here. Looking at this, I can tell that it's a fresher or a more recent defect due to the fact that the paint chip is still attached to the vehicle. This also, looking at this part, indicates that the bullet had gone in that direction.
And what is it about that defect that allows you to make that determination?
This part right here.
And can you explain what that part right there that you just circled is?
It pretty much tells me that as the bullet hit the metal, it hit right there and then went into that metal.
And is that based on your training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3RR.
So this is defect 5, which is to the trim above the front driver tire, which I labeled as defect 5.
And does this also have the height rod?
Yes, it does.
And the next image, which is 3SS.
This is a close-up of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3TT.
So this is a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle after I had closed the driver door without any of the height rods, so just the full view of the driver's side of the vehicle.
And are you able to see all 5 of the defects that we've already looked at images of and you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next image, which is 3W.
This image I'm taking to show the contact between the parks officer's vehicle and the victim's vehicle prior to the parks officer moving his car away.
And the next image, which is W.
So here the parks officer had moved his car forward so we could see that area of the victim's vehicle in which I had then observed a dent to the front driver bumper of the victim's vehicle, as well as another defect.
And that dent, did that appear to be consistent with the contact with Officer Thompson's car?
It appeared to be in the same spot that the victim's vehicle had contacted the rear passenger of that officer's vehicle.
And the next image, which is 3XX, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing that after the parks officer had moved his vehicle, I had located a 6 defect to the front driver bumper of the vehicle there, labeled with the little scale as D6 or defect 6.
And the next image, which is 3YY.
That's a close-up of that defect.
And the next image is 3ZZ. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is showing the front driver's side relating defect 6 back to the previous defects.
And this next image, which is 3AAA.
So here we've moved away from the vehicle and I'm photographing the evidence that I found on the roadway. This is, again, that evidence marker 3, which is going to be a fire cartridge case. This is looking back from the direction that the vehicle had come. So this is, I believe it's Woodlawn Drive overpass. So this is behind the victim's vehicle.
And did other officers kind of canvass and look for casings while you were processing the victim's vehicle?
Yes, initially while I was doing the vehicle, the detectives had done a line search, which means exactly that. They got in a line down the width of the interstate and walked at a pace, searching all the lanes to find evidence. When I was done, I also researched the area several times.
And so any casings that were located by other officers, you were notified about, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is evidence marker number 3.
Yes, correct.
And this next image, which is 3BBB, can you describe what's shown here?
So this is a close-up of that cartridge case that was marked with the little tent as evidence marker 3. I believe it was a 9mm cartridge case, WCC 90 brand.
And this next image, which is 3CCC, can you describe what's shown here?
So again, we have that same little evidence marker here, but this time I've turned around and we're facing towards the victim's vehicle that's up past the Sharondale overpass.
And can you kind of describe what you can and cannot say about the location of any cartridge case that is found at any scene of any shooting?
Yeah, so when we locate the cartridge cases on a scene, where we mark them as found is not necessarily 100% where they originally landed. So in this case, you'll see that all of them will be along the right shoulder. Many factors play into the movement of the casings from the time they first contacted the ground from being fired to when I arrive on scene. For example, this case, you have the rain, so they could have been washed towards one way down a drain or towards the right shoulder. You also have an extensive amount of time from when it is believed the incident occurred to when I arrived on scene at 10:30, with that being a busy, wide roadway. They could have been pushed by vehicle tires, or some of the casings could have been picked up by tires and taken away from that scene. Also, when a casing is first fired and ejected out of the firearm and hits the ground, it could bounce to a different location.
And again, the markers of 3, 2, and 1, those are random, is that correct?
Yes, I started one closest to the victim's vehicle and walked in the direction that the vehicle had originally come from. So 3 is the farthest away and 1 will be the closest to her vehicle.
And the next image is 3DDD.
So these are the other 2 cartridge casings that have been located. One labeled evidence marker 2 and the other labeled evidence marker 1, both on the right shoulder, both 9mm cartridge casings.
And the next image is 3EEE.
So this is a close-up of the cartridge case that I had marked as evidence marker 2.
And the next image, which is 3FFF.
I believe that's an even closer photo of that same image.
And the next image, which is 3GGG.
So this is looking back the other way. So her car is kind of behind what we'd be in the photo, and 2 is from the direction she had, or her vehicle had traveled.
And the next image, which is 3HHH.
So this is a closer-up image of the cartridge case that I have marked as evidence marker 1.
And Judge, I need to make a correction. I stated earlier it was A through triple G. It's actually A through triple H that we introduced. So I believe there's 60 photos because we added one.
Okay, so we'll note that correction for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may, at the break, I can determine that for them. Yeah. Ms. Connor, you've described the processing that you did with the photographs. Do you do anything else at a scene?
So we do photographs along with the Faro scan, which I mentioned. Eventually I'll collect those 3 cartridge casings, and on homicide scenes we create a diagram of the scene as well with the Faro scans.
And did you do that for this scene?
I did.
And you're about to be handed an item. If you can take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
The diagram of the scene.
And is that the one that you created?
Yes, it is.
And do you take measurements in order to create that diagram?
I do.
And so is that done to scale?
No, it's approximate.
And can you kind of describe that process that you go through?
Yes, so on this scene in particular, the scene was, as you can see from the photographs, very spread out from cartridge case 3 all the way to the victim's vehicle. To take that measurement, I used one of those rolly measure wheels that you roll down the street with. So it's a very approximate measurement as the wheel kind of goes all over a little bit as you're rolling down the very wet roadway. And then from there, I took the measurement from the victim's vehicle to cartridge 3, and then cartridge casing 2, and cartridge casing 1. And to place those back into the scene, I took measurements. There was a rock wall there kind of along her vehicle that ended a little past cartridge casing 3. So to place this back in that scene or in that location, I measured her vehicle to the end of the rock wall, and then I measured all the casings to the white line that they were near and the rock wall distance.
And so the diagram is supposed to give you an approximate distance, but it is not done exactly to scale. Is that correct?
Right. It's kind of an approximate measurement of like a bird's eye view of the scene. So it'll be like we're looking down on the overall scene.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 4. And may I publish that to the jury? And Ms. Connor, is this the diagram that you created that you've just described?
Yes, it is.
And could you point out the victim's vehicle as well as the 3 casings on this diagram?
Yes. So her vehicle is up here on the left side of the Sharondale overpass, and then the 3 casings are on the right side along the right shoulder. This is casing 3, which was the farthest, and then 1 and 2 are here.
And did you collect those 3 casings that night?
I did.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed an item. You've just been handed an item. Ms. Connor, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a package containing the 3 9mm casings that I had collected from the scene.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 5.
Yes.
And I would also ask that the witness be handed 2 images.
you.
Ms. Connor, do you recognize the two images that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what they are?
They are Google Map images of the scene location.
And are those images that were created for purposes of this trial?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that capture the same area of I-440 that you've been describing and also shown in your photographs?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those two images be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which would be A and B, with A being the larger zoomed out version and B being the zoomed in version of that portion of I-440. And may I have permission to publish those to the jury? Now, Ms. Connor, in this Exhibit 4 that's still on the screen, you have Sharondale Drive marked on this image. Is that correct?
Yes, as an overpass.
And this next image, which is actually 6B, can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a Google Map image of basically that same hand-drawn diagram that I had. This here is that same Sharondale overpass. And then the victim's vehicle would have been on this side and with the casings down on this side of the overpass.
And the next image, which is 6A, can you describe what is shown here?
This is a zoomed out version of that previous Google Map image.
And are you able to make reference to that same area in the zoomed out image?
Yes, so this right here is Sharondale Drive.
If I can have just a moment, Ellen. Thank you, Ms. Connor. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Okay. Counsel for Mr. Hill, Mr. Chapin.
And I'm going to need the overhead and exhibit. I only need one photo out of exhibit 4. I'm sorry, 3, and I don't know which one it was, but I have a copy. Is it okay if I just use that? I think she's going to pull it up for me.
So you're going to, which one do you need first, the overhead?
I actually need the diagram first.
Okay. Exhibit 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I can use a copy if the court doesn't want to bring them back and forth. Are you able to see that well enough, Ms. Connor? Do I need to zoom in a little?
It's fine.
Okay. And that's the diagram the jury's already seen and that you created, right?
Correct, sir.
And good morning, by the way. I'm Jason Chapin. So you create one of these diagrams at every scene, essentially, right? Is that accurate to say?
Only homicide scene.
Okay. I want to walk through some of the things that you already touched on a little. So the X on the far left side of the diagram, which is just would be to the left of Miss Kaufman's vehicle. Is that?
Sorry, what?
That is, so you've marked, what I'm trying to ultimately determine is, you started at the end of the rock wall, which is on the far right. Is that correct?
On the far right, yes.
Yeah, and then you measured to the back tire of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you've already told the jury that you used a little wheel and you kind of walked that. And I'm not trying to be very specific, but that's essentially 967 feet.
Correct.
Give or take a little bit. Okay, and I don't think we have to be perfect with measurements with my purposes here, so that's just about 967 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then you've also got on here, which the jury's already seen, item of evidence 1, 2, and 3, which are clearly marked on there, which are spread out behind the vehicle. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so if we take 967, and if we wanted to determine how far evidence marker 1 is from the back of the vehicle, am I correct that you would subtract 345 from 967 is giving you, it's going to give you the approximate distance from item 1 to the back of the tire. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So 967 minus 345 is about 622, if my math is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so about 600 feet is where the first item marker that you've tagged is. Is that correct?
If that's how it maps, yes, I believe so.
And then for item 2, you would do the same math, which would be the total, which is the 967, subtract the difference, which would be the 331. Am I correct there? I'm rounding these
Yes.
numbers to make it easier, but
Yes.
the total's 967, subtract the distance from 2 to the rock wall would give you the distance from the back tire to that item.
Correct, yes, sir.
And then the same thing for 3, which would be the furthest one away from the car. So you would do the 967 minus the 116, and I'm rounding these. And so that's going to give you the distance from the back tire to item 3, which is the furthest one away.
Correct.
Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we wanted to find the distance between each item of evidence, say 3, 2, and 1, so you would then take the distance between 1 and 2, and that's going to give you, what, 345 minus 331, rounding those numbers?
It should, yes.
About 14 feet. And then the same for 2 and 3, which you would subtract where number 2 is at 331 and subtract the 116, and that's going to give you the approximate difference there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that items 1 and 2 are pretty close together.
That's correct.
About
They were.
14 feet, if that's correct.
They were close.
Okay, and then the other is significantly further apart.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you've already been asked on direct. This was, what, 3 or 4 hours at a minimum after? When did you arrive? What time?
I got there at right around 10:30.
Okay, so several hours after the initial shooting.
Correct.
Okay. And the jury's already heard, but it took some time for the roadway to even get shut down.
Generally it does, yes.
Yes, okay. As identified through the series of photos that you went through, there's 6 defects on Ms. Kaufman's car.
That I had located, yes, sir.
And you documented all of that.
Those 6, yes.
And you would have documented all of them. You're not going to not document what you think is a defect in the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. So you've documented 6. The jury's seen that you located 3 shell casings.
Correct.
Which means we're missing 3, right?
Correct.
Okay. So 5 hours went by. I think you said you walked the scene multiple times. Other officers walked the scene.
Correct.
Everybody was looking for more shell casings.
Correct.
Because it's obvious that 6 shots on the car, we only have 3 shell casings. We're missing 3, and you tried to find them.
Correct, we did.
Okay. And did not locate those.
That's correct.
Okay. And you touched on this a little bit, which is where you've located all 3 shell casings would be, for lack of a better word, would be just inside where the emergency lane would begin. Is that correct?
They were off, to the right shoulder.
That's closest to like the rock wall and the guardrail.
Yes.
And then going left would be the lanes of travel. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
So they're just off of the edge of the white line, starting in the emergency lane where you don't drive.
Correct.
The next 2 lanes would be the exit lanes to get off the interstate or 440 at West End Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Kaufman's car, if it's not been clear, her car was also to the far inside or to the far right-hand shoulder of the road against the guardrail.
That's correct, sir.
Can you make some educated guesses that most likely the shooting did not occur right there in the emergency lane? That seems pretty obvious, correct?
But generally speaking, yes.
And then it would have occurred somewhere to the left of where you located the shell casings and to where you ultimately located Ms. Kaufman's car. Does that seem like an accurate sort of guess based on your experience and training and what you recovered here?
Generally, one would assume that both vehicles would have been traveling in lanes of travel and not one down the shoulder.
And you touched on this a little bit. 5 hours passed by for some period of extended time. The traffic hasn't been stopped.
Correct.
The additional shell casings could have gotten trapped in tire tread or smashed. Is that correct?
They could have got trapped in a tire tread, or if the shooter wasn't in a vehicle, they could also be in the suspect vehicle.
So it's possible some could have landed inside the vehicle.
The suspect vehicle, yes, sir.
Typically speaking, unless it's do you have any knowledge of firearms at all?
I'm not a firearms expert, so just beyond photographing and collecting them, not much.
Do you know what they look like?
Correct.
And typically, if it's a semi-automatic, the shell's going to eject to the right.
Correct.
Unless it's a left-handed gun.
Correct.
And I'll just go ahead and pull up the photo here. That's one of the photos that was marked in collected Exhibit 4, I believe. And am I accurate to say that that is a still from the Faro scan?
No.
Or do you take individual photos in addition to using the Faro scan?
So all the photos that we had previously gone through were photos that I physically took with a camera.
Okay, so you're taking photos, and then someone else is also operating a 3D Faro scan of the area, but you don't do that. That's another person's role.
On this scene, I did not do it.
Okay.
A sergeant had done it.
Understood. So, and what I'm trying to identify here is you've taken that photo in reference to kind of the diagram. You would be standing towards that rock wall and sort of just behind the evidence tag number 2, looking towards the west.
Yes,
Is that
towards
correct?
the west or the victim's vehicle, yes.
Her car would have been beyond that bridge, and can you see it? Is that the vehicle?
It's right here, yes,
Okay,
sir.
and you're taking it just behind item 2.
Correct.
I think that may be all, but just a moment. Thank you, Ms. Connie.
Ms. Connor, Mr. Chapin was asking you about missing 3 casings.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your analysis of that scene, are you able to determine how many rounds total were fired at that vehicle?
From the fact that there are 6 defects, a minimum, I would say, of 6.
But if there were more than 6 fired at that vehicle, unless you locate the actual evidence, you're not able to say how many were fired that night. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he also asked you about that it was, I guess he wanted you to make an educated guess that the victim's vehicle wasn't in the emergency lane at the time of the shooting. You have no way to know that, do you?
No, she could have been driving down that lane of travel.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you so much, Ms. Connor. Watch your step as you're stepping down. Unless anybody intends to recall Ms. Connor, I'm going to release her from her subpoena. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. It is 11:52, which means it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my instructions remain. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, or do any outside research. You can go with Ms. Adams.
All rise.
we may be seated. I wanted to revisit, and I forgot particularly which motion in limine it was that the defense had filed, but we had some discussions on Monday with regards to Mr. Merrill Odom's, I guess, what he could potentially testify to, and the parties referred the court to his interview with detectives. Y'all recall? I forgot particularly which motion in limine that it was, but
I think it's ours.
yeah, well, I know it was yours, but I forgot which number it was.
I think it's number 1, regarding Mr. Cowan, regarding Mr. Odom's statement about Mr. Cowan.
Correct, right. And so maybe I had a lack of clarity on who the declarant is. Does that, yeah? Okay. Do y'all, you have your, you all referenced me to page 23 of the, of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. Okay. And if I recall correctly, Ms. Sims, you were asking the court to exclude, in Mr. Merrill Odom's testimony in court, to exclude any reference to what Mr. Cowan may have said. Now, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, and maybe this is probably where I was confused. Who was the declarant?
We believe the declarant is Mr. Cowan, because if the starting with line 5, Detective Dickerson's question is, he said, what did Duty say? Was Duty like, dude? And Mr. Odom responds, Duty was like, Duty, he was stoned on drugs, he was like, fuck it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit. So in relation to that question from Detective Dickerson, it appears that Mr. Odom's response is, this is what Mr. Cowan said, and so Mr. Cowan would be the declarant, which is then the confrontation issue that we talked about.
Okay. All right, and of course, then I raised the question of how is that not an admission by a party opponent, but you're still going back saying that it's a brutal issue.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think what Crawford and what Bruton say around the ability to confront witnesses against you, right, is that even if there is a hearsay exception that would allow the admission of such a statement, and they're very well, that very well may be that this is an admission by party opponent. But the constitutional right to confrontation that's protected under Crawford, and then sort of the corollary of our right to confront witnesses under Bruton that requires severance, would say that we cannot properly confront Mr. Cowan about making that statement. If Mr. Cowan did indeed make that statement to Mr. Merrill Odom, we have no way to confront Mr. Cowan because he had a right not to testify.
Okay. Does the state care to be heard?
Your Honor, the statement by Mr. Cowan, he is a party opponent. Mr. Merrill Odom is the person that she has the right of confrontation, and he will be the witness, and she can cross-examine him about that. There is not a Bruton issue because Mr. Cowan in that statement is not saying Mr. Hill did anything, but it's a statement that he made when Mr. Hill is talking about the incident, but that is what he said at that time about the incident. The state doesn't see any reason why it wouldn't be explicit.
Okay. Yeah, as I read that statement, I mean, the statement is Mr. Cowan implicating himself in his own conduct related to this. I don't see how there is a Bruton issue, so I don't see how I deny the defendant's request to preclude Mr. Merrill Odom from testifying as to such. All right, and I still have to address, and I'll mull this over lunch on Mr. Morris's testimony. All right, so I'll see y'all back here at about 12:45.
Mayor, regarding for scheduling purposes, the state no longer believes that we will need Detective Arthur Pip.
I'm sorry.
The state no longer believes that we'll need to call Detective Arthur Pip because we just asked that he be released from his subpoena.
I know that the defense had requested subpoenas as well of, I believe, all of your witnesses. So, where's my witness? Yeah. Okay, so you want to talk about that and then let me know after lunch?
And then do we know exactly how long we plan to go today, just so we can make sure we have enough witnesses here? Obviously, we don't know how long they're all going to take, but we try to do our best.
I don't know, 6 o'clock, 7? Is that too long for y'all? Look, I can go. But I'm trying to be, and I also I did not inquire of the jury, so let's just say.
As long as you need to be here, but I'm more concerned about them.
I am too. Why don't I inquire when we bring them back after lunch, okay?
And just a reminder that Dr. Blunt will be here around 4 o'clock.
Okay, all right, all right.
All right. We are now on the lunch break. You heard the judge say they're going to go probably for about 45 minutes. I expect they'll be back around 12:45 to 1 o'clock. Just a moment there. You know, we've been wondering how long the jury may stay and the trial will go each day. And you heard the judge. She's willing to stay as long as the jury's willing. And she said 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you know, and they're going to check with the jury. Jury, by the way, just now was not in court. They had been excused for lunch, but she'll ask them how long they want to stick around. Keep in mind, this jury, by the way, is not sequestered, So they get to go home each night, not supposed to talk about the trial. But sometimes if you're sequestered, you want the trial to move faster. If you're at home, look, all these jurors want to end up finishing this trial as quickly as possible, but it's a little bit easier, I think, when you're able to go home and sleep in your own bed. It's not quite the hardship. So we'll see how that plays out, whether they want to go late tonight or not, but we'll stay with throughout. And here is your chance now. As you know, we are streaming live on Facebook at newschannel5.com. We're going to stop the feed momentarily on Facebook to refresh. Don't freak out. It'll come right back up, and you can go ahead and comment on that. We're just pausing on Facebook to refresh it when it went this long. We'll be back up in a moment. If you're watching us right now on the plus, the number's on the screen, 737-7587. Lots to talk about. Right now it's just me, but News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo should be joining us momentarily, and a lot of questions for him about how this case will go moving forward. And certainly very interesting. We've seen both of the opening arguments from the defense plus the prosecution, and we are now already through 6 witnesses for the prosecution. Most of them law enforcement, but the very first witness called was Diane Kaufman, who of course was Caitlyn Kaufman's mother. Very emotional there. No surprise that the prosecution starts with her. And if I'm guessing, their final witness may very well be the father. We will see moving forward. But going through all that real quick, let me just touch on one point before we get to your comments and phone calls, because I want to hear what you think. It's interesting, this last witness, Danielle Connor, talking about ballistics. And the whole question, as you heard, during opening statements, the defense for Devontae Hill acknowledged that he shot and killed Caitlyn Kaufman, okay? They've acknowledged that. He pleaded not guilty, they're saying, to first-degree murder. They say it's not the most serious charge. A lesser charge is what they're angling for. And the question will be, was there premeditation? Was there reflection? Those are the types of things. Did you intend to kill someone? That's what gets you first-degree murder, all right? We see now the case being made that this was some kind of reaction, a road rage shooting, that Devontae Hill perceived that Caitlyn Kaufman somehow cut him off on I-440, and the gun was right there in his lap. He pulls it out and fires. The argument is going to be that he did not mean to kill her. Now, at least in some of this testimony, if you look at the bullet holes, okay, if she cut them off and they're behind her and he's angry, he might have just pulled the gun and said, darn that driver, and boom, boom, and then put it back down. But no, it appears to me that the bullet holes are parallel, as though he had pulled alongside her. And, you know, if that's the case, it's kind of like, hey, she cut us off. And Cowan accelerates, they pull up parallel, boom, boom, and you see the bullet holes going in. To me, that's an indication of potential premeditation. The other part of this, and I want to know if you buy that argument, I still am going to have a hard time if I'm on that jury. It's one thing if it's just one shot from a distance. That's horrible and it's wrong, but it's like, boom, okay, that made me mad, and you kill someone. These are 6 rounds fired into a car. You're going to have a heck of a time convincing me that you didn't mean to kill someone when you pull up next to them, both vehicles going 70 miles an hour, and shoot 6 times into the car. 6 times into the car. Sometimes, as the defense, you just have to make do with what you've got. And if that's the best they've got, they're going to have a problem. I don't know. You know, we'll see. Could it be second-degree murder? Certainly, maybe. Did he intend to kill her? You know, I think if you fire 6 rounds into a vehicle, you want to hurt someone, right? You know, it's not like, oh, I didn't mean to. 6 rounds into a car? So we'll get to that, and we'll talk about the lesser includeds with Nick Leonardo when he joins us. Just keep in mind, anything less than a first-degree murder conviction does not bring life in prison, okay? Second degree, you could be looking at 25 years, but the possibility of parole. If you go to reckless homicide or voluntary manslaughter or something along those lines, the punishment is far less. So that would be a victory. But they've conceded that Hill committed a crime. They're just saying it was not first-degree murder. As for Cowan, he's still charged with first-degree murder. I think based on what I've heard here now, I'm not convinced that he should be convicted of first-degree murder one way or the other. If he accelerated intentionally to help get parallels so that Hill could fire, heck yeah. And he was in the car, and neither one of them after the fact came forward, you know, to come clean on this. So, you know, Cowan's in some hot water here as well. If you believe that he was just in that car driving, and to his complete and utter surprise, Hill shoots him and all this. If I'm him, I'm like, okay, I'll drop you off. We'll see you later. I'm going straight to the police and confessing and saying what happened in the car. And I was driving and she cut us off, and the guy in the seat next to me is my friend, but like an idiot, he pulls the gun and starts shooting. I had nothing to do with it. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Neither one of them came forward. And so they're both charged with first-degree murder. What do you think? We're going to take, I'm sorry, who do we have first? Franklin? We'll start off with Franklin on line 1, and I'm going to look at some of the comments on Facebook. And keep in mind, it may have come down temporarily, but it'll come back up there in just a moment. I think it is back up. Okay. Franklin, good afternoon, Franklin. What's on your mind?
Thanks for having me on. I just have 2 quick points I'm going to make. The first one is, you've laid it out very well. This case is going to hinge on premeditation, and this is something that's been litigated a lot of times, all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the defense is going to have a hard time arguing that these 2 defendants didn't have enough time to reflect upon their actions with 7 independent consecutive trigger pulls, right? This isn't a fully automatic weapon. It's a semi-automatic pistol. He had to pull that trigger 7 times.
Yeah.
Now, we've already heard the defense attorney ask questions about the locations of these shells, right? Where they were found on the road. They're going to try to say, well, look how close they are. He pulled the trigger so fast, even though it's 7 trigger pulls, he didn't have enough time to reflect, and so they don't meet that premeditation, right?
Right.
That's going to be pretty difficult. My second point is the defense, I feel like they've already been pretty careful, but they're going to have to remain being careful on this point, the victim blaming. Trying to say she caused this to happen to her because for whatever reason she cut them off, causing them to, you know, murder her, or kill her. So
yeah.
Those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Hey, are you still there? Are you still there? Yeah, just real quick, because I think you make excellent points. I'm just curious. That's with Hill. How do you feel about Cowan? Are they both equally culpable based on what you've heard?
Well, for the second defendant, it's just going to depend on what we learn in the trial.
I agree.
You know, what evidence they have. There's just too many unknown factors for him at this point to really know what his culpability is. I'll be interested to see what they provide in the cell phone records, what text, Facebook messages he said, and I want to hear from other witnesses that talked to him. What were they saying to their friends after this, you know?
Right.
So we'll see.
You're exactly right. You got to reserve judgment on some of that, but he makes excellent points on that. And you did hear Georgia Sims, the defense attorney for Hill, briefly addressed this was a road rage, a reaction where he said she cut us off. And then she quickly, though, I mean, she threw that out there. So she lays that out. But I think she's also aware that if there's any victim blaming here, that jury's not going to like it. In the very next sentence, she said, but there's no evidence. For all we know, Caitlyn Kaufman was oblivious to this and had no idea. And maybe they were just trying to get over and she didn't know it and she blocked their way and they reacted this way. But she did plant that. And I'm in agreement with Franklin that under no circumstance here is victim blaming going to get them anywhere. There's no way that you can put this on Kate. She is an innocent victim, period. 100%. Nothing justifies what happened to her. Absolutely nothing. Let's go next to Richard. Richard, good afternoon. Hi, Richard.
Hi.
Hey.
You know, there's so many people that in their driving part is just won't let other people over. I don't know. People ought to be kinder to each other. But anyway, as far as the driver's concerned, when the first shot left that car, he should have hit the brake. He should have stopped. He should have done something to stop the situation.
If he was not involved, if he was surprised by it, right? Yeah. And he didn't do that. Yeah.
So he just, as far as I'm concerned, he's just as guilty as the shooter.
Okay. I agree. I mean, I think in that, but again, I think Franklin, prior to you, made the decent point that we'll have to hear more that comes out. It was interesting. I know many of you watch very closely, and I was watching the comments when it happened. Several of you did take notice. Did you notice that one of the defendants, James Cowan, there was falling asleep in the courtroom? You know, I mean, he's looking at potentially life in prison, and he's falling asleep in the courtroom. We had video of that. You saw him. He was sitting here like this. His eyes just kept going down. And for a while there, they closed for a bit. And then sometimes you wonder, do these defendants fully comprehend what they're facing? Falling asleep in the courtroom. Let's go next to Debbie. Debbie, good afternoon. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, you just answered my question. I was calling about the defendant falling asleep.
Yeah.
So to me, that's just appalling. I'm sorry. I just find that if I was on trial for murder, I don't think I'd be sleeping through the trial.
Yeah, listen, I appreciate your comment. I agree with you. And I would bet you noticed it. Our photographer in the courtroom noticed it and so zoomed in so we could see it up close. You think the jury noticed that?
I sure hope so.
I bet they did.
I sure hope so.
Most juries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your call. Yeah, most jurors, okay, of course, will have a notepad. They're allowed to take notes and they're writing. And every time I've watched this, the jurors are always very, very attentive. But I guarantee you, they're scrutinizing during certain periods of testimony the defendants sitting there, and they make judgments based on what they see. Okay, it's got to be decided on the evidence, but you can't help but make judgments based on what you see over there. And so you wonder how they perceive that if, he's falling asleep in the courtroom. Let's go to Ernestine. Hi, Ernestine.
Yes, I was thinking if she was, entering the interstate, then they should have slowed down and let her in. And I think both of them are equally guilty because it was not the driver that shot her. It was the passenger. The driver had to get up even with her for the passenger to shoot her, so both of them are equally guilty.
I hear you. That's and good for you picking up on that. I mean, that's what I thought this last witness, Danielle Connor, the crime scene investigator, talking about that, is they're trying to make the case, and the defense knows this now. I mean, the prosecution, both of them know it. The moment in opening statements they conceded that Hill shot and killed her, it shifted. A lot of this evidence has to be presented as part of the process, but really all this comes down to now is what was in Hill's mind. And was this premeditated? Did he intend to shoot and kill her? And I think you can make the argument if they accelerated or slowed down or whatever to get parallel with Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle, that's an active move to get in a position to make it so that he could shoot out the window and hit her through the window, killing her. That is a sign of clear premeditation, and that's what they're trying to argue, and that's where the defense is trying to bring up some questions about the angles and how fast the gun was fired, and that this was just an act of rage and passion. And again, I might consider that if it was one round from a distance and they just boom and it accidentally hit her, or he just wanted to scare her. But 6 rounds like this right next to you with both vehicles going 70 miles an hour, it sure seems like there's intent there, intent to kill. Let's go to Kenneth. Kenneth, Good afternoon. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon. Hey, Ken.
Woo, we got echo. I'm sorry, we had echo. We'll come back to him. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Just sitting here observing the comments that the people, the viewers are saying, and everyone is making great comments, man. And I just wanted to state that, man, we have to first and foremost realize that both of these gentlemen are definitely responsible for the choices that they made on that evening. And I also want to elaborate on the callers that are calling in about the road rage that's going on in the city of Nashville. There's an outrage of road rage every day, all day long. The experiences that I experienced with road rage doing professional transportation in this city. I have so many testimonies from different drivers who have experienced the craziness and road rage in this city. So I think that what we need to do is, at the end of this case, we all need to come to the table, man, and come to a discussion about road rage in this city, the anger that stems from the pressures of this world that we face every day. Caitlyn, we have compassion for her. When I first saw this, I was just, kind of floored when I even saw the story, because I couldn't even imagine what her family was going through. And then I thought about the young men. As soon as I heard this, I told my friends, I said, that's road rage. Everybody was trying to figure out what was going on. I said, that's road rage.
Yeah.
I said, I can guarantee you, by the time they come to figuring out what happened, that is a road rage case.
Well, you're right. And that's what it's come out to be. And early on, law enforcement said neither of the two defendants knew Caitlyn Kaufman. There was no prior relationship. So these were strangers to one another. And that's what we're hearing so far in this trial, that it was a reaction to, the quote was something along the lines of, she cut me off and, I messed up. Like, she cut me off and I shot, and then later Hill admitting that he messed up. Because remember, initially he went on Google to look and see whether there was a report of a shooting on I-440, and there was no report in the couple hours after it happened. Because remember, her body, as we heard from one of the officers that testified this morning, wasn't discovered for more than 2.5 hours later. Once that happened, then all the news media, I remember that day, we were out there reporting on it, and it was all over the place. That's when he realized how that came down. But road rage is what they're saying it was. It was random. The question is, was it something that was premeditated? And that's what, well, as far as, road rage in this, boy, it happens all the time. A lot of it going on. Part of the problem is the horrible traffic in this town, and it's a whole different subject, but the idea of better mass transit and a way to get around, I'm not talking about buses. How about a dedicated rail system where people don't have to drive everywhere? But that costs money, so our roads just get busier and busier. No excuse to shoot at someone if they cut you off, though. Let's go next to Robert. Robert, good afternoon. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Nick.
Hey.
I was really floored whenever Mr. Hill's counselor stood up and said that he had did this.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. But the first thing you have to remember, it does not matter, Nick, if you're shooting at a target or you're shooting in the air, whatever. The person behind that weapon is responsible for that bullet when it goes out the muzzle. Plain and simple.
Right.
And whenever he's shooting 6 times, there's no way that he did not know what he was doing. He's responsible. He knew what he was doing. He meant to keep shooting. And whenever she died, he is responsible for her death, and he knew exactly what he was doing. If not, he would have not shot but one time, and they'd have went on down the road.
Right.
That's all I got to say, Nick.
Thank you.
Buddy.
Thank you for your call. That's it. I mean, and there's no debating right now that he is responsible for her death. His own attorney said that. The question now is going to be whether or not the jury comes back with first-degree murder or a lesser included. And when Nick Leonardo joins us, our legal analyst, he'll walk us through that and the difference in punishment. The sentence is considerable. If he is convicted of something less than first-degree murder, that, by all measures, will be a victory for Mr. Hill. Again, Cowan is charged with it as well. We'll see how that plays out. By the way, the number is 737-7587. Question or comment? I mean, we know what the defense is now. They're conceding guilt. They're just angling for a lesser charge than first-degree murder. Do you buy it, or was this intentional? And, we've got the numbers. Some lines are open, and we can also take any comments. We're streaming on all of our platforms here at News Channel 5, so you can go to Facebook, newschannel5.com. Go on there. If you post your comments there, we'll do our best to answer those for you as well. Next on the horn is, I believe, Ricky. Ricky, good afternoon, Ricky.
How you doing today?
Hey, Ricky, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. I saw you make a comment how the guys was sleeping in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to jail and understand the way the jail is? You're up all night. You can't sleep. They changing sheets. They changing clothing. There's a lot of times you can't even sleep in the jail. So when you're sitting in court, sure you're tired.
Yeah.
And
that may be true. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's true. You up all night. You can't sleep in the jailhouse. But I also wanted to make a comment on the other man that's driving the car. I can't see how him being charged for something someone else is doing. Because he's driving the car, someone shoot outside the car. He have no knowledge of that. They could try to make a case on it, but I just can't see how the man driving the car being charged with, with the same charge as the other man being charged with.
Well, he's charged as an accomplice, all right? And I'll tell you how he could be charged, and we don't know if this happened. But imagine this and see if you would feel differently about this, Ricky. They're in the car, and they perceive that Caitlyn Kaufman somehow cut them off. And let's just imagine Cowan sitting there and going, hey, she just cut me off. I'm going to accelerate. You got that gun? Take some shots at her. If he did that, yeah, heck yeah, he's every bit as guilty as the person who pulled the trigger. And it can be far less than that to do it. I mean, it could be that he's in the car and Hill looks at him and says, hey, let's get her. And he just accelerates enough so they get parallel so he can get a better shot. There you go. Now, if he's just driving along and they're casually talking and Hill somehow on his own perceives that she cut them off and on his own, as they just happen to be approaching, shoots and he's driving, he's like, what are you doing? That's very different. Now, how we're going to really learn what happened behind the wheel there, I don't know. But there are clear ways to call him an accomplice, whether he pulled the trigger or not. And your point's taken on being sleepy. The difference is, look, I don't know. One thing that would keep me awake at night and keep me awake in court is knowing that my life as a free man hangs in the balance. He may not have slept much in jail, but heck, in the courtroom, when I'm hearing testimony that can put me behind bars for the rest of my life, I'm gonna stay awake. When you're nervous and riled up, it's hard to fall asleep. Is this dude even nervous? Just falling asleep there in court? I don't get that. Did you say line 10 is Bobby? I think. Bobby, are you there? Next caller on 10, was it Bobby? Robbie? Are you there, caller? Okay, we'll try line 11. Are you there, caller, on line 11? Is this Bobby? Marty, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Go ahead, Marty. My mistake.
How are you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, what's on my mind is these two gentlemen out here just shoot and take a lady's life for no reason at all, and they want to give them life. The lady, she didn't have no life, so it looks like to me still giving them life for 3 meals a day, play basketball and have fun, watch TV. She ain't getting to do that. Looks like to me they put them to death. They done her like that, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Put them to sleep like they put her to sleep. They deserve it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and so you're saying they're guilty at this point of first-degree murder, you believe, right?
No doubt about it.
Okay.
They take a human life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
I gotcha. Well, and you're not the only one that has kind of brought that up, but I can tell you that the death penalty is not something that's considered in Davidson County. The district attorney here, who is not actually prosecuting this case, his deputy DA and Jan Norman, assistant DA, are handling it. Glenn Funk does not seek the death penalty in these cases. And I'm not sure that there is an aggravating circumstance here to get to the death penalty anyway in this type of case. I understand what you're saying, eye for an eye, he killed her, they should be killed. Death penalty cases need not just the death of someone, there needs to be an aggravating circumstance. For instance, more than one person killed, a child, a law enforcement officer, or perhaps the death is happens while another crime is being committed. You're robbing them and then you shoot them. So this may not even fall under the umbrella of a potential death penalty case, but that's beside the point. Glenn Funk does not seek the death penalty in Davidson County. So that's how that plays out. It will not happen. If you're just joining us, just to remind you, they took lunch at about the top of the hour. They're expected to be back at 12:45, and when they do, we'll pick up with the 7th witness of the morning for the prosecution. They've been making it through several witnesses through the morning, and 6 of them right off the bat. And, we expect more. I want to give you a warning, heads up ahead of time right now, that there are going to be moments in this trial where there are going to be some graphic photos shown. We are going to show and share everything that happens in the court with you. We will try to give ample warning ahead of time of any photos shown. I think some may be from the accident. You've seen some of those photos. They have not been graphic of the vehicle, but certainly some of the photos shown by the medical examiner on the nature of the injuries suffered by Caitlyn Kaufman will be difficult to look at. It's important evidence in this case. We will share that, so I want to brace you for that. We'll try to give early warning, and if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. But our intention, barring any unusual circumstance, will be to show you everything that the jury sees. Okay? So just giving you a heads up on that moving forward. Do we have some other callers we want to go to? Okay, not sure if I'm not hearing it on the IFB, so I'll go to the next. Keisha, are you there? Keisha, go ahead. If you can give me some other names, that'd be great. Keisha, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to touch bases with these young men out here shooting people. I'm pretty sure that this is not the first case that they've been in when it comes to guns and just shooting people for no reason. That lady didn't deserve that, and I say that they should be held accountable to the maximum sentence at this point.
Okay.
I'm tired of it.
We're all tired of it, and I agree with you. The maximum sentence, again, at this point, and I appreciate her saying this, we're still just the first day of the evidence phase in this trial, so we have to sit through all the evidence, and we're going to have to give the defense a chance to try to make their argument, and of course we'll have closings from them throughout. So at this point, I understand where you're coming from. Keep in mind, in terms of prior crimes with both of these individuals, that's not admissible for this jury, but we do know that Cowan has a criminal history, kind of a prolific one, as a matter of fact. I mean, he has federal charges on felon in possession of a firearm, drug charges, was convicted of robbery in Davidson County, sentenced to 6 years back in 2011. Not as many for Hill. We don't know his juvenile record, but we don't see much of a criminal record for him as an adult. So, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Let's go to more phone calls. We got Kevin. Kevin, good afternoon, Kevin. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Kevin. What's on your mind?
I'm calling in regards to the comment that was made about the guy that was sleeping in the courtroom.
Yeah.
My point is this: the one who both their lives are at stake, but the one who did the shooting, he's wide awake in court. You mean to tell me there's no excuse for him sitting up there sleeping in court? Second of all, they're driving up on the interstate, and he got a gun and he rap with me. He didn't have good intention in the first place. Then the driver lines up beside the woman, and she ended up with 6 bullets being fired at her.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for that.
Right.
And that's all I have.
I think a lot of people would agree with you. I think a lot of people, and you're right. Hill, as far as I haven't seen him dozing off in court, he seems very aware. But Cowan did for a bit, and again, it was brief. Whatever, it happens. I don't know if the jury recognizes it, and if they do, what do they think of it? But I don't think it's a good look. Let's go next to Karen. Karen, what's on your mind, Karen? Are you there, Karen?
This is Sharon.
Sharon. Okay, Sharon, go ahead.
I was just calling to let you know that I agree with your comment about the young man falling asleep in the courtroom. Everything you said is what I thought when I seen that. I would be, if I was him, I would be sitting up and being aware of it too. And I just thought that was in very poor taste, no matter what. And like you said, to me, it seemed like he didn't care, but he should care, because he took that lady's life and for no reason. And like I said, it doesn't matter if it was her. I mean, it does matter because it was a life. But if it was anybody else, you still took someone's life over someone cutting in front of you. And that's, to me, is just unexcusable. But anyway, I just called to let you know that I agree with you on that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I hear your point. Point taken. And I think a lot of people would agree with that as we stand here right now. Let's see. That's next up is, I believe, Shamika. Shamika, what's on your mind, Shamika? Are you there, Shamika?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I personally know Mr. Hill. He's also been having he also been having mental things in his life. Good afternoon. Like I said, I also know Mr. Hill.
Okay.
He's also been having personal things in his life going on as a child and juvenile.
Did he have, he had a juvenile history then? You know, did he have arrests? Okay, okay.
Correct. For shooting his grandmother and his mother and his sisters and brothers in the house.
Yeah, I heard about some of that. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, but he's also, like I said, been having mental problems, you know. And I have been cut off on the interstate getting off of Woodland. Me and my kids got flipped 3 times, and the people stopped and kept going, you know. And I felt like me and my kids our life could have been taken. But as far as Mr. Hill doing this and his cousin, that was wrong. You don't take a life because you mad because someone cut you off.
Well, there's no disputing. You're right. You simply don't do that. And his own attorney, Shamika, has said that what he did was a horrible, horrible crime. She's just saying it's not first-degree murder. Maybe it's second-degree murder. Maybe it's a lesser one than that. I think most of you, at least what you've heard to this point, would say, yeah, that's first-degree murder. You don't fire 6 times into a car and not expect to, at the very least, very seriously or kill someone. I mean, that just seems like common sense, doesn't it? But we'll see. The defense is going to have a chance to try to explain some of that away. We'll go next to Steve. Steve, good afternoon. Hi, Steve.
Afternoon. How are you, Nick?
Good. What's on your mind?
My problem is the car was hit 6 times. We don't actually know how many times he fired, and supposedly if she cut him off, the driver had to speed up to get beside her where the guy could shoot that straight into her car. You asked me to a couple of thugs, and they're both guilty already. So, you know, I don't see what kind of defense they could have. They're gang members, and they just think that they're allowed to live in this world the way they want to, I guess. They're guilty.
Yep. Yep. I mean, and I think you picked up on it, and I talked about this, that last witness, Danielle Connor, the crime scene investigator for Metro PD, was talking about, the fact that the bullets were fired parallel between the 2 cars is what it appears to be, the way it was. The bullet went straight in. You know, if he had been shooting it, she'd been behind or ahead or whatever, it would have been a different angle. But, I mean, he had to be right across from her for that bullet to go into her shoulder and then of course penetrate her aorta. And you heard rather that there was not much blood in the vehicle, which means as it entered and went through her lung, tore her aorta, and then wedged in her arm, she died from massive internal bleeding, and it was very quick. Just to think about this, and the poor parents sitting there listening to this testimony, I don't know how they're going to deal with seeing the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos, but the car was found by law enforcement there on the shoulder of the road, still running with her foot on the brake. So Caitlyn, was hit, and she knew something was wrong, and she was able to get to the shoulder. Okay, to her credit, she made it to the shoulder, didn't cause her collide with anyone else, and I'm guessing before she could even call 911, the bleeding was so massive, she slumped over and died there on the spot. We did hear testimony that had she been able to call 911, the injuries were so horrible and so egregious that there was no way she would have survived anyway. But she pulled over probably thinking, oh my gosh, I've been shot, and tried to call, and as you heard, died very, very quickly. Just a catastrophic injury. Let's go next to, I believe, Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello.
Hello, what's on your mind?
Hey, Nick. So I'm listening to all of this, and I'm thinking about the premeditated part.
Okay.
So they're just riding around with a gun sitting on their lap, waiting to shoot somebody? Are they just looking for someone to shoot at? Or is that just what these people are doing. They're just riding around in their cars with guns sitting on their laps.
Well, now, keep in mind, these days, a lot of people are driving with weapons, guns, because for personal protection. I'm not saying that's the case here, but you know as well as I do, how many times do we see these reports from the Metro Police Department saying that, gosh, we've got a record number of guns being stolen from vehicles because idiots, and that's what you are if you leave your gun unsecured in an unlocked car. Leave them there. People are breaking in and stealing the guns. It's happening constantly, but a lot of people drive with weapons, okay? I mean, that's not unusual. And a lot of law-abiding citizens, a lot of responsible ones who don't leave them unsecured, travel with a weapon for personal protection, and that's perfectly fine. The difference in this case, and I wonder if it'll come up, is that we heard Jan Norman say that both of them are members of the Crips gang. And you wonder, going more toward the potential possibility of premeditation, were they out that night cruising around looking for a reason to kill someone for some type of gang initiation? That's complete theory, hypothesis. Some other callers have brought this up. I don't know, but the fact that Jan Norman mentioned they were gang members, I wonder if at some point that will come up later as well to make it seem more, no, folks, this was not just a road rage act of passion. This was premeditated. This was first-degree murder. So you make a good point on that. But make no mistake, there are a lot of people out there legally driving around with guns in their car. Problem is, too many of them leave them unsecured, and they're being stolen left and right. Don't do that. Let's go next to Felicia. Felicia, good morning. Good afternoon now. Hi, Felicia. Woo! When we get echo, that means they hung up. Sorry, Felicia. Let's go next to Diane. Diane, good afternoon.
Good morning, or good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
I cannot imagine being this young lady's mother and sitting in the courtroom facing those two people. That just should not have to be. My second thought is the man who went to sleep should be called out by the judge, because that is a total disrespect of authority.
Yeah, I don't know. The judge, we've got video in the courtroom of him, and this is what we're talking about. Good job pulling that, you guys back there. I know we took note of when it happened. And that is James Cowan during the testimony earlier, where clearly he appears to have the heavy eyelids and he's dozing right there. It stays shut for a while, and then again. I don't know that this is the role of the judge. Now, if you're going to be disruptive in the courtroom, and look at that, there, he's out right there. The role of the judge in the courtroom there is to maintain order. If a defendant dozes off, you can perceive it as a lack of respect, a lack of interest, a lack of understanding, but it's not something where the judge is going to say, wake up. You know, the jury's going to see it, and the jury may come to the same conclusion that you did, and it probably isn't positive for him, but that's not something for the judge to call him out on, I don't think. Now, if he was up there yelling or making noise or disrupting things, fine, but he's quiet as a church mouse. As long as he's not snoring, I don't think she's going to say a darn thing. Let's go next to Sherry. Sherry, good afternoon. Hi, Sherry.
Hey, this is Cherry.
Hey.
Yeah. Just want to make a couple of comments based on observation. Sure. Number one, I feel like as a society, we have got to stop being Pollyannish in our dealing with criminality. That's number one. I'm glad we have our systems in place where we can categorize behaviors as first degree, second degree murder. The real deal, the person who's murdered is a ground zero. Okay, there is no classification for that. But I want to say something about Caitlyn. At the time that this horrific event occurred, I was a patient at St. Thomas over there. Mm-hmm. And the very thought that this person, this woman, I know when certain injuries occur, what happens to the body and the ability to respond. This woman on the way to work, here she is so injured unto death, but what was her last action? Safety of other people. She moved her car with the last bit of life she had. She moved her vehicle to the side to avoid any other injury to anyone else. Now, to the contrast to that, we've got a man riding down the way here, shooting willy-nilly, not caring about anyone else. that sets something in place. Which takes us now to the courtroom issue. I don't have an issue with a person falling asleep. If he's willing to kill somebody on the highway, what do you think falling asleep in terms of respect in court means? Come on, get over that part.
Yeah.
The real deal is we've got to take a different approach. We've got a great system to a degree. We know it's not fair with everybody, but that's okay. It's the best judicial system out there. But we've got to take a different attitude toward how we deal with criminality. We don't need to spend forever and a day trying to figure out whether it's first, second, or third degree. We got a dead person of a person who should not have had a weapon. But there are people who say, now everybody can just about have a weapon, but he shouldn't have. They should have been being sentenced and dealt with on the previous stuff. So what I'm saying in conclusion, we have all got to take a sense of responsibility on making sure that not only the judicial system works fairly, but it works.
Well, and when you say works fairly, that's why there are degrees of crimes. You don't just say someone died, let's just execute them. Okay, that's why you go through the process and figure out exactly why and how it happened. And there are degrees. There's first degree, there's second degree, there's third degree, and that's what we're doing here. You have to determine this. And yeah, it's very frustrating. I understand what you're saying about crime and these road rage shootings. It's very frustrating and scary for all of us. But I think she makes an excellent point about Caitlyn. You don't know what went through her mind. She had to be terrified. Her body could have gone into shock. She didn't live long after she was shot. But this is a frontline worker during the pandemic working at St. Thomas West, okay? I mean, she was saving lives. And she was on her way to work. She's an award-winning nurse and minding her own business. And when she gets shot, no, she doesn't go into a spin and cause a wreck or hit the wall. She makes it safely to the shoulder, you know, doesn't want to hit any other vehicles, and is probably about to call 911. And so much of a blood loss killed her instantly after that. But yeah, she was heroic in the way she handled it down the stretch. We don't know what went through her mind, but yeah, she was found dead in the car, still running with her foot on the brake. It's just very, very sad. Let's go to James. James, what's on your mind, James?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I like to preface my comments by saying I give condolences to the family, and this was a horrible and egregious crime, and I believe that both should be held accountable. And maybe this call should be to the other Nick, the legal analyst, because I like to know, how does the law interpret, premeditation? Because, when does it begin and when does it end? Did this person get up that morning to plan to kill somebody, or this person is so vile that whoever he came across, it could have been me or you, it been the same situation. Also, even if they say, well, he shot 6 times and he intended to kill that person, you see people that have committed homicide, domestic violence, and they have they call it a crime of passion. So
that's right.
So if he can explain, somebody that has a legal interpretation of what the defense is, defense says, well, do we want justice or do we want revenge? So I don't know what they're going to ask the jury to decide on. And thanks for taking my call. Bye.
Excellent call. And I promise you, and I apologize for this, Nick is on his way and he will be here and he's going to answer those questions for us. To define, premeditation is the planning of something. And Nick will tell you that premeditation can happen in an instant, okay? And I don't always fully understand what that means, but it can happen in an instant. But he uses a good example of a domestic case. It can be a couple arguing at the top of the stairs, and one pushes the other, and the other pushes the other, and that other falls down the stair, breaks their neck, and dies. that is not first-degree murder. Okay, I mean, they could bring that charge, but more likely that's going to be a lesser charge. It was in the heat of passion. They were shoving each other, and one shoved the other to the point where they fell down the stairs and broke their neck. It's a crime, no question, but that's not first-degree murder. It was in that moment, in the heat of passion, no premeditation like, ooh, I'm going to figure out how to kill that person, and I'm going to take care of it later tonight. It was in that one moment. Now, in this case, as I've said, maybe I consider that argument if one bullet's fired from a distance and it somehow hits her. But 6 rounds fired across at a vehicle next to you, don't tell me you didn't think that was going to potentially kill someone. That's my problem with their case. They're going to have to pass that hurdle, and I'm reserving judgment till I hear how the defense does that, but that's a problem for them. And I guarantee you that jury right now is like, why are we even here? This is a done deal. At this stage, they're like, guilty, first-degree murder. They're going to have to make the case that, yeah, this was a heat of passion and he did not mean to kill her. And I don't know how the heck you're going to do that. Let's go next to Susan. Susan, good afternoon.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So 2 quick points. To find that, to get premeditation, you know, you've explained the amount of time for reflection, right, to be sufficient for premeditation. That's a question of fact for the jury. Mm-hmm. It can be 1 second.
You're right.
They determine it.
That's right. It can happen in an instant. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So the prosecution here, they're going to try to go through every single step.
Yeah.
Draw out all of the steps that the defendant had to do to shoot this person.
Yes.
So he's going to have to find the gun. He had to load the gun. Was it already loaded? Did he have to get the magazine and put it in? He had to rack the gun, right? He had to pull back the slide and put a bullet in the chamber, unless there was a bullet already in the chamber. Then he has to roll down the window, unless he shot through the window. So now he's rolling down the window. Now he's got to take aim. He's potentially got to get his driver to get him up to speed so he can aim very well, right?
Yeah.
And then he had to pull the trigger the first time. Well, I've shot a gun from inside a car out in the country, you know, just being a hillbilly. It's loud. So he shot that first round, and the ringing in his ears didn't bring sense to him to stop. He decided to shoot at least 5 or 6 more times, right?
Yep.
And then why did he stop? Did he run out of ammo? Is that the only reason? That's not good. Did he stop because he ran out of range, right? Because Caitlyn Kaufman started slowing down because she's bleeding out. Is that the only reason he stopped firing that gun? You know?
Yeah.
So they're going to have to explain that. There's no way that they don't come back with first-degree murder unless the defendants get up there and testify, because they're going to have to explain that.
That's another question. And I like the way you broke that down. That was excellent. And I'm going to ask Nick Leonardo if he thinks either of the 2 defendants will testify on their own behalf. And that's possible. Keep in mind, though, I understand that there were interviews with both of these defendants and that they were recorded and that we're going to be hearing what they said. And I'm real curious to hear whether or not Cowan says, look, we were just driving downtown. We were going to go see a friend. And all of a sudden, Hill rolls down the window and starts shooting at a car next to me. It totally took me by surprise. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I wonder if he says that. And I wonder if Hill's saying, no, we were driving and she cut us off and I got angry and he accelerated and we got up there and I fired a few shots just to warn her. You know, I wonder what's going to be in that, if they came clean in some of those. We know initially Hill lied. Remember, he said, I wasn't in town. I was in Atlanta just driving around. But now we know he was here. I wonder if in any of the other interviews they gave incriminating statements and again, whatever they say has to be taken with a grain of salt anyway. But I wonder what Cowan says. I wonder if Cowan is going to say, look, it took me by surprise. I didn't know what to think. Or if he says, yeah, we were driving. She made us mad. And next thing I know, Hill shot her. I mean, it'll be curious to hear that, and that will be played in open court. Some of you are asking on Facebook how long till they're back from lunch. They said they'd be back around 12:45. Not back yet. We have the camera in the courtroom. We're monitoring it. The moment they come back, I promise you, we'll take you back into the courtroom and cover it for the rest of the afternoon. We think the trial will continue at least until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and if the jury wants to stay longer, I think the judge will let them. The prosecution is now through 6 of their witnesses in this case. So we started the day with opening statements from both sides. You know, there was going to be a hearing, we thought, and a decision from the judge that we heard about yesterday involving an expert witness for the defense on cell phone evidence. We thought they might address that first. In fact, that's what we were told initially. That has been held off. That likely will come up at a later time with the jury out, whether or not the judge decides to allow him to testify for the defense. Okay, that hasn't been addressed yet. But of course, the defense, it's not their turn yet anyway, so they've got time for that. So when they come back, they'll continue. I want to remind you, you can watch on NewsChannel 5 Plus right here. You see the number on the screen if you want to comment. You can also follow us on all of our streaming platforms, and there's so many these days. YouTube, Roku, and we're on Facebook at newschannel5.com, as well as the station's Facebook, or rather website, newschannel5.com, streaming live. And I want to put this out to many of you following this, not just after this, but go to my Facebook page, Nick Barris, NC5 on Facebook. Join and follow there. You can message me while we're watching the trial. I'll try to answer your questions. And time permitting tonight, I hope to do a gavel-to-gavel after hours from home, where we'll kind of review the days, my take on it, and I'd love to hear from you as well. I'll let you know what time that happens this evening, if indeed we do it. That depends on how late it goes tonight. So let's get back to some more of your phone calls as we wait for the jury to return from lunch. They're on lunch break. Next up is Keaton. Keaton, good afternoon. Hi, Keaton.
Hi again. So first-degree murder, 3913-202 TCA. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. The nurse was going to work, and apparently she was shot because she was going to work, and she might have cut them off.
Right.
That road rage has no place in the United States. The question for this jury now is the 4 lesser included offenses.
Hang tight. They're back in the courtroom. I promised. I apologize, Keaton. Let's listen in.
The issue that we talked about before the break, and I'm going to tell you why. We'll bring them out. Where's Miss Sims and General Moore? Oh, okay. Is everybody else road trip compliant? Okay. I was just saying that I needed to revisit the issue of Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in his interview with Detective Dickerson one more time. And again, this is for clarity. Very often in conversations, people will use pronouns that make it difficult for the reader or the listener to understand who's being referenced in the conversation. And I guess what I need to know is, as I read on page 23, lines 8 through 10, when Mr. Merrill Odom says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned on drugs, who was Duty referring to, himself or Mr. Hill? Because if he's referring to himself, I think my ruling stands. If he's referring to Mr. Hill, there could potentially be a Bruton issue. And I think it was that. In speaking to Mr. Merrill Odom,
is that the person he's referring to as being stoned, he's referring to Mr. Cowan.
So Mr. Cowan himself, so when he says Duty was like Duty, he was stoned, in his conversation with Mr. Cowan, who was referring to his own conduct, is your understanding of what?
So my understanding is that Mr. Dickerson,
Go ahead.
Detective Dickerson asked him what Duty said, and Mr. Odom begins by describing that Duty was stoned on drugs, and then he says what Duty said, so that he, as Mr. Cowan, said, like, F it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, and again, like I said, sometimes when we use the pronouns, it makes it hard for the reader or the listener to understand who the subject of the conversation is. And I thought about that after we broke for lunch. I said, well, wait a minute, I probably need to reread that or re-listen to it and then hear from you all. So if if Mr. Merrill Odom's comments in those lines are about Mr. Cowan's own conduct, I do not find that there is a Bruton issue. All right. That should hopefully put that one to rest. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Can I address just a few kind of technical things?
Yes.
We're going to be introducing several pieces of evidence and exhibits through Detective Sergeant Dickerson, which is our next witness. A couple of those things that I wanted to talk about. There is a very short portion of Jacquez Merrill Odom's interview where he places a recorded call to Devontae Hill. Sergeant Dickerson will be able to say that he recognized Devontae Hill's voice as well as it was his phone number that was contacted. And so we've redacted out just that phone call, and we intend to introduce it. I just played that for Mr. Hill's attorney so that they could see that very specific portion. And that's my understanding they don't have any specific objection to it.
What says the counsel for Mr. Hill? Okay.
The other thing that I feel like needs to be addressed, we have Mr. Hill's recorded interview. It was originally in 2 audio or video files because there was that issue when it got saved off. It split the file. Because there were redactions that were done, when they did the redactions, they put it together into one file. But our transcript has the black marks for the redaction, so I feel like the court needs to just give that redaction instruction when we get to that
Tell
point.
Debbie to get me, I think, the redaction instruction if she, seems like we used that in the last trial.
We have 4 recorded jail calls. Those have also been redacted per the court's order. However, those redactions are not seen in the transcript. And the audio files have been edited and the transcript has been edited where everything's removed. So I feel like we don't necessarily need a redaction instruction for that unless someone wants one.
It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I don't see why it would hurt. Probably better safe than sorry.
And for technical purposes, we have some images that will be shown, but we also have a recorded interview, the recorded calls, and that portion of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview. So we will need audio to be working when we get to that point, which I'll try to notify everyone. I think that's it. I think.
All right. Do you know, well, we'll talk about this later. Well, let me ask this. Do you know when you will call Detective Gish and and Agent Valley? Will they be today?
No.
Okay.
They are basically the last 2 witnesses.
Okay.
Which that's subject to our scheduling of Dr. Carney, who is incredibly flexible, and we're very appreciative of that.
All right. All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury in? I will ask them when they come in just to kind of get a feel how late they think they're.
Are you still going to wait until whether Mr. Morris is?
I've got like a million things going on up here right now, Mr. Munko. But I promise you, it's among the million things that are up here and I promise you, I will get to. Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll hopefully know before the end of today or first thing in the morning. Who's your next witness?
Sergeant Dickerson.
Oh, you just said that. You told me that.
I've had a lot of things.
Yeah.
You're going to use a computer. No, you're going to use a computer.
What are you using first? The computer?
Good question. Yes, it will be the computer because we'll do that short portion of Jacquez Merrill Odom's. Interview first, and then we do the interview, which is
while they're lining up, let's see, this is the, let's see. Tell them to hold on for just 1 second.
one additional thing. Like previously in other trials, we had jurors that made notes on the transcript, so if maybe we could tell them before.
Yeah, I'll tell them that. I was just looking at, let's see, private document reporting.
You may have missed this part, and it may not be an issue, but they're getting a transcript that they don't need to take back with them.
Right.
So the court's going to sort of tell them if the transcript is inconsistent with what they think.
Well, that's what I'm reading right. That's what I'm reading right now. So this is what this is the videotape recorded statement you heard or will hear during the trial was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that this has occurred and give what weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement introduced into evidence, but you are not to speculate as to what was edited or why it was edited.
I think this way. I think counsel may have also then, as the transcripts are passed out, the instruction about you being handed a transcript as an aid.
Do we have that? Can you get that for me? Yeah, get that one for me, please. Oh, this may be it right here. Tape recordings were allowed in evidence, and you were provided with the document purporting to be a transcript of the videotape. Is that the same thing? This document was provided to assist you in your listening to the audio. If from your listening to the tape you found discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the tape itself, you should rely upon your understanding of the tape and disregard those portions of the transcript you found to be inaccurate. Then I'll add language in there. I'll remind them if they're taking notes, they have a notepad, that they need to take notes on their notepad because they will not be able to take their transcripts back to the jury deliberation room. Is that? Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation. All right, are we ready? Okay, are they lined up? Okay.
All rise.
Okay, we may be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are present in the courtroom after lunch. I hope that you had a nice lunch and ready to resume. I want to ask you this, and this kind of will help us in terms of how we go today. Yesterday I told you that, and you all could tell during jury selection based upon comments from the attorneys that we got a lot that we need to get in. And I mentioned yesterday that it could be that we go a little longer today. If we go till about 6 o'clock, is there anyone who cannot stay until 6 o'clock? Okay, we're going to go to about 6. I may say 7, but they may be pushing it. So I want y'all to get home and get dinner. So we'll go to 6 o'clock, okay? So thank you so much for your patience. So 6 o'clock, everybody. All right.
Sergeant Dickerson is the state's next witness.
Okay, Sergeant Dickerson.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sergeant Dickerson, could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Chris Dickerson, ChrisDickerson.
And you are currently a sergeant with the Metro Nashville Police Department. What is your current assignment?
Sergeant with the homicide unit.
And in December of 2020, what was your assignment at that time?
I was a detective with the homicide unit.
And so your position now, do you supervise several detectives, and you used to be a detective in that same unit?
That's correct.
And can you describe how the process works anytime that a homicide occurs, as far as a lead detective being assigned and what that means?
Generally, we work in a rotation. We're on a team, 5, 6, 7 detectives. When a homicide comes out, if your team is up, and then within that, there's a rotation of an individual detective, then you are assigned lead. And from there, you assume all the responsibilities in the case.
And on December 3rd of 2020, were you assigned to be the lead detective into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
I was.
And could you describe how that occurred? How did you become involved initially?
Our team was next up on call for a homicide, and I was notified by my then supervisor, Lieutenant DeWalt, that I would be lead on the case. And we were told to come out to I-440 westbound, roughly mile marker 2/0, and there was a deceased person at the scene.
And could you describe the scene as you found it on that evening of December 3rd, 2020?
Yes. When I had arrived, it was, from my recollection, around 9 p.m. When I arrived there, I saw Caitlyn's vehicle, which was a Mazda. It was up against a Parks officer vehicle, a Chevrolet Impala, and Caitlyn was already outside the vehicle, and she was covered up with a tarp, and I was told that she had already been pronounced deceased. Excuse me, TDOT was already on scene, and we were working on trying to figure out when it happened, exactly where it took place.
And can you describe what, if anything, did you do to investigate the scene while you were there?
Yes, I was told that there was a cell phone that was still plugged up to the vehicle, and it was in the center console. So, crime scene investigation, they took a photo of that, and then they transferred that over to basically my responsibility, which is something we always do for chain of custody purposes. The cell phone was on. It had several notifications, social media notifications, text messages, missed phone calls. So right away, we want to try and preserve that data. Then we wanted to get the interstate shut down. I realized that this incident probably did not occur where Caitlyn's vehicle was, and there's possible evidence further back along the interstate.
And I'm going to ask that the witness be passed an item. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you could take a look at it and then let me know if you recognize it.
I do. This is a cell phone that belonged to Caitlyn Kaufman, her Apple iPhone XR. And this is an evidence bag that it gets placed in and sealed and assigned a property number from the property room.
And is that the phone that you found in Caitlyn Kaufman's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that piece of evidence be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 7.
Yes.
And you said that you took that phone and took it to the SISU unit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would that be Detective Gish that would have analyzed that device?
Yes, he's one of the digital forensic detectives with the department.
And can you describe how that works with having Detective Gish analyze devices and how the two of you would collaborate during this homicide investigation?
So I'm not a digital forensics expert. We have those on the department, like I mentioned, Detective Chad Gish. So once I get a cell phone, we take it to headquarters where we both work at, and it gets plugged up to observe the data. Then, as the lead detective, what I'll do is I write a search warrant for that phone, and I'll provide the search warrant to Detective Chad Giss, and he will download and extract the data.
And as he does that, does he provide you with information from a device depending on each homicide investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically in this investigation, was he updating you about the information that he was locating in Ms. Kaufman's device?
Yes, he had informed me that there was a large amount of data that was able to be extracted from the device, and we were in constant communication from pretty much within the first few days of the incident.
And can you describe, you said you were at the scene and you located that device. Were there any other cell phones located kind of in that area of the crime scene on I-440?
There was an older model flip phone. We didn't know if it had anything to do with the actual incident, but it was within the crime scene, so we requested that be recovered. It was in front of Caitlyn's vehicle.
And when you're at the scene, is it just you, or are there other detectives that are there assisting?
No, ma'am, there are multiple detectives. Just about our whole team was there. There was patrol officers and crime scene investigations.
And do you do everything yourself as the lead detective, or are there certain duties that are delegated out to other detectives?
There are other duties that are delegated out.
And that night, were there specific duties that were delegated out to other detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe those?
Some detectives went to the hospital where once we learned where she worked to try and figure out what time Caitlyn was to be at work, if she had shown up, why did she show up, if anyone had contacted her, if she contacted anyone. There were detectives, once we learned where she lived, or at least where her vehicle tag came back to, that went out there to try and figure out kind of anything, what time did she leave, did anyone see her leaving, any evidence at her house, and I remained at the scene while this was kind of going on and helped facilitate all of that.
And you referenced that there was another cell phone located, and there are multiple people that are assisting. Was there some type of miscommunication as it related to that device?
Yes, that older model flip phone was not collected the night of when we were there. That was located in front of the vehicle. It was not collected.
And once you realized that, what, if anything, happened?
Once we realized it, myself and another detective, we went out the very next day, and it was still there in the same spot, and it had power to it, so then we collected it ourselves.
And did you also submit that phone to Detective Gish?
I did, via the same process, with the search warrant to be downloaded with the extraction.
And at that time, kind of that December 3rd into December 4th of 2020, did you have any suspects?
No.
And what, if anything, did you do to follow up on that flip phone that was laying on the side of the interstate?
We were able to identify who it belonged to. We were able to get an address for that individual and see some of the data or information that was on that cell phone.
And was that person located and actually interviewed?
Yes, myself, and I was assisted by an agent with the ATF and another detective, and we were able to locate that individual. They agreed to come down to headquarters and we interviewed them.
And after completing that interview, was there any information that connected that person to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
And did you confront that person about the information that was found on the flip phone?
I did. It was a little strange that cell phone was there at the scene of a homicide, and we confronted them about that. However, the information on the phone, he had a good reason for wanting to discard it, and it had nothing to do with the homicide, and we were able to rule him out completely.
And did you do a fairly thorough investigation into that person?
We did. It was a lengthy interview that we conducted with that individual.
And you said that you had detectives that went to Ms. Kaufman's work at St. Thomas as well as her residence. Was there any follow-up done on speaking to her friends or her residents, or were you able to learn any information from doing that?
Yes, I spoke to several of her friends, some coworkers, some of her close friends I was able to speak to over the phone and actually in person as well, and we were able to establish some other individuals that she knew or had close contact or relationships with.
And did you follow up and do interviews of those persons?
We did. One of them was someone that she was in a past dating relationship with, and we were able to go out to that individual's house, myself and another detective, and we spoke with him, and one of his his current girlfriend and also another individual that Caitlyn had, I guess maybe a close relationship with. I don't believe they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they had maybe talked casually, and we interviewed him as well at his residence.
And did either of those interviews lead to any information related to that night of December 3rd of 2020?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And so at that point, do you have any suspects?
At that point, we're back to square one. No, we didn't have any suspects. We continued to try and work any lead that came in, but we did not have a definitive suspect.
And your crime scene is Interstate I-440. What, if anything, was done to attempt to locate any possible video of the incident?
Unfortunately, the TDOT cameras, they do not record. They're on a live stream, to my knowledge. There's no recordings. So, like I said, multiple detectives who were assisting with the investigation went several exits down, any exits she could have passed, and just were going to businesses and locations trying to collect and download any footage. We didn't have a suspect. We didn't have a suspect vehicle. We wanted to preserve that data in the event later on we did to go back and look at it. So detectives canvassed the entire area, not just the interstate. Every exit they got off, any video footage that they could possibly find, they downloaded.
And was there any video footage that ended up being relevant to this case?
No, ma'am.
And at some point, were any tips coming in through Crime Stoppers or just to the police department?
We had a large amount of Crime Stopper tips. It was almost daily. Tips would come in through Crime Stoppers, which then get forwarded to the team and myself being the lead detective. It was every day they would come in.
And can you explain Crime Stoppers and kind of how that works? Was there any reward attached to that?
Yeah, generally when an incident happens, you may see the police department will say if you have information or knowledge about this case, call Crime Stoppers, and there's a number. They're associated with the police department. I do not have any direct relation to them necessarily, but they offer up a $1,000 reward generally if information leads to an arrest or leads to a suspect. So just about every homicide case I'd say has Crime Stoppers attached to it, and it's $1,000.
And initially, were there any Crime Stoppers tips that you specifically, I guess, exerted efforts to follow up on?
Yes, there was one that came in. It was in reference to an Instagram post, to an individual's story on their Instagram that referenced a shooting that possibly took place on an interstate or a road somewhere. And that was also early on in the investigation.
And was that Instagram post, were the, I guess, details of it specific to the shooting of Caitlyn Kaufman on I-440 West?
No, they were not. It was a very broad statement of a shooting involving either 10 rounds or 10 millimeter caliber. It wasn't very clear what it was related to.
And did you still follow up and try to identify that person related to that Instagram post?
Yes, we were able to identify that person based off their Instagram. They were familiar to police from other incidents, and members of our Titans unit went out and conducted surveillance on that individual, and myself and another detective actually went out and attempted to speak with that individual at his residence.
And was there ever any connection with that person and the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman on December 3rd of 2020?
No, there was not.
And so again, at this point, do you have any suspects?
No. After that, we're back to square one again.
And you described that there was the normal $1,000 Crime Stoppers reward that they typically offer. Did anything else happen related to reward money and information on this case?
Yes. After the $1,000, I believe $6,000 was offered, I want to say around the 8th, and then it went up to $16,000 that was offered a couple days after that, and then eventually a group of individuals, concerned citizens, however you may classify them, they came together and donated, I believe, $50,000, making the reward around $66,000 or so reward.
And that money, that is not from Crime Stoppers.
No,
it's
not.
just attached where if you call into Crime Stoppers, it kind of connects that process to that private fund.
Yes, that's correct.
And does it sound right that the $16,000 was the total amount with the $1,000 Crime Stoppers, the $5,000 and the $10,000 on December 8th, and then December 10th, the $50,000 was added?
Yes, the $50,000 was a lump sum added after those initial ones.
And at any point, did you get a call about anybody specifically having information related to this specific case?
I did. I received a call from Sergeant Reed, and now Sergeant Mustafa, he was a detective then, that there was an individual at St. Thomas West that had information about the homicide.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you respond to St. Thomas West Hospital?
I did not. At that time, Detective Hughes and I, we were headed out to follow up on any leads that we could, and Sergeant Reed responded out to the hospital to locate that individual, and I went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room.
And can you describe the interview room at headquarters?
Yeah, so there's 6 interview rooms. When you go inside, there's a whiteboard, there's a table, a couple of chairs. The door's closed. There's a visible camera, in there that they can see. And then outside of there, police only have access to this portion of it. There is an observation room with monitors that other detectives or police personnel can watch the interview as it takes place.
And can you describe how does that recording equipment work? How do you start the recording of an interview?
There's a button on the wall in the observation room, and if you're whatever room you're in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, you hit the corresponding button to start the interview, and the button will turn red. And there's also a little red light above the interview room door to let someone know that there's an interview in progress.
And so you don't actually turn it on from inside the interview room?
No.
And you said that you went to headquarters. Did this person show up at headquarters for you to interview them?
Yes, it did.
And who was that person?
Jaquez Merrill Odom.
And when he showed up, can you describe what time of day was it?
I don't remember the exact time of day. I'd say early afternoon, though.
And can you describe his demeanor when you encountered him?
He was very friendly. Basically said that he had information about the case. He seemed willing to talk, a little reserved, maybe somewhat nervous. I mean, you're in an interview room at police headquarters with homicide detectives. Naturally, anyone may feel a little uneasy, but he greeted us when we came in, wanted to talk, and he sat down across the table from us.
And I'm not going to ask you to provide any information about specifically what he said, but how quickly did he tell you the information that he had to tell you about that day?
Almost right away. I'd say within the first 5 minutes of the conversation.
And have you interviewed multiple people during the course of being a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typical?
No, it is not.
And again, I'm not asking you exactly what he said, but could you describe what type of information he was able to provide you with?
He was able to provide a name and a nickname, I believe 2 nicknames for that one individual. He was able to describe the vehicle that they were in and a nickname for another individual involved, and also began to provide information that he may know how to obtain the murder weapon.
And was he forthcoming in giving details if you asked follow-up questions of more specifics?
Yes, he was. He was very forthcoming in the information initially.
And at some point, you said that he gave you a name and a nickname. Did he give you 2 individuals or more than 2 individuals?
2 individuals.
And were you able to eventually identify who those people were?
Yes, I was.
And I guess, can you kind of describe that to the jury? If somebody comes in and gives you a name, as a detective, what do you do to follow up on that?
We have various police databases that we can type a name in, and if anyone has had contact with the police, it should be within our database or maybe within driver's license information, similar to a nickname. Some people, when they come in contact with police, they reference themselves, this is my nickname, I go by this, and that is also logged within the database. So when we were provided a name with 2 nicknames and then a nickname for another individual, we begin to research that in the database, also based off any physical descriptions that anyone may give us.
And the database that you're referencing, that's anyone that's a victim, a witness. It's not regulated to people that are suspects of crime. It's anyone that would have any connection to any incident that the police might be following up on.
That's correct. It could be a victim, a suspect, a witness, or OP1, or another person who just happened to be there that maybe gave their information willingly.
And were you able to obtain photographs and actually confirm the identities of the two persons' names that Mr. Merrill Odom gave you?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he gave a vehicle description. Were you able to confirm what type of vehicle he was referring to?
Yes, I was.
And you said that he had information related to possibly being able to purchase the firearm that was used in the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman. Did he have specific details about that firearm, or did he say something general?
He had specific details, the make, model, and approximately how much he could purchase it for and where to find it as well.
And so once he gave you that information, I guess what, if anything, did you do to corroborate what he was telling you?
Once he provided us with that information, we printed out photos of the names and nicknames that he gave us, showed him the photographs, which he confirmed, yes, those are the individuals that I was referring to by name and nickname. And then once he had said that he could purchase the firearm, some of the other detectives who were trained in this, we started to develop a plan to do a controlled buy for him to go and buy this cell phone. We also had conducted a controlled phone call with him as well.
Which I guess that controlled phone call, does that happen a little bit later in the process?
Yes, it does.
And you said that there are other detectives that were familiar with setting up a controlled buy to do this purchase of a firearm. Is that something that occurs regularly in homicide investigations?
No, it is not. As a homicide detective, we're not trained in that unless you have prior experience. That's not something I was trained in or have ever been a part of.
And so at that point, did that portion of it kind of get turned over to other detectives so that they could coordinate those aspects?
Yes.
And did that happen quickly?
No, it did not. It took, I want to say, almost 3 hours to coordinate this.
And what happened with that control buy of the firearm? Did that actually occur?
No, it's not.
Can you explain those circumstances?
Yes, ma'am. As everyone was preparing to do this controlled buy, there's paperwork that has to be filled out, for that individual, which once again is something I'm not trained in. I don't know how to do or facilitate that. But as that was trying to get put together and coordinated, we had picked a time and picked a place, tried to come up with about how much it would make sense for him to purchase this Springfield XD9, which was a firearm, and then we were notified that he did not have to do that because he actually was in possession of the firearm that he was going to go buy.
And how did you learn that information?
He was able to finally connect to the Wi-Fi, and which get a password basically, which is something he had been asking to do. He has a Wi-Fi only cell phone, and he had said, I just wanted to show that I was not there, a part of this. And then that's when he said, now that you know that I wasn't there, a part of it, based off messages with one of the defendants, I want to let you know that I actually already have the firearm.
And I guess prior to that happening, had he already given you consent to look at his phone?
He did. It's a consent form. That's something that I do on a regular basis. We basically ask them, can we have consent to go through and look through your phone? And they sign off that is okay for us to look at messages, phone calls, location data, things of that sort.
And so when he told you that he already had the firearm, what, if anything, did you do related to the consent that he had given you for his cell phone?
We had to get another consent form.
And did you do that? Your Honor, at this time I have 2 documents that I would ask to hand to Sergeant Dickerson. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the 2 documents that were just handed to you?
I do.
And can you describe those?
They are, like I said, they're consent forms, and it'll be the individual who who owns the device will be up there. There'll be a detective or a police officer that will be on there, and there's a narrative that explains why we're asking for consent, what we can locate with this consent form within this person's cell phone device, and then they will sign off on it. It'll be dated, and then we will also add, you'll see at the bottom, the model, the brand, the type of device, the type of cell phone.
And are those the two forms that Mr. Merrill Odom signed and gave you consent twice to search his cell phone?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those two forms be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 8, and if they could be marked A and B. I trust Ms. Wise to do that. And if I could also hand the witness an item. Sergeant Dickerson, you're being handed an item. If you can take a look at it and let us know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is that item?
This is the cell phone that belongs to Mr. Merrill Odom, an iPhone 7.
And is that the phone that you obtained from him with his consent?
It is.
And what, if anything, did you do with that item?
This, like all cell phones, generally are turned over to SISU to be processed by Detective Gish.
Your Honor, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 9. And can you describe the interview, kind of what, if anything, changed at that moment that you learned that Mr. Merrill Odom has the firearm, and what you do in response to that?
Yeah, so at that time, that kind of changes the dynamic of the interview. Now, as a lead detective, I'm starting to think, well, did he do this? Was he part of it? Is he just trying to throw us off the course of the investigation? So we kind of had to backtrack a little bit and start over and explain to him, now it looks like you're trying to cover up, and maybe you're just here to try and put it on these other people to throw us off. So it really changed the course of the interview and the dynamic there for a little bit. So we almost started over to corroborate any of the early statements that he had made.
And did he go back over everything that he knew and how it happened with you?
Yes, he did.
And at that time, you had the phone. Is that submitted to Detective Gish so that he can tell you if there's anything on the phone that would connect Mr. Merrill Odom to the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, it was.
And I think you referenced this before, that there was a controlled call. Is that the point that you requested that Mr. Merrill Odom attempt a controlled call?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe that? What is that process like?
We wanted more evidence to show that he was not there, that he was not with any of the suspects that he had pointed out, and he stated that he could prove it to us. And we said, well, how about we do a control call, basically a call from the police department. The other party will not know that the police are listening in on this controlled call, and he can corroborate that he had nothing to do with it. So we began that process to start the control call.
And that control call, is that done from a police department phone, or how is that set up?
No, we did it from his phone, I believe. Yeah.
And did he provide you with the phone number that he would be making that call to?
Yes.
And if I can have the witness pass a disc. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the item that you've been handed and let us know if you recognize it.
Yes.
And is that an excerpt from Mr. Merrill Odom's interview that is specifically the control call that you've just described?
Yes, it is. It's a call to Mr. Hill.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to introduce that as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be number 10, and I would also request permission to publish it to the jury, which I have a copy of it ready on the computer to publish it from the computer versus the disc.
Okay.
Which Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe, there is a video file that has been opened up in Windows Media Player, and there's an image shown. Can you just describe briefly what we're seeing here?
This is the inner room that I described earlier. You'll see it's a split view from multiple cameras in there. You'll see Mr. Jacquez Merrill Odom. He's seated there with the hoodie on the left side. On the right side is, at the time, Detective Mustafa. I am in the interview room. I'm actually sitting kind of down here. You'll see me pop my head up, but I am in the interview room, and that's the table I talked about, the whiteboard. The door's closed, and this here is a recorder, and then you have Mr. Merrill Odom's cell phone there in front of him.
Hey, man, walk away, fool. My goddamn uncle bullshit. I said, walk away, my uncle bullshit. You walk away, and then I'm trying to talk to you by yourself. Man, bro, tell this nigga that I was not in the car with your ass whenever that shit happened to that nurse came. Come on now. And then tell the nigga that goddamn that I traded you to MMP for, bro. Nah, nigga, I already know, fool. That's all I'm not to know, fool. I love you though, bro.
This is Detective Mustafa. Today's date is December 10th. The time is approximately 9:17 p.m. Cooperating individual made a control phone call to a Devontae Hill. That ends this report.
And Sergeant Dickerson, after that control call was placed, what, if anything, did you do related to the firearm that Mr. Merrill Odom told you he already had in his possession?
Yeah, so we asked him where his vehicle was. He said it was still at the hospital in the parking garage, I believe. I remained there with Mr. Merrill Odom, and we received a consent form. We got his vehicle keys. And I say other detectives and units went out there to his vehicle to locate the firearm that he said would be in the glove box.
And did he willingly give you the keys to his vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And you referenced a consent form. If I can ask the witness to pass the document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a consent form, similar to the one for a cell phone. Just at the top, you'll see vehicle search warrant search consent form. It has the individual's name, the date, the incident number, my name, the location where this was done, and it also have the vehicle information to include the VIN, the driver's license, the make, model, year, color, and then where the vehicle is located at. So we have on here, Ascension St. Thomas Hospital, and then he will sign it. Jacquez Merrill Odom signed it, and then the witness signed it as well.
Your Honor, I would ask that that consent form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 11. And did Mr. Merrill Odom tell you specifically where within the vehicle the firearm would be located?
He said in the glove box.
And you said the officers were dispatched to that location. Were they able to locate that firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what, if anything, did you do once they located the firearm?
They located the firearm. Once they brought it back, it was photographed, and they brought it back. We knew that we had 3 cartridge casings that we recovered from the scene. Through our chain of command, we requested that they be tested to see if those cartridge casings were in fact fired from that Springfield Exidon.
And that firearm, when it was located, was Mr. Merrill Odom still at police headquarters?
He was.
And you said the testing was requested through your chain of command. Was there any type of expedited request submitted?
Yes, that's not a normal occurrence. Usually it may take a week or several weeks. However, due to exigent circumstance, possibly having the murder weapon, we had cartridge casings, we wanted to corroborate and verify that that was in fact the gun. So the experts and scientists were called in, I believe from home, to come in and complete that process.
And based off of that testing, what, if anything, did you do?
From there, we were told that it was a match. I believe as close to 100% as you can get. I think it's 99.99, et cetera. From there, we spoke with the district attorney's office, and we felt we had enough to obtain an arrest warrant.
And did you have a location? Was Mr. Merrill Odom able to provide you with any information about a location of where Mr. Hill might be located?
He was.
And were you able to verify that information?
I was.
And you said that you obtained an arrest warrant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that arrest warrant for?
Criminal homicide for Caitlyn Kaufman.
And who was the arrest warrant for?
Devontae Lewis Hill.
Did you also obtain a search warrant?
For the residence, yes.
And so you have a search warrant for the residence as well as an arrest warrant for his person, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe that process of how those are effectuated? Is that something where you would go out by yourself?
No. So in those situations, usually anything involving a homicide and affecting a search warrant of a residence, our SWAT team will conduct that, but we'll work, with them. There's usually some type of briefing, and at that time, homicide will read off the warrant, the search warrant, kind of give the facts surrounding the case, how we came to that point. And then from there, it's turned over to the SWAT team, and then they take it from there and effect the search warrant on residents. We were there when that process happens, but I am not part of the actual execution of the search warrant on residents.
And when they executed the search warrant, were they able to locate Mr. Devontae Hill?
Yes.
And was any other evidence located as part of executing the search warrant for that residence?
Yes, it was.
And I guess, can you describe where that residence was?
1500 Porter in East Nashville, apartment K5.
And what's the name of that apartment complex?
Berkshire Place, I believe also known as Panorama.
And can you describe that, though, also known as their kind of local people that live in the Nashville area have a kind of nickname for that apartment or that area?
I believe just Berkshire Panorama Apartments in 1500, yeah.
Does Panorama, is that known by any other name?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever heard anybody refer to it as PA?
I have not.
Okay. And you said that he was located. Was there other evidence related to this case that was located when that search warrant was served?
Yes, there's a cell phone and there's also a firearm.
And did you collect either of those items?
I did not personally, but other detectives did.
And the cell phone specifically, was that something that you were connected to and submitting it to SISU?
Yes, similar to the process with the other cell phones, that's something I took part in.
I'm going to add that the witness reviewed an item. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at that item once you receive it,
And let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is Devontae Hill's cell phone that I collected and turned over to Detective Gish with SISU.
And was that collected from 1500 Porter Road, apartment K5 at the time of his arrest?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 12. Sergeant Dickerson, you've described that you were not specifically involved going into the apartment to effectuate that arrest warrant. What, if anything, did you do at the time that you knew that Mr. Hill was located?
So I was at the apartment complex, and then once I received confirmation that Mr. Hill was inside the residence, I and another detective went back to headquarters to prepare the interview room for Mr. Hill.
And is that the same type of interview room that we just saw in that excerpt of Mr. Merrill Odom's interview?
Yes, it is.
And when you have someone that is charged with a crime and is being brought into the interview room, can you describe the process that you go through?
Yep. Just about any time that someone obviously has an outstanding arrest warrant or maybe a potential suspect, when they arrive, sometimes they're in handcuffs, maybe in the front or the back. And then when they arrive, we read them their Miranda rights.
And did you do that as it relates to Mr. Hill?
Yes, I did.
And is there a form that's associated with that?
There is.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, if you can take a look at the document that's just been handed to you and let us know if you recognize it, and if you do, if you could describe what it is.
I do. This is our rights waiver form. So on this form will be certain demographic information to include the individual's name, where the interview is taking place, the date, the time, and on here we'll make sure that they understand their rights, and we read their rights to them, and then there's a section where they can read, or it can be read to them, their waiver of their rights.
And was that done with Mr. Hill, and does that contain his signature?
Well, it does not contain his signature at the time he was handcuffed, but he verbally acknowledged to it.
And so in that situation, you fill out the form, you read it to him, and you document it in your file.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that form be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And did Mr. Hill agree to an interview with you?
He did.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed his. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize that case?
Yes.
And is that a copy of Mr. Hill's recorded interview?
Yes, it is.
And that recorded interview, you said that the process, there's a button outside of the room.
That's correct.
And did you make sure that that button was pressed so that the interview would be recorded?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that the entirety of that interview was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And then at some point, did you learn that the entirety of the interview was not available to you?
Yes, we did. We understood and learned that there was a portion in the middle, maybe towards the end, that had not been recorded.
And was that done intentionally in any way?
No, ma'am.
And I guess when you learned of it, was it after the fact when you're just trying to retrieve the copy of that recording?
That's correct.
So it wasn't something that you learned that night where you could go back and kind of start over?
That's correct. Yeah, it was essentially too late at that time once I had realized that portion was missing.
Was that several months later?
It was.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that interview recording be introduced as the next number exhibit, which I believe is number 14. And I have that available on my computer to publish to the jury, Exhibit 14, as well as there are transcripts.
Okay.
I have 2 stacks of 7 transcripts.
Okay.
For the jurors, and then I also have copies for the parties. Which I have a copy for the witness, the court reporter, Your Honor, as well as the clerk.
Okay. Did counsel, you have a copy?
We have copies.
Okay.
And then would you,
And I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here we go.
Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the recorded statement you are about to hear was edited. You're about to hear a recorded statement. It was edited by the parties to remove portions of the interview that were not relevant to this case. You are not to consider in any way the fact that that this redaction or removal of a portion has occurred, and you give whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate to the portions of the statement that you will hear or that will be introduced into evidence. But you are not to speculate. You cannot speculate as to what the what was edited or why it was edited. So that's not for you to consider. Additionally, because we're introducing a recording into evidence, you are being provided a document purporting to be a transcript of this recording. This document is provided to assist you in listening to the audio. If from your listening to this audio you find discrepancies or inaccuracies between the transcript and the audio itself, you should rely upon your understanding of the audio and disregard those portions of the transcript that you find to be inaccurate. Additionally, I notice that many of you are taking notes. If you take notes, please keep in mind that the transcript is not evidence, and you will not be able to take the transcript with you to deliberate. So if you take notes on the transcript, you're not going to be able to take it with you to deliberate. Just keep that in mind. I know that you have your notepads. Feel free to write any notes on the notepads as you deem appropriate.
Your Honor, Deputy Moore just noticed an error on the transcript. It indicates that it was taken on January 11th of 2021. This actually occurred on December 11th of 2020. I would just like to correct that so that no one thinks that our date is off.
Okay. All right. And the recording will reflect that. I guess that goes to show how there could be inaccuracies between the transcript and the recording.
And Sergeant Dickerson, just if you could describe what we're seeing in this recording just for the record.
Yes, that's one of the interview rooms. That's Mr. Hill and one of the SWAT personnel that brought him to headquarters.
And again, this interview occurred on December 11th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What's going on, man? What's up? I'm Detective Dickerson, this is my partner. Detective, do you care if we take these off? Can I bother you? Do you want one? I'm good. You're good? Okay. I'll take these off. I know there's a lot going on right now. Probably just got woken up, right? How you sleep in the middle of the night. Probably have a lot of questions. So that's just it. We're just gonna talk. Okay. We're gonna have a conversation about everything. Try and answer all your questions, and we'll just go with them, figure everything out, right? Okay. Is it Devontae? Yeah. That's it. What's your last name? Hill. Devontae Hill? Okay. Do you go by a nickname like D or anything like that? Tay. Tay? Okay. Devontae Hill. You go by Tay? Okay. How old are you, Devontae? 21. Okay. All right. And then, is that where you live over there? Or is it somewhere you stay? You live in my mom's house. That's mom's house? Yeah. Okay. I didn't go in the house. I was just outside and came back here to talk to you. Who stays in there with you and mom? Her and my sister. Okay. And what's sister's name? Anisha. Anisha. Anisha over there. Okay. Older sister. How long have you been staying over there for? I really, I've been at home and I sometimes leave. But then I've been at home with them. Okay. You weren't here? We're not in the same apartment, but just in the apartment complex. Was that Stratford High or is that Stratford? Okay. Is that where you graduated from? Yeah. You in school now? You going to college or anything? No. You working anywhere? I was supposed to start at Bixby. I was supposed to be looking for an email today. You get emails today? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so before we get into why you're here or any questions you have, because you are named us interview room detectives, want to make sure you understand that you have rights. All right, I'm going to read it to you, and then we're just going to put this aside, get it out of the way, whether we're about it, we'll just talk. Right. We'll figure everything out. All right. Can you spell your name for me? D-E-B-A-U-N-T. And just H-I-L-L? Yeah. All right. conversation. We're just going to talk to each other, figure it out. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for us. This is what today's probably going on right now. And we'll figure it out. Before asking any questions, do you understand you have the right to remain silent? Okay. Knowing that you have the right to remain silent, you still want to talk to us?
Just to see what's going on,
Okay. Before we get into it, I'm just going to read it to you straight from the paper. That's what I usually always do. I want to read you right. Has anyone ever read you right before? Or do you know what your rights are? Okay. So, anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have a lawyer with you during questions. You cannot afford a lawyer, only provided to you no cost for questions. First, before you probably heard it on TV. Knowing that, you want to talk, just have this conversation, figure out what's going on. Obviously, you can't sound right now. We'll just put that stuff. Actually, I'm sorry. One more quick thing. What is your birthday?
7/7/99.
99? What's your social?
410-87-2988.
What's your phone number for you?
629-224-7903.
7903? So, like I said, we'll get that out of the way. What, I guess, kind of just tell me, about the day-to-day, what's going on, how you ended up here, where to start out, why you think you're here, what's going on today, the last couple of weeks.
I've been doing applications. I have 2 kids to take care of. So I don't remember that application on there. She right now in college. So I'm good.
Call of Duty, PlayStation, Xbox, PlayStation. Let me ask you a question, and obviously if you have any questions, you can kind of get in there. Have you heard anything about what happened with the nurse last week?
I've been standing.
Okay. All right. What do you know about that, with that lady out there?
Nothing. Just she was on, what's the thing say? What was it, 940 something? She was shot or something.
Well, you were there.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that you coming here, and I think just being straight up, you gotta see, just straight shoot, do you think you being here has anything to do with that? Or why would we be talking about that?
I mean, it was funny you brought it up.
Okay. Kind of just tell me why you think I would bring it up. Just, and like I said, right now is the best time to be open and honest and just talk, and that's how we figure things out on the front end. In this situation, when you're open, just up front with people, it can always help you out of the back end if there's something to it. So why do you think I'll bring that up?
Get somebody to say I had to do it.
Why would you
I was telling because I came to my house. If it was just like, come talking in the bed and I was, I guess it's common sense.
And what do you mean by common sense when you say that? Like, what's your logic? What's your common sense to that?
I mean, if it was just questioning, you feel me, I would probably just think and knock on the door, ask to talk to me, something ask me to come down here. But instead, my door got kicked in, flashbangs came through and all sorts of stuff.
Call of Duty type stuff. Yeah. When that happened, when that flashbang happened, you like, what were you thinking? There is no
Yeah, I was asleep. My mom just came and woke me up. I'm like, they got a search warrant. Because so I was trying to get out of bed and come to the door to see what was going on. But by the time I was trying to get up there, I kicked it over.
And you said you just kind of fill out an application, you still started testing. When you're not working, you say you're playing PlayStation, you're playing Call of Duty. Do you leave the house at all? Do you leave the apartment at all?
Yeah, I'm probably walk to the doctor, visit the Dollar General.
The one right there in Paul? Or the line?
Basically, or the other store across the street.
Okay. Is that like kind of your daily routine, what you do every day?
Basically.
Okay.
Other than that, I probably get my kids.
You got your kids? What are their names?
One Yeah, junior, got junior, and who's driving the labor.
Are they there?
No,
Where are they at?
with their mom, and,
And obviously trying to get back to the nerves that you said, brother, you know, everybody that came up and just tell me why you think your name may not come up with that situation. And like I said, just
I'm here, like,
this is
the
beyond.
only way I can know, so I'm here. Other than that, I don't have a car to drive anywhere, I don't do much. So I'm in the one
You never in any cars ever?
yeah, like, I'd be in the car, but I wouldn't be getting, I don't do stuff like that,
You said that you sometimes ride around cars. Do you have a driver's license?
I'll be passenger, I don't be a driver.
Usually passenger. Who drives it? Who drives it?
Like, whoever, like, then say my kids' mom asked me, she'll probably come and get me, friends come and get me,
You have a certain friends that hang out with you, call them, pick you up, and scoop you up?
Nah, usually I just use the money in the apartments. And I'll be like, where y'all finna go, or something like that. And I just get in the car with them or something.
You just go out, ride around. I mean, since you're not working, we're all going to go ride. It's not working yet. You don't have a job, I'm assuming.
Really, it would just be like riding around, like, they have a destination, I think it's like one, or somewhere, anywhere. It's always a destination, they can just ride around. But those occasions, I would be with.
Yeah. When was the last time that you were in a car riding around?
I don't know. I don't just know what I'm saying. I'm just riding around with that. I was sure with me.
Where are you going today?
I went to Taco Bell.
Were you going yesterday?
No.
Who did you go to Taco Bell today?
My little brother.
Your little brother?
Yeah.
What was his name?
It's not like a real little brother. It's just somebody really young that we knew. I basically just look after her. I don't really know his real name.
Little brother, as in he can drive that age, or he grew up?
Yeah, he can drive.
I'm not trying to get you on that.
He can drive, yeah.
He's called little bro.
Yeah, just rode to Taco Bell and went back home. And I was just sleeping and woke up today.
Did he have a nickname or something? Did you talk to him and say, hey, he's a car?
Nah, I wouldn't want to do nobody else in this situation, whatever it is. So I just keep it to myself.
Keep it to yourself. Okay. What about last, like this whole week? If you could try and think back, maybe who you were with, riding around in the car, or car.
Last week I wasn't really in the cars.
No, I mean this week. Start with this week. It's hard to remember. So if you just take it day by day, like this week, where you're riding around, who you're with, what kind of car? Because you said you don't have a car.
I don't think they're all besides Taco Bell. I don't think I would anywhere.
But the last time you had a Taco Bell, you've been out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If it gets technically now, it's Friday. Tuesday. When did you start?
I was living with him. And I just talked to our friend, he was trained that I talked to him yesterday, and he told me that he was supposed to email me today.
Well, we don't know. I mean, like I said, as long as you continue to be open and honest and figure this thing out together is why you're here. But the biggest thing is you guys should be open and honest. You're here for a reason. You may know it, you may not know it, you may have an idea. So that's the best way to just talk about it. Okay. What about this past weekend? What you did? It seems like maybe on the weekend you're going out.
I've been on to
Atlanta? What you go down there for?
just doing it.
Who'd you go with?
Who'd you go with?
8 months? Who was that? I don't know, everybody might get to it though. We wouldn't go do that. We want to I don't have an handcuff you. We'll take a step out here. So what were you going down to Atlanta for?
Just right down there, see the city. I'm in good trouble.
Okay.
So I just want to go down there.
How was it?
Such a drive.
How long was your hours?
4 hours.
It's all right.
What's your name?
I'm sorry, man. Just a little bit.
I just, I
So what did you say you're riding on?
think it's Chrysler.
Chrysler? Right there? Is that better?
Yeah.
What kind? Was it an SUV or was it a sedan or a truck?
It was Chrysler.
Yeah.
Sedan.
Feel better?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be. What about his dad?
You know,
A lot of leg room? Do you have a leg room or? Yeah.
just so ready.
I know it's 4 hours, got 4 hours on the type, he's kind of tall guy.
Yeah. So what day do they set to be on the day?
Thursday, Friday, Monday.
And how long are you down there for?
Probably not even on the leaves and roll down and just roll through the city and just, you know, so my kids just doing just like one I had to get to them. I didn't even stay on the plan on staying because.
Did you at least eat somewhere? Did you at least eat somewhere?
No, I just rolled through. They don't know.
Fast food or? Hey, man. It's a long trip from not even getting some food.
You can't use the day?
No.
Oh, just one down to the day.
Yeah, they ain't no city. I'm trying to say. I don't know about it. I don't know.
You just figure out that a little bit.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. But what does she need? What does she need? Just the firm. But don't tell me wrong. So you said that was this weekend. What about Friday? Last Friday, we did.
Not the Friday, just last weekend. Go.
Yeah, so I guess last Friday, so a week from today. Today's Friday, we can go back a week.
Wasn't all done.
Oh, on Friday. Okay.
Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, Friday, all that time. Do you have anybody that can confirm? I mean, we can't talk to this girl, so that we can call her and say, hey, we down there. Said, she said, yeah, he was down there with me on Thursday, Friday. She would. What's her number? You don't know on top of your head? I'll give it to you on phone. It's in your phone, where's your phone? No, but I mean, if you have it on you, it's at your house, at the apartment.
They just never probably broke.
Oh, there's another. Okay. What about last Wednesday, before you went down there? You remember this? Well, look, and I mean, I would love to talk to Tatiana, what do you call her? No, I would love to talk to her and see when you went down there. You know, try to figure out if that's really where you were. I believe it's from down there, but since you don't know, it's like Thursday, Friday, this weekend, and just trying to figure out what you think. You just went down there. You remember what place you ate at?
We started to burger King. That was like
the weather was? Just cold. Was it snowing? Yeah. Just cold. Definitely. Oh, you want that? Not this past. Last. Yeah. But just here we went down and land, it was cold. What about last Thursday? Because I mean, you said Thursday, Friday, so weekend. What about Thursday?
Friday. 2 hours or so, Thursday night, Thursday, Friday.
Or about 9:30? It would have been the 3rd, December 3rd. Remember about the time it about? Look, I don't think you can take the excuse prosecutor. I don't think you're being real honest. I believe you went to Atlanta. I think you really do. With your girl, soccer girl. But I don't think you're being honest about what day that you went down there. For sure down there that Thursday night. I want to get back to kind of with the nurse, Caitlyn, that was shot. Tell me just what you've heard about it. Yeah, I mean, it's been all over the news. You can't not hear about it. Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter.
She said she was heading on her way to work. And she was shot. I was throwing up with you and then I don't know.
What day did you see them? Not yesterday. How'd you see it? You saw it on your phone? Is that what you normally use your life? I mean, I use the internet for mine.
I only got, I was just scrolling on Facebook or something and seeing somebody share what like on my thing, they'll show like breaking news there. And I just seen it.
Did you tell anybody about, like, go check this out? Did you see this, hear about this?
Yeah. Just show it. Well, like I was just sitting right with children or something, and I was just having to see something like that, nothing, and whatever. Then, I was just going around, hey, y'all see this?
Did your mom see it? Your mom know? Or your sister?
I don't know.
Did your mom? Did your mom? She see it? Didn't talk to her about it.
Something wrong with it.
What route did you take to get to the line? You remember what interstate highway is it?
I started from America, we started from Nashville. Basically, I just like, so it's over with around here these times.
And on this past Thursday, were you out there all on the interstate, riding around by yourself or anybody? So, if we were to, I don't know, if you could give us consent or something, we look at your phone, we can see on Thursday you hit her up, so let's do something. Why did you do it? You go to your phone? Yeah. So a little bit more about Caitlyn.
But you can see, like, I was definitely
Where does she live? With your friends?
she, me, just have a lot of money to stop this and we
Kind of get started point where you know how you got to the Atlanta. You said you start over here. Where did you start?
like apartments behind after house. You know what after house is.
So apartments of this. Did you go down towards Laverne, or did you go on the highway, or did you go downtown first? How much way did you go to get onto the highway? You remember?
Which I believe even saved me after house. I mean, you call up, you can go like the Nashville, Nashville is split. Nashville.
Okay, you took it to Knoxville. Okay.
And the reason I keep, bringing on the table over there is those shots. Why do you think I keep bringing that up?
Because somebody had to say I just need to do it. Because I ended up at my house.
I mean, I've never been to a
Just
listen, so I'm saying, it's not something we just make up, like, man, let's go. Like, I think
somebody had to say something.
I know you said you don't know, but just trying to think why would somebody say something like that? What would be the reason? I mean, just what you said.
I don't know. I don't do much. I don't do anything. I usually stay in the house playing with my kids.
Go to the land.
No, that's not something.
Really?
I told her I was traveling.
This past weekend?
Just to try to do something. Switch up my things that I do.
How'd you decide to hit up Pepsi for a job?
Because of my friend in China.
I mean, I've never seen it get paid.
Yeah, he says it's 18 an hour when you pay here.
Oh, wow. How many hours a week? Yeah.
That's like 60.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Like, if you pay $1,080, what may take the tax, they go to about $960, that's $100.
Did you have a job before that?
Yeah, I used to work at Dickey Park.
Dickey Park, you did? That was there, so.
It was too far out.
Who's going to get you to work? Who's going to get you to work every day? How far is the Pepsi place from you?
Since he was running, I was working the same shift as him. 500, 580.
What's his name?
Roger Rogers.
Roger Rogers?
Is it Roger or Roger? Roger.
How long, do you play Call of Duty a lot?
Yeah.
You play against people, or you just play your own? Do you have a team?
Not really.
Not really.
I was really running team. Yeah, I like to be really good. They want to know things I don't know. So I use their strategy when I do play other people.
You said earlier that you change cars around, like you drive different people around to get you around.
Yeah.
Who you like? Is it somebody you usually hang out with? Like you got a good friend or buddy? Who's your favorite go-to person?
If I just had to walk outside and see somebody I know, or I just ask, my mom to see the car.
What's your favorite place to go? Like, everybody's like got a house. Where if you're trying to get a house, where you trying to go?
You know, really love to see my kids.
That's perfectly understandable. I would need to.
Since I understand, like, my dad was in my life. So I refuse to love kids and I had that dad in my life. So that's why I'm hanging over every day is to make it home, just so I can make it to me.
When you're get along pretty well. I get along. Sometimes, yeah.
Like right now, I'm not there because we have issue going on.
Okay. How long has that been?
I just over in the snow my day, and went in the snow. So I guess that Tuesday, I left our house for, was it Tuesday? Well, sometime I left our house because we got into it.
Do you usually, if you're not getting into it, do you stay over there, or you still stay with your mom?
I'll stay there.
You stay with her?
Yeah, but I was supposed to get my kids today so she can move to her apartment.
So you're very much moving to Herman's?
Yeah, but she stayed with her mom, yeah. And she got her apartment at Hermitage.
Gotcha.
So she's supposed to be moving today. I was supposed to get my kids.
Gotcha. So, I'm just curious, okay? When people have been talking recently about the nurse, okay, have they been talking about the apartment complex?
No.
And
I'm saying it just go along. It's nothing like doing fight on somebody dies. This is somebody we know that if my cousin was around somebody that did, it'll be something we talk about.
So they ain't nothing about them.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, everybody can talk about it. I don't know if I believe.
No, you can. Everyone in the bar complex. Everybody's talking.
Well, I guess outside of there. Everybody's talking about it. Yeah, obviously we're talking about it. Police talk about it. Everybody's asking us about it. When something like that happens, out on the interstate, I mean,
Really shocking.
how do you think we go about investigating that? Like, I mean, you watch TV, you play video games, like what types of things do you think detectives and investigators would do to start working it in your mind? Like, what would they do?
You try to find some type of motive first. Spread word about it. Give out rewards. Something should be somebody to start. Maybe something, but
What about cameras? What about photographs?
now I was saying you don't be sticking around. Me and my kids were both down in the store and I gave the lady like she could that's been
So you know that there's cameras out there?
Yeah.
What do you think those cameras would show if someone were to get shot at on the stage?
It was just him. It's gonna show you, man, get some camera. Like that camera is supposed to be.
And you keep saying it's common that
Like I did, it's obvious stuff, you feel me?
Yeah. And so we're investigating, like you said, word of mouth, follow leads, reward. I think it's like 50,000, 60,000, 600,000, something. It's high. It's way up there. And then if we pull cameras, we talk to people. What are some things that would stand out if we were looking at a camera on a highway or something like that? You're smart. You're not dumb. I mean, what are some things that would stand out? What car?
She was standing out.
No, you said the car. Like what?
I don't understand. If anything was happening on the interstate, the car was standing out. That would be the main thing. You feel me? The camera good enough to catch his name fast enough to see another person.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're spot on. Sometimes on the cameras, too, it show how fast cars are going. If somebody's speeding. I don't know if you noticed, we don't have it, a little secret, but state troopers, they have license plate readers. If you go by them, they'll register the license plate. I don't know if you do that or not. Yeah, I thought that's something. Yeah, something. They'll register a license plate, and it'll say when that car drove by them on the interstate. Sometimes you may not see trucks away, especially if it's bad weather, rain or snow or something like that. So that's not probably that would be any type of lead to follow down if we saw a car driving fast or we see her car get shot at?
Yeah. Mostly when you see her car beside you, supposed to probably.
And like I said, man, I'm glad you're having a conversation. The best thing is why I'm going to talk right. The best thing is to be honest and not lie, because if we find out that you're lying and not being honest, it just won't be good for the long run. But if you're open and honest up front, you know, it goes a long way.
So am I arrested?
Well, we'll get to that. That's a good question. Right now, yeah, you're in handcuffs. You're not really. Yeah.
Not even talking about right now. I know he's going to talk to me. I'm just saying, I'm arrested, but I'm in going nowhere.
What on the interstate, we get a lot of tips. You ever hear like Crime Stopper tips? Anonymous.
I really did.
Yeah, hundreds of them. Some cases get hundreds, some cases maybe a lot. This one was good.
I would agree.
And a lot of times people call in and they're anonymous, we have no idea who they are, but they call in and say, hey, I saw Caitlyn's car, because they do anything about that. I saw Caitlyn's car on I-440, about 6 o'clock, saw her about 6:05, 6:10, she was near the West End exit. Hey, I saw her veer off the road. What do you think we're going to do with those leads? What do you think when we get leads about Cadillac SUV driving crazy, driving fast in the state for everyone or so forth?
What day is it?
December 3rd, Thursday. Not at night. I mean, you said you lived out Thursday night or Friday morning. You lived at night. I mean, I didn't say you were a car. If someone were calling tip about that, or someone were calling tip about, whatever, just a truck, just home. It was in the Cadillac. It was in the Thompson. It was in the Escalade. It was in the Toyota. Just tell us what's on your mind, just be up front.
Why do you think someone would do something like that? Or shoot someone's car like that? Why would someone do that? I don't know.
People that just, why you gonna say just people, there's a reason why everybody do that.
Absolutely. What would come to mind? Like, it's the first thing that pops into why someone would do something. As you said, there's reasons. What would be a reason?
I can tell you the first reason.
Yeah. You got nothing in your mind? Nothing in your mind? I think you do. But you keep wanting to say some people just stop right there.
I don't say some people. I want to say some people just stop.
That's it. I ain't gonna tell you money about it. I promise you.
I agree, but them girl, I'm just saying. That's just some people. I don't know. You get a reason right here.
Do you help Miller when he does it? Something did it?
I really get it helps, but your personal shit.
You think it helps closure? So the family didn't know who did it, and they just want closure. Nothing against the person that they found out.
Yeah.
You get that one help.
There's the pain of losing someone not known, and there's the pain of losing someone that we should not.
was big. Take that thing back.
You know, so you just did fuck up individual, I was talking about this, the other stuff.
Right. So you think it's on the line? Eat now. So I guess a lot of times part of our job is just try on both sides. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because both parties want to talk about it. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, like this right here, and these things, you questions about the person. But I was just saying,
do you think somebody else has something to do with it, and you just got caught up with it?
I mean, children speak up like this. And I don't know why I'm here.
You honestly feel like you know, no idea at all.
Yes, but I honestly don't understand why. I really don't believe it.
Can I be honest how you help that?
No.
You gotta be able to cooperate with what you're telling us. Does that know what that means? So you say you're out with somebody. Well, we can't just go up. You just say you're out with somebody and just leave. People lie to us all the time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's nothing personal. People lie to us all the time. So we have to go, okay, well, who we out with? No, you just tell us. We call them up and look, no one's in trouble. We're trying to figure out what's going on. Where you at with this person? They'll go, yeah, we're done. We say, yeah, well, that helps. We can find somebody else. They say, no, I wasn't with them. Well, then we're back to everybody. People lie to us all the time. You see what I'm saying? So when the detective is asking, who would you go to land with? Who you hang out with? He's not trying to get the business. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to get the person off. It's just trying to, if you're not supposed to be here, it's trying to figure out who prove that you ain't supposed to be here. You see what I'm saying?
And it's really helping you. You know, you gotta give a little bit and help yourself. So if you're just yelling at this person, I'm not gonna tell you their phone number or their name, well, you can't just go off that. You know, it's not like, you're not dragging it into what you got going on. It's really, yeah, I need your help right now. You know, I was with you, just get contact information, call up. Say, have you been so-and-so with pay recently? Yeah, I was with him last week. There you go.
Yeah. Would you do that with for somebody if they asked you to? Would you be upset if someone said, hey, you know, I got two detectives talking to me. You tell them, tell them where we were. Would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, but you gotta trust your friends, man. You took them to Atlanta. She could have dropped you off in Atlanta. She brought you back. That's right. I'm just trying to help you out, you know what I'm saying?
You probably hear don't trust me.
Well, I can tell you this, Thursdays at about 6 or 6:05, 6 here.
You can find 6 and 7.
You can call me in the morning as a holiday.
What's she gonna say?
In the house.
In the house?
And not in the house, in the apartment.
So mom's number? You don't even know mom's number by heart?
No, I don't. But she got 3 different moms.
You want to tell me all 3 numbers?
I don't know none of them. I call her Bill and you take your Facebook.
What's your Facebook?
Cheryl.
Cell phone.
Mark. YL. I'm going to be or something. You can call her.
Long Facebook?
So we call her, like, on Facebook, so trying to figure out and say, hey, last Thursday between 6 and 7. Where was your son? What you gonna say?
Either in the house or in the apartment complex.
What if those cameras on the interstate and license plate reading and all those other tests they have us? I say,
I'm just saying, you see the license plate readers.
That would lead us to a car that we could put you in that day.
I don't know anybody else can.
What about Tacoma?
I share this. I'm gonna tell you this before you try to say how I use the Cadillac. You said I ran the Cadillac out of the work. This is how I use it. It's not regular Cadillac because you said the Cadillac first, and then you try to use the car.
Well, no, that's how I know you're talking about
the Cadillac.
Yeah, we got lots of tips. Cadillac, Coleman, Jeep.
You know, I'm just saying. Why do you don't try to say a car?
Tell me why.
Because you said that was the first car, you said, if that's the first thing you said, you already know. You do. It's like my ass, you just done a Glock 22, you feel me, or a Glock 30 or something like that. First, you name I said,
that's what works.
Like, I'm just saying, I don't want to fit your presentation, but I want to fit you like a boomerang. Somebody's like, since y'all know everything, and what's up, is this done, this done, like you said, the Glock 22, yes or no? If you said the Glock 22, you saying it because it's common sense that why would I have to run the code with the Glock 22? That all of them. Of course it's a Glock 22, that's why you said it's a Glock 22.
I guess I kind of understand what you're saying. So those are one of the, like I said, we investigate tips, we investigate cameras and everything. We got a lot of people. Cadillac, Coleman, Jeep, drugs.
Cadillac first.
Well,
So that's what you
but you weren't in, you were in Omaha, what? You were in a
Chrysler.
What Chrysler was? No, but I mean, which, you were on model? Chrysler. And is that the girl?
Yeah.
So we were ever able to get her information and ask her,
We get a great Chrysler, but when you have a moment, you sometimes you can say from 6 to 7. Just the rule will be like a short. You can say she's an hour, and she will tell you what I did. And all that she tell you on that hour.
I mean, you're incredibly intelligent man. You are. So I want some understanding why you're not wanting to give up a little bit of information on your personal life. I get it personal, 100% understand. But if you listen to me, man, you're incredibly intelligent. You are. I mean, the logic you were showing to Detective Dickerson, you're incredibly intelligent. So you could easily make this easier. You could easily make this easier. But you just don't want to. So I have to ask, why don't you want to just help us out and help yourself out?
You asked me multiple times. 6 to 7. I love it. So that doesn't involve anything we talking about these times, right?
a little bit early.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if I was in nowhere, you feel me, around the scene 3 times, that has to be.
What can? Everything he has to say. Why would us want to try to get these people to cooperate with what you're saying, help you out?
You just said she was very 5 times while I was there. I don't know what you did. Tell me when I was there. And I was there still. I don't have a car.
Sergeant Dickerson, before this recording started, you talked about the fact that there was an issue with the actual interview file and the way that it was saved, and a portion of the interview was not captured. Is this kind of the point where that happened?
Yes, is about when it takes place.
And during the interview, obviously, you're still there and Detective Hughes is there. Are there also other people with the police department that are actually observing this interview?
Yes, there were multiple individuals watching the observation room.
And can you describe what happens in the in-between time where we're missing a certain portion of this recorded interview?
It was about that time that we were provided with some cell tower data, and we were brought to it from Agent Valley, things that he and Detective Gish were working on based off the phone number and cell phone from Devontae.
And so up until the point that you show him an actual map, does Mr. Hill continue to kind of stick with the story that he was in Atlanta?
He does. He continues to say he was out of town in Atlanta with a female friend in a green Chrysler 200 until we show him the picture of the map.
Which you mentioned during the interview, something about license plate readers on highway patrol cars.
That's correct.
And is that something that's true?
Yes.
And did you have any information from any highway patrol cars with
Not at the time,
license
no.
plate reader information?
Not at the time.
And did Metro Nashville Davidson County, did they have license plate readers throughout the city in December of 2020?
No, ma'am.
So was there any information related to any license plates that you were able to follow up on?
Not at the time, no.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that this witness be handed a document. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the document that was just handed to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what that is?
This was provided to me by Agent Valley with the TBI. He is an expert in this field. However, it's a document with a map showing Devontae Hill's phone number and putting him in the area of the crime scene. And you have the crime scene that's marked as well there on I-440 West Mile Marker 2/0.
And is that the actual image that you confronted Mr. Hill with during this interview?
I did.
And is that what you can see on the table now in the interview room?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that image, which is a map, become the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 15. And may I have permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes, you need to open it. Are you going to do it?
I can just minimize this and pull it up. And Sergeant Dickerson, the image that is now on the screen, is that a copy of the map that was shown to Mr. Hill during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And this copy is actually the copy from the case file, so it's not the best copy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. After you confronted Mr. Hill with that image that showed that his phone was in Nashville, Davidson County, but also in fairly close proximity to the actual crime scene, what, if anything, did he say?
At that time, he acknowledged that he was not in Atlanta, like he had been stating for over an hour. He said that he had something to do with the murder of Caitlyn.
And when he said that to you, did he say that quickly, or was it something that you kind of had to pull out of him?
We still had to somewhat pull it out of him, where he was traveling, who he claimed to be with, what vehicle he was in, that he really wasn't in Atlanta. He didn't just come out and say it. We still were in the interview for quite a bit of time.
And you kind of described when you were interviewing Jacquez Merrill Odom, and he was providing you with information that all came out fairly quickly.
Yes, with Jacquez, it was almost immediately, within the first couple minutes.
And even when Mr. Hill is confronted with that cell tower map that showed that he was in fact in Nashville, Davidson County, did he come out with all of the information about what happened that night quickly, or were you still having to ask multiple questions to get information out of him?
No, there was still a lot of back and forth between he and myself, Detective Hughes himself. We kind of just went round and round, as you saw in the interview. It took us a while to still get his version of what happened. It was not immediate.
And can you describe his version of what happened when he first told you about being in Nashville and not being in Atlanta? What did he say?
That he was traveling on the interstate, that Caitlyn had cut off he and the individual that he was in the vehicle with. And when that happened, the individual he claimed to be with had told him basically, they put the window down, and that individual fired the gun several times.
Did he say who put the window down?
Yes, Quan is the name that he gave, Quan Evans.
And did Mr. Hill state what type of vehicle he was in?
I believe it was a Cadillac.
And am I correct that Mr. Hill indicated that he was the driver?
He stated that he was driving.
But he did state that Miss Caitlyn Kaufman cut them off.
Yes, he stated that when they were on the interstate that Caitlyn, cut them off, and which then resulted in the shooting.
Did he have any specific details about this Quan Evans?
No, other than a name. That was it. That was all he could provide.
Did he give a physical description?
Somewhat.
And the interview, does the recording kind of pick back up as you're following up, asking some follow-up questions about that statement that you've just described that Mr. Hill made?
Yes, it does. I believe when it picks back up, then we're talking about the incident. Then he has admitted to being in the vehicle, admitted to playing a part in Caitlyn's homicide, and I believe we're talking about this Quan Evans.
Your Honor, if I may rescind saying to the previous interview. Just for the record, it is at 48 minutes and 42 seconds is when this was stopped, and it will resume play at this time.
You never checked on the computer, so you should still have this.
You minimized it.
You minimized it.
It's on my screen. Mr. Cuomo? Huh?
It went off and come back on.
I mean, I'm happy to shut this down and turn it back on.
I know, it's probably a good time to break it, then you talk for 2 hours, and then we can figure it out. Yeah, give us a minute, I know we've been here for close to 2 hours, you probably be stretching legs. We'll try to figure out this little technical hiccup.
All rise.
Don't discuss the case among yourselves with anybody. Leave the transcripts in your seats, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Detective, now don't talk to anybody because you're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
If you need to go.
Okay, looks like they're going to be taking a 10 or 15-minute break here. Typically, they take one in the afternoon like this, and I think they have to reboot the computer to get more of that taped interview with Hill back up and running. And I don't know about you at home. To me, it sounds a bit like he has a mouthful of rocks with that level of audio recording. I couldn't make out much of it, and I apologize for this. Many of you have messaged asking whether or not we have transcripts of this. The jury has a transcript. We do not have a transcript of what is said, and it's just unfortunate. I could barely make out anything that was said during that entire period there. But the good part of this is we know what was said based on opening arguments from Jan Norman, and also just now in questioning with Sergeant Dickerson. You've heard it already before. This is when they brought him in the day he was arrested. He waived his right to an attorney at that moment. He was read his rights, and he agreed to answer questions from the homicide detective there. And initially, as we heard, during this process, he lied about being in Atlanta. They showed him a map and proved using the cell phone data and other means that he could not have been in Atlanta. We know you were there in the area where Caitlyn Kaufman was shot and killed. He then conceded, yep, I was there, and he admitted that he was involved, but he said he was the one behind the wheel of the Cadillac, and said one Quan Evans was in the seat next to him, and that he rolled down the window after Caitlyn Kaufman allegedly cut them off and in an act of road rage shot. Now, we all know that is a lie, too, because we don't know who Quan Evans is. We know that that silver Cadillac does not belong to a Quan Evans, but to one James Cowan, who is on trial next to him here. So basically, this was just a process of letting you see how this information was gathered, but we know the gist of it. And again, I apologize. What you heard is what we heard, and I even checked with our photographer in the courtroom. He said the audio wasn't much better in the courtroom, which begs the question, why play it? I guess you have to see the interview being done so you know where that information came from. But keep in mind, the jurors are not going to be able to take it back with them when they deliberate, but they did have a copy of a transcript to follow along. And trust me, that made things a lot easier for them. But we know that's the basics of it, and I guess it will continue when they come back from this break. We can open up the phone lines for a moment here because I didn't get to all the calls before, as many of you are following this. Nick Leonardo, it's ironic, he literally was here, had to step out for a moment, and he will be back, and certainly he'll be with us throughout the duration of the trial after this, but had several appointments he had to deal with. He'll be here for later to answer some of the questions that many of you have, specifically about what it takes to prove first-degree murder, how much premeditation there has to be, which I asked him about that. And he said it just takes an instant, but there has to be some thought process there by which you determine, yes, I'm going to shoot and kill this individual, as opposed to just blindly reacting and the death occurring. And that's basically what I think the defense is going to have to prove. And right now, I think Jan Norman does such an excellent job, and she laid it out during the opening statements. And I think in some of the interviews with the detectives, Danielle Connor talking about how it's clear that vehicle pulled up and was parallel to Kaufman's car, and they were able to shoot right into it. And the fact that there were 6 rounds, I mean, that's what it goes to. I'm not sure how important it is now, the fact that they have this admission and the audio and all of this. The prosecution is going to go forward, but keep in mind, it has already been conceded by Hill's attorney that he shot and killed Kaufman. That is not in dispute. He's conceded that, all right? What we have to determine now, or the jury will have to determine, is whether or not it rises to the level of first-degree murder, or if it's one of the lesser included offenses. Keep in mind, when the jury's charged, when this all wraps up, it will be a matter of first-degree murder, and they will have the option of finding a lesser offense, second-degree, manslaughter, reckless homicide. There's a whole list of them. Nick will spell that out for us when he joins us, but that's really the issue here. So it's like all this debate over the cell phone video and where they were and all of that. We're going to hear about all that through this trial, and we're going to hear from the medical examiner about the nature of her injuries. But there's no longer the need to prove that Devontae Hill was there because he's admitted it. They're back in the courtroom. Let's listen in, see if they're back already. Jury is still out.
Let me see what they say.
Okay, they're back in. That was a quick break. They obviously have rebooted that video. We'll continue seeing the interview with Devontae Hill. Both of the defendants are back in. My guess is they're in the process now of bringing the jury back in, and they should pick things up. That was a brief break. So I anticipate there will be another one this afternoon, and we'll see. But they're probably bringing the jury in now, and they'll continue showing the interview between Sergeant Dickerson and Devontae Hill, where he was caught in the lie, saying he was in Atlanta when he wasn't, and then he eventually conceded he was involved in the shooting death. But at that point, he was just saying he was behind the wheel of the car and pinning the shooting on one Quan Evans. We don't know who he is, and we now know, of course, the person actually driving the vehicle was James Cowan, and it was James Cowan's car. But they're going to walk us through that process of learning this, showing the degree of this interview. And I think we're probably also going to hear Cowan's interview, because he was interviewed by authorities later when he was arrested some 4 weeks after this interview occurred. They tracked him down. Remind you folks, we are streaming live on Facebook, also YouTube. Go to the NewsChannel 5 channel on YouTube, and you can watch us there. I understand several hundred people watching there, several hundred people watching right now on NewsChannel 5 Plus, and streaming live on Facebook at newschannel5.com, as well as our station's website. And as I look through many of the comments, we have people watching from not only across the country, but as well overseas. They're coming back in, the jury, and we'll continue with our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Caitlyn Kaufman trial right now.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury hearing the trial are back in the courtroom. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We had to work out a little glitch in technology, but I think we're ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and again, it is 48 minutes and 43 seconds.
I mean, you know about them, you know a lot about them. Like,
Yeah, I know
a lot.
Yeah, I know that. I didn't see what he said. I didn't really know during this situation.
So, you're right down, you're saying she's working for you,
Like, you know,
and you said, what does he say to you? What does he say to you when she's working?
he just yelled out like, oh shit.
And then you just roll the window down, and the window down already.
Like, he was holding down. I don't know, like, when I look, I see him roll the window down, like, he probably yelled or something. Like, you know, people in the road rage and stuff. Just yelling or something, I don't know. As I'm speeding, like, that was to get off the interstate. Distortion. How many times did you think you passed before you got on the interstate? How many times? You went too fast, one. I didn't pass, you know, I think, but they first take something. As soon as that happened, you took the first exit off, you get your hand. Yeah. To like, you know, dogs, like, and then you pick the gas station, you know, just kind of right off. So, why you switch seats? Because I didn't know where, like, my mind was racing at the time. I didn't know how many. So it was like, I was still home. So when that happened, and now I hear them thinking like, what is going on? Why would you do this? I got no kid. You know, why would you do something like this? Like, that's what I'm thinking in my head. What do you do with it now? Are you with it? No, so you dump it? No, I didn't touch it. You didn't touch it now? I didn't.
Did your mom know that you were involved in that?
No.
No, your mom,
There was nobody know.
just you two,
I just killed me.
just you and Paul.
I didn't want to start with it.
Have you talked to Paul since then?
No.
You haven't? Do you have his phone number? Like, I know you don't know it, but is it in your phone?
It should.
What's it on your phone?
QUAN? Do you know his social media? IG? Okay, so we just see each other. So you haven't seen or talked on Instagram? You said nobody else knows about this. Who do you think he told? He told somebody bullshit. He said he bullshit? Yeah, he told somebody about this. What would he say? If we had him in here, what do you think he would say? He told somebody about this? No, I'm just asking, what do you think he would say about it? If we had him about it? So he shot that? Yeah, I didn't. Because you got the law? Yeah, but I don't even know what he was thinking. I don't know. We'll get somebody to take you to the bathroom, okay? We'll talk in a half minute then. After you go to the bathroom, you're going to be transported to the room. Yeah, go to the bathroom over here. Please walk.
Sergeant Dickerson, is it correct that you'll leave the room for some amount of time
Yes.
and then you return?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I skip ahead? Because this was not removed from the...
You took him home?
And it is at 55-minute mark.
That's Rick one? That's definitely Rick one? You know that guy? You've never seen him before now? No. So Raquan sticks his arm out, shoots. You guys go to what gas station? Okay, did you get out and walk around? Did he get out and just switch inside the car? How'd that happen? There's not a lot of show gas stations, so we're also.
That's why I just said it was some gas station. I couldn't tell you exactly which one at the moment. I was just, I just want to you.
And then you left. He took you home?
And he dropped me off and
He left the Cadillac with the gun?
it was his gun.
It was his gun?
Yeah. He never told me it was his gun.
You watch TV? Yeah. You ever watch CSI, Crack, and all that? Do you know what happens if you touch that radio? What else? You know what else going on there? Right, so if we get hold of the gun, and we know this is a weapon, we gonna find your prints on it? And if we do find your prints on it, or your DNA, at any point did you have that gun?
I'm probably going to hold us a foreign conviction. They'll just look at it.
So he starts shooting. I want to make sure I'm right. Okay, I'm understanding. All right, so I feel like I owe you that respect. Okay? He shoots. They'll take the first exit. He is into a gas station. You switch spots. You ask him to take you home. He takes you home. When you get there, you start touching, grabbing.
Before, overload or anything. Just chilling. Just chilling. You see that look at it. Get out of it. Nothing else.
So if we find fingerprints on the handle, they're not going to be yours.
It shouldn't be.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah, we got it.
Right now, we have it. So, are your fingerprints on that handle?
I told you when I was touching it before, and just, I don't know how that works. Like, I touched that and then you touch it, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, rationalize it out. Think about it.
Like, if I touch it,
Right.
and then you touch it,
So do you think it's going to be prints on the bodies?
I'm assuming it should show you.
No problem. That's a
I'm
rational.
assuming it should, just a photo.
No?
Look, I'm gonna ask you, and this is the last time I'm gonna ask you, did you shoot a gun? You didn't shoot a gun. Community for the murder. We have a gun.
We're not going to give you everything, man. We've been asking you to try to help us out, okay? And the only time you decided to start talking is when we had to present something. We've been trying to give you your opportunity to tell us what happened. So we're not going to give you everything, okay?
You'll find out sooner or later, what it is that, okay?
So by the way, nothing comes with like my fingerprints.
We'll figure out,
You'll be hanging out right there.
And again, Your Honor, I think we have a little bit of a break there. Let's go forward.
I mean, this is your chance.
I told you what I told you.
Okay? That's it?
Nobody else.
Like nobody else? You didn't shoot? You were driving? Did you see that girl? Did you ever see that girl? You ever see her face, nothing? You sure?
I didn't know.
Okay. And what's his name? Raquan. How old do you think he is?
Probably about 22, 23.
How did he get that? How did he get that car?
How did he get it?
You said he didn't own it, so how did he get it?
I was told.
He probably stole it?
I don't.
You don't know?
I just wanted to drive. I was just to drive the car.
You just wanted to drive?
Yeah, just take me for some minutes.
How'd you know he had it? How'd you find out he had it?
He pulled it on.
He just pulled up there
I
and
can remember when he was
driving around.
I was like, man, let me take it for a spin.
Yeah, basically. So go anywhere else with it?
No, that was it.
That was it. Okay. All right.
I'm going to go to stand up on.
Sergeant Dickerson, during that interview, you showed Mr. Hill 2 photographs when you came back in the room. I'm going to ask that you be passed 2 separate photographs. Do you recognize those 2 photographs?
Yes, I do.
Are those copies of the 2 images that you showed to Mr. Hill during that interview?
They are.
And specifically, we just saw that interview. You showed him one photograph first. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And which photograph was that?
The photograph of Mr. Quan Evans.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 16. And may I have permission to publish that to the jury? Yes.
Did you, just to clarify the question, you said that the photograph is of Quan Evans?
Correct. Sergeant Dickerson, the image on this screen, is that the image that you showed Mr. Hill?
Yes, it is.
And how did you locate the image of this person?
When we were given that name and nickname, similar to how I stated earlier in the police database, he had had interaction with police in the past, so we based off that. We searched it and came up with the image.
And the second photograph that I handed to you, is that, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of Mr. Cowan, who we knew as Duty.
And is that the other photograph that you showed to Mr. Hill in the interview?
Yes, it is. It's the second photograph I showed to him.
And is it the one where he said that he didn't recognize that person at all?
Yes, he stated he didn't know who he was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image be introduced as the next numbered photograph, which would, I believe, be Exhibit 17. And may I publish that image to the jury? Sergeant Dickerson, the image that's on the screen, is that a copy from the case file of the actual image that you showed to Mr. Hill during that interview?
Yes, it is.
And at the time that you showed him this image, did you have the demographic information for Mr. Cowan?
Yes.
And about how old was he at the time in December of 2020?
I believe 28.
Now, after Mr. Hill left that interview room, can you describe what happened with Mr. Hill? Where did he go?
He was transported to booking.
And can you explain to the jury what booking is?
It's where they get processed. They take a mugshot, fingerprints, and they get ready to be processed through the system at booking. It's kind of the first step of the process downtown.
And is that located within the Davidson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
And so does that happen with any person that is served with an arrest warrant?
Yes, it does.
And as part of that process, are people who are going through that booking process, do they have access to a telephone?
They do. I believe it's a telephone or a tablet I think they have access to in there.
And are they able to place phone calls?
Yes, they are.
And as part of your investigation into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman, did you locate telephone calls that Mr. Hill made from booking at the Davidson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, were there 4 calls that were pertinent to the investigation as well as to the interview that has just been played for the jury?
Yes, there was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that this witness be handed the disc. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the disc that's just been handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that is?
It's a copy of some of the jail calls that Mr. Hill placed in booking.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 18.
Yes.
And I have those on the computer, and I would ask to publish them to the jury individually. I also have transcripts.
Okay, for the jury.
Yes, and for everyone
Let's
else.
do this so that, I was going to let them hold on to the transcripts for cross-examination in case there was going to be any reference to them. I don't want them to have too much to hold on to, but, okay. Why don't we do, we can just give them back to them. How about that? If you all will pass the transcripts to this end, and then we'll probably give them back to you during cross-examination. And then we'll give you Just hold on to them because they may need to get them back, Ms. Adams. Thank you. In my same instruction that I read to you earlier with regards to audio that you're hearing and the transcripts applied here as well, okay? And just so that I'm clear, you're doing one at a time?
Yes, Your Honor, because there might be some questions in between them, but also just so that we're not passing out 4 transcripts at once, which might be confusing. Sergeant Dickerson, were you able to recognize the callers in this call?
The male caller, yes.
And who is that?
Devontae Hill.
And this call, for the record, was placed on December 11th, 2020 at 10:11 and 29 seconds. That would be 10:11 a.m. And it is placed to phone number 615-554-9386. It is labeled call number 1.
You remember the other thing when what they not ever for releases like a DNA? You said what? Yeah. Okay. You said what? I couldn't hear you. I was going to try to bring on the time stuff. Huh? They trying to do my credits on the gun. You gotta try to get the first off the. Yeah, I think that. I think nobody will. I don't know how it works. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Okay. I know that Lucy Stitch number. Oh. What's that? That could, you say what? No, 66. What's that? Hello? I believe that I'm suspicious. No, should I not one last time I think it's a proceedings? I don't know. I don't know. Is he not there? I don't know if he knows, but you know. He's the one. They got a, what's that, 40,000? At the house? Huh? You know, at the house? Yeah. You know, see, they gonna be checking out there. You said what? Oh, you said if I'm seeing Nashville? I guess so. They both want to die, so they got things like that at the house. That means that's good thing. But all the time, it's the papers about what you say, 40 count, missing with and cell phone. You pay a black cell phone ought to be in a 45 situation with a hundred days. No, she told me that you want to go in the home of myself. That's all don't think that I'm supposed to go. Yeah. So that's that is Trump. But I have taken away, you know, I'm going to talk about that. I'm so ready. You're on the ceremony. So then you don't need to. I'm sorry. Don't want to let you sit on that. That's all you have to say. I'm going to say, I have to come off 36 years. And then, sure, they're going to make it to that. They have to. Yeah, that's so much. That's you said what? That's why I had these brothers that they go to war. I just also write it on that VPA for that. She like what's going on, but it's just bullshit. I don't want to go to that. Yeah, like, it just like, I guess you just went up yesterday or something, right? They called him the open look up, and it was 66. So, you know, I can't call somebody up on home. I almost get you that straight. Yeah. Can people come home? Can people come home with phone up? Like, you just got an iPhone like that. You FaceTime. That's it. I can call them. Nah. I can call them. What is 600? Yeah, 600. 80%. 80%.
Sergeant Dickerson, in that call, there was a reference made to the reward, and it was specific to the amount. Did that coincide with what happened the day before this phone call was placed?
It did.
And so the reward jumped from $16,000 up to $66,000 that day before?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to play the second call, and I have transcripts.
speaking for all day. And then on this stuff, I heard you on that channel. Yeah. It's not what I'm going to, I don't go either. They can't just go on the internet, they don't get out of that, you were done. I want to show them you can't.
And Your Honor, I did not read out for the record before that call started, but that call was on December 11th at 2020 at 10:36 and 36 seconds. That's 10:36 a.m. That was a call to contact Frederica at 615-554-9386, which was labeled call number 2. Sergeant Dickerson, at the end of that call, there was a reference made to a 40 and that there was a 40 that they got out of the house. Can you explain what you understand that to be referring to?
Yes, during the execution of the search warrant, detectives and SWAT officers found a firearm, I believe, in Devontae's room underneath the bed or underneath the mattress, and it was a Smith & Wesson .40 caliber firearm. And that's what he's stating is not the murder weapon used.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask permission to play call number 3, which was made on December 11th, 2020 at 11:27 and 29 seconds. That call was placed to phone number 225-999-8887, contact Big Cuz, and it is labeled as call number 3.
Let me approach.
All right, so quick sidebar here, and I don't mind taking a brief break because if you're watching this on TV, and I've heard even in the courtroom, I can't understand a darn thing in any of those recordings. Zero, zilch, nada. They do have transcripts, right, Nick?
Yeah, but the transcripts, like the judges said, are not supposed to be authoritative, and they're not supposed to use that. They're not taking them back to the deliberation room. It's an aid to their listening of the audio. And clearly, in this case, it is a super helpful aid.
Yeah, and people have been messaging, and we apologize. It's not our fault. It's not our audio link. That's the way it sounds. They've got lousy recorders in there. I don't know if it's up in the ceiling or what. Why not just put a microphone on the table in front of the guy?
Well, but I think the quality of the recording is probably pretty bad. And then, you know, in the interrogation of Mr. Hill, it was kind of hard to understand him. You know, it just wasn't the pronunciation or whatever. It just wasn't clear. You know, it was real difficult to understand. But I tell you, Jan Norman's done a good job of going back and kind of trying to recap what they just listened to.
Exactly. That's where we've learned what it's all about. And she'll do that after these calls. The one before, and by the way, welcome back.
Thanks.
It's good to have him back with us. And we're going to go over a lot of stuff with Nick if we get a chance here when we have a longer break. But yeah, she was talking with the interview that happened with Hill, where he talked about how he lied and said he went to Atlanta, okay, and then they caught him in that lie, and then he said he was in a Cadillac and admitted to being there when Kaufman was shot, but claimed that he was driving and some other guy named Quan was in the seat next to him and shot her.
Right, and we still don't know who Quan is, do we?
Not really, no. I mean, and of course we found out now later that Cadillac belongs to Cowan, but that's what's coming out. And now these phone calls are...
Have you heard anything? I couldn't hear anything on the phone.
I can't make out much of the calls. And what's interesting about this, I don't know how or why sometimes. I guess he was in booking at this point. I don't know. Everything coming out of a jail is recorded.
That's right.
Do inmates and people calling out of a jail or calling in not know that?
Well, I mean, I tell my clients' families, don't talk about the case. Whatever you do, don't talk about the case over the jail phone calls.
How many times have we done cases where valuable evidence is gleaned because people talk about things they shouldn't on the phone from the jail? And by the way,
this was in booking, by the way. This was in booking.
This was in booking.
This is as soon as he walked in.
As soon as he walked in. Now, maybe it was not on a recorded line, but I'm pretty sure everything's recorded, obviously, as we hear it here. So I don't know if he's just clueless on that front, but we'll get details as she recaps all this. Real quick, if we have a moment here, Nick, so many people wondering while you were gone, they're going to have to prove, okay, that this was first-degree murder. Can you give a basic definition of what the jury will decide on premeditation?
They're going to have to decide, is it, premeditated and intentional killing of another's first-degree murder? So, did they intend to kill that individual? And, was it premeditated? And premeditation can be formed in an instance.
Okay.
Very, very quickly can they.
Can you give me an example? I'm next to you. What is an act of passion if all of a sudden you're shooting me? And what is an act of premeditation if you're going to shoot me?
Well, so if you and I are fighting over $5, $10 and it gets heated and we get to push it or something like that.
And I fall and hit my head because you pushed me down.
That could be a manslaughter. That could be, a killing in the heat of passion, okay? But if I'm mad at you, I come back the next day and I say I didn't kill you and you hit me or embarrass me and I come in here the next day and decide I'm going to shoot you, well, that's a much different thing.
But that's more. Let's talk about just in that instant. Okay, we're pushing back and forth and I lose my balance because you shoved me, I hit my head and die. That's perhaps not premeditated. But you have a gun on your hip and we're pushing and all of a sudden you just get mad because I shoved you extra hard and you just pull the gun and shoot me. Is that premeditation?
That's what the state's going to argue, and I think you can legitimately make the point.
All right, let's go back into the court. We'll talk more on that.
Let's see, now. Is she good? Okay. Now, just before that sidebar, I believe that we were about to hear call number 3. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Call number 3, 12/11/2020, 11/27/29.
We talking about it. Don't talk about it no more. It's already being recorded. It's already on top of you again. Yeah. I want to say this, just make sure you use the right words, I know you didn't do it, you feel me? So I got the niggas that's the this thing come through. The other two, you know what I'm saying? You know, I got them two, I just got them two. So I'm gonna go pull up and we just stand up. Then I heard about the name, you know, the name you gave up. I heard about that, so I'm gonna come back. That's the thing I was getting weak from right there. Remember the name you gave up? Is in total. Not about the week, remember that one truck or something? It's total for Gucci. Now, I know Gucci. I know Gucci now. You know what it is back in the white truck one time. Yeah, that nigga. I'm saying one truck is Gucci. What? Come on, just come. Then all the stuff that I do on the house, on my day name, they want that, I'm calling me all that. Oh, Gucci. Oh, man. 1-0-1-66,000. Oh, man. Just that's what he needs. Right, you kept thinking about it. Damn. Alright, damn, I'm very told that. I'm thinking about a whole different nigga, bro. Thank you. Okay. Fuck. How the fuck nigga got? Okay. I need to contact them. I can't contact them. Okay. You got somebody else? Yeah. Cause I already see. Yeah. That's shit for real. Yeah, he gonna come down around though. You don't come to the ground. Oh. That's how you know. You alright, say no more. I ain't got no more to get back. Alright. Other than that though, that gun they found though, bro. Cause that wasn't even his gun, was it? Oh. Alright, so what the fuck is they, like, you ain't did this shit. It don't matter like that, get my phone, you know. So what? And say, so dude, they say they gave you your paperwork. I just told you, like, he showed me. First of all, he can't do it on that. And I'm talking about anything, like, alright, we know you want to do rules, I don't care all that, alright, this shit, then you go to a phone thing that says, you know, that's this guy, where you live, alright. But damn, you gotta be right too. Like how you gonna be right? And he ain't say nothing about it. You what you gotta do? Yeah. But shit, you can go do something. You gotta relax, bro. Quick, speak. That's all I keep asking you, bro. It don't matter. Don't nobody need to know. Like what they should say that, and what they should say that whoever did that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what they should say that. Like whoever did that shit, whoever did it, that's what they should say that. Like I know you didn't do it. Like come on, niggas, what has to be done? All of that shit is good. So that's how you gotta. That's the like you gotta start thinking like that, like for real. Like nigga, I ain't had shit to do with it. Yeah, you got my phone on the interstate at the time. That don't mean I did a goddamn thing. You think that's true? What? You think that's true? Shit, niggas just got you, but they want you to turn, but they want you to say something, and you don't have no fucking earthly idea. How the fuck you gonna say that I was on the interstate at the same time? Man. She got that. I'm glad you told me about Gucci though, so I'm going down. Yeah, like I'm gonna go bump down. We're gonna bump that and rap with him, you know. Everything's not free. Yeah. Okay, and keep going with it. went in and they talking. That's how they ain't got no, they probably ain't got no proof on it. For real, they talking about you was right there, they cleaned and pinged it at the same time on the phone. Man, don't get yourself and don't get yourself in the jam. Yeah. Man, they can do like they gon' that's what they gonna do, bro. Police is trying to lie. Them bitches in there is trying to lie, bro. They gonna tell you they did this, they did this, and you say something. Man, keep your mouth shut. That's all I'm trying to tell you, over the telephone. This going to be one of the keys right here. So you want to get it out. You want to talk to somebody, hear somebody about something. You hear me? Don't say like real, and if you tell the story, a story, you know, if it's the real story, a fake story, whatever, they can listen to that. They can get the ins and outs of this shit. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't want you to like 15 beans over the telephone. Yeah, I ain't gonna say this one. Okay. Just know that I don't know the details. Right. Shit, I ain't got no number for that nigga. What the fuck is that nigga number? Oh, number like that. But he called my ass right. Be around, you know, and you won't hurt my ass up good. Yeah, thanks. You knew she was there. No, I want that. Just basically going to confirm it. I was thinking, why the fuck did you ask me about this shit, nigga? It was really, you know, like, why the fuck did you come? Hey, man, hey, look on me. I heard things, and I'm like, like, why did you do that? Nothing wrong with that. All that TV, I heard stuff. Louis said he's gonna put it on. So, I thought somebody else was in the car too, so I'm glad he wasn't in the car on that one. Oh, God. They gonna come here. They come here. So they don't want to play that. Yeah, now he got a body. Yeah, that body, they coming. He got a body. They coming. Shit, they coming. Not that anything just coming. He was up to the ball. Yeah, I'm gonna tell them to get the phone up and call me. Shit. It's all cool, because that's nah, man, no shit they have here too. They got pictures of him and shit, that shit ain't the same. Like, ain't nothing changing. That's what yeah. Alright. That's why I keep fighting today. That's why I know. I think I ain't gonna this. Real man. You gotta get a camera, that's it. Yeah, but it's not like the game. I'm hanging out with them. Let's get them right here. About 30 hours, whatever. I got the phone, people jump down. On the right hand. I heard that. Say what's it? They got video showing. And I want to say, all they got is somebody now in my phone shit.
played for call is on that exhibit. It is a call placed on December 11th, 2020 at 11:43 and 15 seconds. That would be 11:43 a.m. It is a call placed to 225-999-8887 because labeled call number 4.
I'm on the call right now with Tick. I'm gonna tell you what he said. Just to let everybody. Tick, who was the one? Gucci. Say no more time. Gucci. Alright, okay. It wasn't something, alright? Nah. Okay. But he was just working 3 o'clock in the morning with me, doing music. So I know it could be him. You understand what I'm saying? Ain't nobody possible. You couldn't get any of that. That's dead serious. I'm vouching for that. Nah, I thought it would be him anyway. You're fine now. For mine. You're fine now, too. Nah, it's just my phone. It was. Take it back. Nah, it's just my phone for the other day. You must have it in the room or something. Yeah, I was asleep. Shirley came and woke me up. Nah. Hey, who? Shirley came and woke me up. I was asleep. My first one, so I just did. I was gonna walk in the living room, but I kicked over. There's things in the house, everything. I come tell you, when we doing all that shit, keep. You said Shirley was coming to kill you? Yeah, like Shirley came in and told me, woke me up from my search warrant. So I'm pretty sure to get up to bed up there. So someone, well, I can't go to still. I have to talk to them. You feel me? I'm pretty sure to get up to bed there and keep going. Thank you for the mail, man. I'm going to talk to her. You go to this room with my car, burn. Dang. Yeah, they thought you was goddamn a real deal vicious killer. That ain't keep it up to me. I'm gonna get on the door and car here, buddy. See, everybody keeps saying Jacquees, so long we don't know Jacquees. What Jacquees? Yeah. Nah, that's just, Don't get it right, the real name. Who the fuck is Jacquees? I thought named him up, but I got some weed from him. But that's dude to the house. Okay, say no more, because I know who the nigga is. Everybody knows. Everybody on Jacquees. Because you told the sister. That's what they know about when they worked at Winchell. I see y'all quiz this, but I still know about when they worked on I see what you're saying. I don't think, she's like, who was that? Niggas ain't go down. Ain't gonna go down, though. I don't think we're gonna send people out for real, bro. I promise. Oh, hey, you know, like, that's just our thing. So I ain't gonna say it. Yeah, bro, you got your little bird. I really feel like you got your little bird. You can go. What little bird? That nigga told you for 66,000. And nigga, he ain't had nothing to do. Man, that's okay. Honestly, I'm confused, bro. The robbery, he told me, he was like, me go back. Shit, you know I ain't got nothing to do with it. I feel you. That's real thing. Yeah, you feel me? Like, you know I ain't got nothing to do with it. You want me to come on and lay your head with you? Yeah, he told me come and help need that. Yeah, man. You know? Well, I know like 300 and some, 300 something. I can find somebody. I can come. That nigga sleep. That nigga just left the house at 3 this morning. We listen when they be on music all night. Probably what your ass was doing. Yeah. I know for sure and I know it. So I want to hear I just think that's the thing, like some just wake me up in the middle of the night, bro. Get up. Yeah, so that cleaned your bone. Yeah. Change your phone up. They have changed my phone. He just overthrown his. It's gonna be your emotional discovery too, out of this shit. Yeah, they're like my signal, like my phone signal on the thing, it don't show my location. It just show like what area y'all in. Like you get like a little thing to say where I was at. But if you zoom, like you know, yeah, it's zoom all the way in to see exactly where I was at. Just man, he ain't gonna come back around, bro. When I seen Gucci for real about him, and he ain't called you about Gucci. Now you know what? Gucci easy to call me. Now FaceTime me. And when the nigga fucking FaceTime, he wanted to talk about something. That's crazy, bro. Let me charge this phone up real quick. That nigga FaceTime me just a couple days going at 629. Hey, who's gonna do a video? Nigga, what you know? Yeah, nigga. You said what? I'm not mad. Now that money, Coney comes last night, you like, but you like go by yourself. I'm like, you good? You want to be my uncle, I'm thank you for me. I will teach you about this. He said? Huh? He said that? Yes, over the phone. He said my uncle and back I was with you? Yeah. He told him. No, he told him. He told him. Yeah, he had them on the line, so. Yeah, that was funny. And your dumb ass did something. I was like, nah, cuz who's talking about this? Word for word. Like, get the one show, like, nah, cuz who's talking about this? I get my shit. Yeah. You feel me? I get to see me. Nah, he went with me. I was thinking get back. This nigga good boy, you fat ass nigga. Man, I ain't good nigga. When the phone hang, cause my phone, I'm saying this, you've been on here for 12, so you probably like 3 more minutes. This motherfucker should cut on. I'm gonna call his ass. You can hear it. You know, I'll be better. You know, he's always on for this motherfucker hang up though, cause it might cut on before it hangs up. And then I can call this nigga. Like, damn. Damn. Yeah, I to it. You know what I'm saying? I told him, goddamn, just pull up, you feel me? Yeah. I'm gonna have no conversation, you know what I'm saying, over the telephone. Yeah, okay, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That. You know, you see it. But shit, they don't need my things to wait with shit. I don't even need that. Nah, I got to, they look in your phone for text messages and shit. They look at your phone. They don't see your name. Yeah. You know, you did. Right. I'm gonna take you and tell them that now. Shit, that nigga don't even want to copy it, them motherfuckers. You know, takes for real, bro. Yeah, for real. He got to sit down on him. That's why this bitch like you start to think about it, that sound right, right? I swear to God, you don't never remember. When I first met Gucci, bro, I was like, nah, I mean, he died on me just because of his music. That's all I didn't like him because the shoes was busted, he was dirty, he was dingy, he was always just coming. I ain't talking down about y'all young niggas, you feel me? Yeah, I am. Yeah, that was my nigga, like, when we was younger. You said what? I'm telling you, my niggas when we was younger, like, most people that first moved over there, I don't know more when, but we all that's good. I can't wait for this motherfucker, bro. I'm calling you back up. Yeah, take 15 minutes right now. Call me back. All right. Call me back 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I'm trying to tell who all right, miss.
Your Honor, I submitted a copy of the transcript to the clerk. If those could just be marked for identification as it relates to that exhibit for the record.
The transcript of calls 1 through 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the transcript of the interview?
I guess could we make that exhibit B to that exhibit number? Would that be possible, just to mark the transcript of the recorded interview for identification only?
So 14, the recorded interview is 14.
Yes.
14B for identification only of the transcript of the interview?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the transcript, 18B. So the transcript of the phone call would be exhibit B to number 18 for identification only?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sergeant Dickerson, did you continue to have contact with Mr. Merrill Odom after that date of December 10th, 2020, when he came in for the interview with you?
I did.
And could you describe how much contact you had with him?
We talk weekly, if not daily, usually through cell phone.
And could you describe his demeanor when you spoke with him?
After the interviews?
Yes.
At that point, everything was on the news about Mr. Hill, so then he was a little bit more nervous and more cautious, but he still was in constant contact with me.
And at some point can you describe the investigation as it related to Mr. James Cowan? After this interview with Mr. Hill, where he's made these statements, as well as you've located the calls, obviously the investigation continues, you're working with Detective Gish, but kind of what leads up to Mr. Cowan and his involvement in this?
We were able to determine that Mr. Cowan was in fact involved. A lot of it was through the cell phones and the data in the cell phones.
Okay, a quick sidebar here, and as they continue to make their way through a number of recordings, Nick, seems like hard to understand again, back and forth, but this kind of just laying out how the investigators set things up, doing the questioning, getting the recordings, piecing together exactly how it played out, and trying to figure out what were lies and what weren't. And beyond this, I apologize. Our viewers are having the same problems. We don't have a transcript. The jury does. And I can't understand a single thing any of them are saying, except they did make out a few curse words.
No, yeah, there's a few cuss words and a few. I did catch the expletives, but there's a little more clarity in the jail phone calls.
Yeah.
But again, I believe it's being played off a computer, which is broadcast in speakers over the courtroom, which is being picked up by a camera, which is being broadcast, home. It's hard to get the clarity.
Right, and I can tell you this, in the courtroom, we've checked with our photographer that's in there shooting the pool, and he says it's difficult to hear in there, which is why they provided transcripts. Can you explain to people why they will not be able to bring these transcripts back with them for deliberation?
Well, the transcripts are not the evidence. The evidence is what comes from the witness stand and the exhibits, and so the exhibit is actually going to be the recordings, okay? And so
can they take those back with them?
They can take the recordings back, but the transcripts are used as an aid to their understanding of what they're hearing in court.
All right, Jan Norman, back out of the sidebar. Let's listen in.
Sergeant Dickerson, at that point in the investigation, did you have enough evidence and information to request and obtain an arrest warrant for Mr. James Cowan for the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman?
Yes, I did.
And when did you obtain the actual arrest warrant?
I'm not sure the exact date, but it was later in January, I believe.
And from the point of that interview with Mr. Hill until the time that you obtained that arrest warrant, were you actively looking for Mr. Cowan?
Yes, we were. Myself and various units who were still continuing to help the investigation.
And can you describe when, if ever, you were able to locate him?
I was not a part of that. I was not out there when he was located. I believe he was located at a motel, La Quinta, a hotel, and I believe that he was with his girlfriend at the time when they located him.
And at the time that they located him, were there items, specifically cell phones, that were located either on his person or in his immediate vicinity?
Yes, there were several cell phones that were located.
And I am going to hand you an item. There are 3 items. I'm going to ask that the witness be handed each of them, but then we will enter them separately. Thank you. And Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the items that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just, whatever the first one is that you have, could you describe what that is?
The first one is a black LG cell phone, PR number 258-61087.
And was that one of the cell phones that was obtained at the time of Mr. Cowan's arrest?
Yes, it was.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that black LG cell phone device be introduced as the next number to exhibit, which I believe is number 19. And Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe the second item that you have.
Second item is a gray T-Mobile phone, PR 258-48103.
And is that a second cell phone that was located on Mr. Cowan's person or in his immediate vicinity?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. Yes. And Sergeant Dickerson, if you could describe the third item that was handed to you.
It's a gray Alcatel flip phone, PR 258-61088.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that gray Alcatel flip phone be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 21. And Sergeant Dickerson, what was the location of Mr. Cowan's arrest?
La Quinta, a hotel.
And where in Davidson County was that?
I believe that's like the South Nashville Hermitage area.
And I have one item to hand you. Do you recognize that item that was just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
This is a cell phone. It's a baby blue iPhone. It was in a green case that belonged to Miss Carter, Miss Demonisha Carter.
And can you explain who Miss Demonisha Carter is?
She was Mr. Cowan's girlfriend, or is Mr. Cowan's girlfriend.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that cell phone, the baby blue one, belonging to Miss Demonisha Carter, be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. Sergeant Dickerson, did you submit all 4 of those cell phones to Detective Gish at SISU for analysis?
I did, via the same process as the other phones.
And did you also obtain a subpoena for cell phone records related to Mr. Hill's phone, 2 of Mr. Cowan's phone, as well as Miss Demonisha Carter's phone?
Yes, I did.
And if I could pass this disc to the witness. And once you get it, if you could indicate whether or not you recognize it, and then also describe the information that is on that disc.
These would be the phone numbers that I submitted subpoenas for: AT&T, 2 T-Mobile phones, and a Verizon phone number.
And if you could read the, I guess, carrier and the phone numbers into the record.
Yeah. AT&T is 615-734-7072. The first T-Mobile is 615-477-8664. The second T-Mobile is 615-733-5312. And the Verizon number is 629-224-7903.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be marked for identification. The parties have an agreement that it will be marked for ID only.
And are those records?
They are voluminous records, and Agent Valley's report will be a summary of that voluminous record, which is why we are agreeing to just mark it for ID, because it is thousands upon thousands of pages.
Okay. Yes, 23 for ID only.
Sergeant Dickerson, did you have those cell phone records that were returned from AT&T, T-Mobile, as well as Verizon submitted to Special Agent Andy Valley with the TBI so that he could perform an analysis on those records?
Yes, I did.
And I have one final item, last one, to hand to this witness. Sergeant Dickerson, do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that item?
This is security surveillance footage from Rock City from 12/12/2020.
And could you describe, how did that come to be?
We learned through some of the data extraction that we got back from Agent Valley and Detective Gish that Mr. Cowan and his girlfriend were in and around, and at one time either owned or were in possession of a gray Cadillac SUV. And through the footage, we also were able to obtain a tag. These were pictures that were in some of the cell phone, the photos that I was given. And I couldn't locate the vehicle at first, and then through our database, I was able to run the tag within our system.
And when you ran that tag number, what, if anything, did you learn?
I learned that it came back to a vehicle that belonged to Hertz Rental, the rental company, and it was rented, I believe, out of Florida, and also that it had been burnt down to the frame. We were informed that it was towed by AB Collier Towing Company, and they had it at their lot near the airport.
And once you learned that that vehicle had been burned down to the ground, what, if anything, did you do to investigate the circumstances of how the vehicle came to be in that condition?
So there was a call for service for a vehicle that was on fire. That's all that is logged and tracked and saved within our database. I was able to contact the individual that placed that call and have a conversation with her. And I also went out to the location here at Rock City where the vehicle was actually burnt and obtained this video footage.
And the person that you spoke to, who was that?
Ms. Reese.
And did she provide you with any physical evidence related to that?
She did. She actually had videos on her phone that she took of the incident. She was the one that called it in and taped it, recorded it on her cell phone that she provided to us.
And did she have still images as well?
She did. The vehicle, I guess, after it had cooled down, she was able to get some photos of it once it was burnt down to the frame, and also took a picture of the license plate.
And that video footage from Rock City, did you actually go there and obtain that footage?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what date and time frame that footage is from?
On the 12th. It's right in front of their business there, so there's a security camera that points to it. I think it's more of like a little alleyway where you enter into their business, and you can see the vehicle when it's set afire.
And is the timestamp the same as the actual time on that surveillance footage?
I believe it was a little off, the timestamp on theirs, which is common in a lot of security footage.
So especially because we have daylight savings time, a lot of time the camera is an hour off. Your Honor, at this time I would ask that surveillance video be marked for identification, which I believe would be Exhibit 24. And if I could have just a moment. Sergeant Dickerson, do you see Mr. Devontae Hill in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And if you could point him out and identify him by what he is wearing.
Yeah, he's wearing a dark colored suit sitting next to his counsel.
And Sergeant Dickerson, do you also see Mr. James Cowan in the courtroom?
I do.
And could you point him out and identify where he's seated as well as describe what he is wearing?
He's in a light blue shirt next to his counsel.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much, Sergeant Dickerson.
Okay. Mr. Montgomery?
No questions.
Okay, counsel for Mr. Hills, inquiring Mr. Chairman. And did you have the transcript of the interview passed back out to the jury?
Yes. Mr. Hill's interview, I don't think I have a request for any jail calls.
Okay.
Yes, I did. Oh, no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Dickerson.
Good afternoon.
I just want to go back to the beginning because that makes the most sense, and start on December 3rd. You just randomly got assigned to this case. Is that how it works? Randomly or in sequence when you get assigned a case? By caseload?
A little bit of both, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got this case and you were on the scene shortly after the parks officer? I mean, were you there pretty quickly?
No, I believe the parks officer had already been there over an hour. I got there closer to 9 p.m.
Okay, so there were multiple officers on the scene at that time doing multiple things?
Yes, before I arrived there.
Fair to say you were heavily involved in that process throughout the night. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Did you get assigned as the lead on it sort of that night on the scene by, I guess, Lieutenant DeWalt?
Yes.
Or Sergeant DeWalt?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, then you take over the lead of the investigation and kind of everything comes through you, or
That's
you're
correct.
directing everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You collected Miss Kaufman's cell phone from the car and other items of personal property from her car that night before it was towed. Is that correct?
Some items. Her cell phone is what I mainly took possession of.
Okay. Primarily her cell phone?
Yes.
And that's the same cell phone that you turned over to Detective Gish that night or sometime in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next day, you found another cell phone.
That's correct.
Did you find it personally and you went back and got it? You were advised that it had been left there and you retrieved it yourself?
We had realized that it had been left there. The phone was located the night of the incident, and it wasn't collected. And then myself and another detective went back the next day and collected it.
Okay. It was identified the night of, and it was just a miscommunication left there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You got it. That phone belonged to Andrew Ford.
That's correct.
He was immediately a suspect.
I wouldn't say he was a suspect, but he was a person
of interest. You located him, interviewed him, vetted him, and determined that he was not, in fact, involved in this incident.
That's correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Over the next course of days, you and other officers went to Miss Kaufman's residence.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You and other officers, people went to Miss Kaufman's residence.
Myself and other detectives did, yes.
There was no evidence discovered there of any foul play or any criminal activity.
No, there was not.
Same as far as her work. You went there, talked with people. There was no evidence of any foul play involving her work or anything related to that.
I myself did not go to her work, but the detectives that did ruled that out.
And you were able to rule that out?
Yes.
Talked with colleagues. There was nothing amiss. Other than her not showing up for work, there was no problems going on at work. There was no any issues identified with her employees or anything like that that led you to be suspicious.
Yes.
Same goes with her friends.
Yes.
You testified, you checked boyfriends, people she dated, vetted that.
Yes.
Those were all dead ends.
That's correct.
Those people either had confirmed alibis or were you able to satisfy these people are definitely not involved.
That's correct.
It's been a while ago, but the jury's heard the Tennessee Department of Transportation has a live video feed, but at that time it was not recording.
That's correct.
So meaning, is it a watched feed by someone, or do you know?
I don't know if someone watches it, but I know it's not recorded.
It's not recorded, and there was no evidence to gather.
That's correct.
In addition to canvassing the entire sort of I-440 West End area, looking for any type of camera footage, that revealed nothing.
That's correct.
Over the next course of days, many tips came through Crime Stoppers, many daily. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Over the next week, hundreds of tips came through.
I don't know if it was hundreds, but it was a lot.
Okay. Either all of those were followed up on and turned out to be dead ends, or were vetted in some way to determine there's nothing here.
That's correct.
I think you had mentioned on direct that essentially on December 10th, you were kind of still at square one.
Yes.
You knew you had a homicide, you had collected some evidence on scene, but you had no suspect.
That's correct.
No motive.
That's correct.
We're not able to identify anyone who would have had a motive to be involved in this.
No, we weren't able to.
Prior to speaking with Jacquees Merrill Odom on December the 10th in the afternoon or whenever you finally met him, you didn't know the name Devontae Hill.
I did not.
I think the jury's already heard that the reward money has went up to $66,000 by the 10th. By the time you speak to Mr. Odom, the reward money has went from 16 to 66, so a significant jump.
Yes.
The jury's heard that Mr. Odom came to the St. Thomas Ascension West first. You did not accompany him there.
No, I did not.
Okay. The first time you saw him, he's with the police at Murfreesboro Precinct. Is that correct?
Yes.
But he didn't come to the police first. He went to the hospital first.
To my knowledge, yes.
You were asked on direct what his demeanor was like, and you said friendly and talkative and maybe a little bit uneasy.
That's correct.
That interview, for lack of a better way to say it, was really long.
Yes.
Over maybe 6 hours.
It was long, yes.
Is it fair to say that for the first 3 hours and a half, you did not get truthful information from Mr. Odom?
That's correct.
The jury's probably realized he had the weapon and didn't disclose that until 3 hours and something in the interview.
Yes.
He had already described a story involving Devontae Hill, but left out having the gun and several other things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so, as you weren't involved in this, but other detectives, and you've already described this for the jury, that you don't work setting up with people as confidential informants and doing that process, and you never have.
That's correct.
So you brought in other people who have specific training to do that, and I believe it was Detective Reed and Detective Mustafa?
Among others. They were there to assist with that, yes.
Sure. And that's their role among other roles that they serve?
Well, Sergeant Reed is a homicide sergeant at the time. Detective Mustafa was a homicide detective, but they had previous experience in that.
Experience doing it before?
Yes.
Okay. Are you overseeing that process while that's going on? Are you in the interview room or no?
In and out.
Okay. Obviously, you were made aware that while they're explaining the process of how a confidential purchase works, he thought he was going to be able to purchase that weapon without police involvement. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if that's what he thought.
That's not how it works, though, is it?
No.
You weren't going to just go give him $150 and let him loose to go buy the gun and bring it back to you.
That's correct.
That was going to be strictly monitored by police.
I believe that's how it's done. I've never been a part of that.
It would make sense to ensure the integrity of that process, right?
Yes.
And at that point, it's fair to say you were very skeptical of what he had told you.
Well, at the point when he said that he had the gun, yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
You mentioned this, that when you learned that he had a gun, that kind of, you're looking at him as a suspect. What are you hiding? What are you doing? Fair to say?
Yes.
And so you had to sort of start this process over.
We did.
Is it fair to say that the first version that Mr. Odom gave you involved significant detail differences than the second version?
I don't know about significant, but there were some details that were different.
In the first version, he mentioned several other people being around when Mr. Hill supposedly disclosed this information to him. Is that correct?
I believe one of the interactions he had with Mr. Hill, there were other people around.
After he's had just disclosed, by the way, this gun's in my car, you're going to go get that gun and verify some things before you continue on with him. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And he had to wait.
He was there in the interview room the entire time.
And during that period of time, is that when this expedited ballistics process took place?
Once we confirmed that the firearm was in his vehicle and brought back, then that's when that process started.
And what I'm trying to get to there is, while that's going on, he's waiting. You're not continuing to talk to him because you want to verify, okay, is he telling the truth now?
We may have been talking, but I don't think it was necessarily about the case, but we were in and out with him. There were several of us in there with him. Basically just making sure, number one, that he felt comfortable. You know, he wasn't under arrest or necessarily detained, but we had to let him know, look, we need to verify everything that you said.
Understood. Once you've verified that the weapon that you've retrieved from Mr. Odom's vehicle, it's been sent through the ballistics testing, that is a match to the shell casings?
Yes, to the cartridge casings.
Shortly after that is when this controlled or recorded monitored telephone call takes place?
Yes, it is.
It was obvious on that Mr. Hill and Mr. Odom are close.
Yes.
They even said they love each other, right?
Yes.
You were satisfied after that interview, after retrieving that weapon and getting a ballistics match to that gun. That's when the arrest warrant and the search warrant were issued for Mr. Hill.
And also after the control call, yes, and the messages that we were shown.
Understood. Sometime early the next morning, police arrested Mr. Hill at his residence at Porter Road.
Yes.
He was where Mr. Odom told you he would be.
Yes.
His interview is an hour plus, and for the first hour, it's fair to say he was denying all the relevant parts that you wanted to discuss.
Yes, that's fair.
Do you have any reason to believe, or have you followed up on it, or on some of the tangential things that he was talking about, that they were untrue?
Never figured out the female that he was with, no.
Okay. What about the job at Pepsi? Do you believe that that's true? Did you follow that up?
No, I personally did not follow that up.
It's fair to say that he was denying and minimizing.
Yes.
Maintained he was in Atlanta for an hour.
That's correct.
You showed him a picture of a map that the jury seen.
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, he changed his version of events.
Yes.
Put himself in the car.
Yes.
As the driver.
Yes, as the driver.
And recited a similar version as Mr. Odom. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't necessarily say that's accurate.
The term road rage was used by Mr. Hill.
Yes.
He mentioned that they had been cut off.
Yes.
Those were also recited in Mr. Odom. That's not the first time you had heard that version.
In a way, it was the first time I had heard Raquan Evans, though.
Sure. Understood. Obviously, Mr. Hill is again minimizing. Yes. You've given him some evidence, and now he said, well, I was the driver, I wasn't the shooter.
That's correct.
You were asked on direct by Ms. Norman, she mentioned that did Mr. Odom tell you everything very quickly?
Initially, yes, he did.
But that wasn't true.
Some of it was, regarding Mr. Hill, and his name and nickname was true, which is what he told us fairly quickly.
Well, that didn't change from the first to the second, did it?
No.
Who was around and the details of it changed, though, right?
Yes.
Before you were a detective, how long have you been a police officer?
About 6 years.
6 years. In what capacity were you working before detective?
Patrol.
Patrol, okay. You don't interview a lot of people in patrol, or is that an incorrect statement?
It depends on your definition of interview.
Interviews like you were conducting with Mr. Odom and Mr. Hill, how often have you been doing those kinds of more formal interviews?
No, you don't do a formal interview on patrol.
Okay. You do talk to witnesses, you do talk to suspects.
Yes.
And I assume you've had hundreds of interactions with 6 years being a police officer.
Probably.
With witnesses, suspects, and other involved parties.
Probably.
It's not uncommon that you don't always get the truth from people.
That's true.
Whether they're a witness, sometimes they leave out stuff they don't want to reveal to you. Some things could be true and some things be false.
That's correct.
Even though they're not even accused of a crime.
That's correct.
Maybe they want to tell their best version or minimize their involvement.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Would you agree with me, and is it fair to say that the more serious the incident is, the stakes are higher?
Yes.
There's more to lose for people.
For some people, yes.
Mr. Odom wasn't truthful and tried to minimize his involvement.
Initially, yes.
Mr. Hill did the same.
Yes.
Minimized his involvement, kept himself away with it, correct?
That's correct.
And then told you a different version.
Yes.
I did want to talk to you about an issue on page 105 of Mr. Hill's transcript. And this is specifically related to Raquan Evans. Are you there on page 105?
Yes, I am.
So I think when you were asked on direct, your testimony is that you believe Mr. Hill as identified Raquan Evans in that photo.
The photo that we showed him?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you reread that and let me ask you a few questions about it?
Your Honor, the state's going to request if he is going to ask Sergeant Dickerson to review a very specific portion of the interview, that it be the actual interview versus just the transcript, because obviously without seeing what they're pointing to and what they're doing, it loses some of its meaning.
Well, let me just ask him the questions and see if he recalls then.
Okay, another sidebar here, and wondering whether or not they're scoring any points. So one trick for us as we follow this, and you and I are doing the best we can to interpret it, is keeping in mind we couldn't hear everything during those recorded segments. We have a sense of what it was all about, but the debate here in general, do you get a sense of what the defense is trying to do here, or even the foundation that, you know, the prosecution laid, Nick?
Well, I mean, I do think that maybe they're trying to, you know, make sure that they've ruled out all other suspects, but then they, you know, they kind of started off this line of cross-examination going after the confidential informant, Mr. Odom, you know, and stating, you know, why is it that, you know, it took 3 hours of interrogation before he says, hey, I have the gun, right?
Yeah,
right. You know, so he was, you know, a bit dishonest as well. And
oh,
so,
yeah, he was.
You know, so from the defense, this is kind of the only thing we've necessarily seen today. But I don't know that they're scoring any points with it, but they clearly are trying to make sure that there are no other suspects. And they had an issue over, you know, a question that they were getting ready to ask. And then, you know, Judge Dalton had them step over to have a sidebar there. And there must be a microphone or something over there they're speaking into, so that that's part of the record, because what they say does become part of the appellate record if there is an appeal. And so she's made a ruling, and they're going to come back and act accordingly. So,
all right, let's listen in.
That's a minor point about Mr. Evans, and I'm not going to belabor that with the jury. That's the last contact you had with Mr. Hill. It was in that interview room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the morning of December the 11th?
Yes, that's correct.
The vehicle fire was December 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hill was in jail?
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that he knew about a vehicle fire?
No, I do not.
You don't have any evidence that he directed anybody to do anything to a vehicle?
That's correct.
Fair to say without Jacquees Merrill Odom coming forward, you don't get this arrest warrant for Devonta Hill, it's certainly not on December the 10th.
That's fair.
It's mentioned in reports that there was no motive identified.
That's correct.
The term road rage and cutting off has been mentioned several times.
Yes.
Nothing in your investigation has disputed that, correct?
Not this far.
Just one moment, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant Dickerson.
Thank you, sir.
Anything you need to- Is there anything you want me to write down?
Sure, if I could have just 1 second. Sergeant Dickerson, Mr. Chapin was asking you about your interview with Jaquez Merrill Odom, and he phrased it as that he minimized his involvement. But Jaquez Merrill Odom provided you with information that you've described, and there was one piece of that information that was different that he explained to you after he got that Wi-Fi connection. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct regarding the gun.
And so everything that he told you, describing to you the persons that were involved, the firearm that was involved, the statements that were made to him, did that all stay consistent?
It did.
And after he got that Wi-Fi connection, sent the messages to Mr. Hill, he showed those messages to you, is that correct?
He did.
And then he told you that instead of him being able to buy the gun, he actually already had the murder weapon.
At that point, yes.
And so at that point, did you start asking Jaquez Merrill Odom to go back over what happened and give more detail?
We did.
And so is that the change in what he said the first time and the second time is you guys are asking him to go back over everything again and asking him more questions?
Yes, we wanted to verify. We needed more information.
And then Mr. Chapin referred to Mr. Hill in his interview minimizing his involvement. He told you that he was driving the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And the information that you have from your investigation was he was actually the shooter.
That's correct.
And he lied to you about that.
That's correct.
And he never told you the truth about that.
Yes, he never admitted to me that he was actually the one that shot.
And the 4 jail calls that were submitted in testimony today, at no point in those calls does he admit that he is the actual shooter. Is that right?
I'm going to object to that. The jury can determine what was heard in the jail calls and whether he made admissions or not.
I'll suspend objection.
Sergeant Dickerson, did you listen to additional calls outside of the ones that were submitted to the jury?
I did.
At any point, did you obtain any information in which Mr. Hill admitted to being the shooter of Caitlyn Kaufman?
No, I did not.
And Mr. Chapin began to ask you about the 2 photographs that you showed Mr. Hill in the interview room. When you showed him the photograph of Raquan Evans, did he confirm that that photograph you showed him was Raquan Evans?
Yes, and I'll refer back to the transcript on that. But he did. I had both photos. I had a picture of Mr. Cowan, and I had the photo of Raquan, and he said that that's Raquan, that's him.
And so he responded in the affirmative to you of yeah, and then the next statement, everyone's pointing at the photograph of James Cowan, and that's when Mr. Hill says, I don't know that person.
That's correct. In regards to duty, James Cowan, he says, yeah, I don't know him.
Thank you, Sergeant Dickerson. I don't have anything else.
Okay, all right, thank you, Sergeant.
I have a couple follow-ups.
Sure.
Just 2 follow-ups related to the interview with Mr. Odom. The first 3.5 hours, he didn't admit that he had a gun. He didn't admit that he had the murder weapon in his own car. Fair?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
The first 3.5 hours, Mr. Odom did not disclose that he actually had the firearm that was involved in Ms. Kaufman's homicide.
That's correct.
And then subsequent, he admitted that he did.
Yes.
The first 3.5 hours, his version of what Mr. Hill told him and who was there when it was said involved a number of people around. Is that correct?
Yes.
He named other people present.
Yes.
In the second part of the interview, he disclosed that it was just him and Mr. Hill alone.
I believe he stated that it was Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan in the second part, to my recollection.
You don't recall him saying that they were alone?
I believe at one point they were alone, and then I believe he was with Mr. Hill and then Mr. Cowan.
I guess my question is this. When Mr. Hill supposedly confided in Mr. Odom, in one of the versions, there were a number of other people that he disclosed that were present to hear what Mr. Hill had supposedly said.
Yes.
I'm assuming you haven't spoken to those people.
No.
In a later version, when Mr. Hill confided in him, he told you it was just him and Mr. Hill.
Are you referring to when he showed him the news article?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yes.
Oh, and the jail calls. If you had found any evidence in the jail call of Mr. Hill making any sort of admission, the jury would be hearing that today. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
Anything in the I'm sorry, Mr. Markwood, did you have any, based upon any of the examinations? Okay, anything in the rec?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Leave this here?
You can pass those to the state when you step down. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And as he's stepping down, let me just see up a hot second.
All right, I think what we're going to see, or what's probably going on in the sidebar, is trying to, do a little scheduling here to find out who could be possibly the next witness, how long would they take, is there any way they can go out of order, and kind of trying to get a roadmap, because we are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. I believe Judge Dalton said certainly they would go till 6.
Yeah.
Potentially maybe 7, but she wanted them to go eat.
She's going to defer to this jury, and if they're willing to stay longer, I think she's willing to. I think things have moved relatively quickly today. Now, Sergeant Dickerson's been up quite a while, and that's since lunch, and that's the 7th witness of the day. But I mean, it's moved. I don't know how many more witnesses they have. Will they take another break, or will they just go straight through till 6 o'clock?
Well, one thing we can say about Judge Dalton, we haven't covered her in gavel-to-gavel trials, but she sure plows on through there. We've seen a lot of trials where there's a lot of breaks, but she certainly defers to the jury, and if they want to keep going, she keeps going.
Yeah, and she has had some high-profile cases that she's handled with a lot of media coverage, and I don't know, from a judge's perspective, almost all the judges we've ever dealt with, I think, have been fair. They've abided by allowing the cameras. So I can't recall a single judge we've had a problem with. They've had different rules at times, but all they ask is don't show the jury, set up your camera in an unobtrusive place, and don't be a distraction. And that's basically it. And we're always going to abide by their guidelines. I mean, and that's the case here. The gallery, by the way, I've been told is full. On one side is Kaufman's family, her mother and father sitting in the front row. The first witness, Nick, and you weren't here with us this morning, but I know you listened, was her mother. Do you think there's a chance that after everything is said and done, their last witness will be the father?
It could be, but I think from what I've heard and what little bit I saw, though, I think she made a great impression.
Oh, the mother did. Yes. I mean, but the emotion of it, then you have all of this technical stuff in between, and then you end it once more with the emotion, which it'll be very emotional for the father.
Well, I mean, you start off with, hey, this was a life that was lost, and you end it with the same.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. Okay, let's listen in.
Okay, how are y'all doing? Y'all doing okay? Y'all need to, I think the next witness is gonna probably be a little faster, won't be as long. I can get you out before 6, but do y'all need a break? Okay, well, let's take a short break, really short break, and then we'll get.
All right.
Okay, 2 or 3 minutes.
And Judge, I believe that we have an agreement to release Detective Head.
That's correct.
All right, well, you may be able to participate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
2 or 3 minute, maybe a little longer than that, bathroom break, and then they're going to come back with one more witness, and she said if everything goes as planned, she will send the jury home. Remember, they are not sequestered before 6 o'clock, and so she's abiding by that. Seems like they want to stick around, and they're done with Sergeant Dickerson, who you were telling me you thought did a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, I mean, as a lawyer and as someone who's been a former full-time judge, and I still sit special as needed occasionally, you see a lot of police officers testify, And like most witnesses, there's some that are better than others, but I would say Sergeant Dickerson has just really done a great job of being able to answer the questions, and kind of, he can tell he's done it a whole lot, and you can tell that he's really got a good demeanor about him.
And I think that demeanor paid off for him while he was talking and interviewing these subjects.
Yeah, I would
mean,
agree.
you can tell he's calm, and I'm always intrigued to see, even though we couldn't understand every other word from any of that played in the courtroom from the recordings, I couldn't anyway, you could tell the demeanor and the way he talked, the tone of his voice, and the way he was able to communicate with these individuals who, just by definition, are going to be more hesitant to talk in that situation. But I thought he did a really good job. So we've got one more witness that may be addressing some of these, details about how they finally came to the point where they zeroed in on both of the suspects. They tracked them down, the car burning up, the cell phones, all of that. It's setting the stage with all of these cell phones we're hearing about, and there's more than 3 or 4 for tomorrow when Detective Gish, who is the expert with Metro, is going to talk about, the placement of these cell phones, where they were, and defining how close everyone was when all of this happened.
Yeah, I think we'll see quite a bit of Gish tomorrow. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I think now, and they're in the ear, they're telling me a lot of people still wondering, and we'll talk more when we wrap things up of our coverage, but you were in the middle before they came back, and we can't cover it all now, talking about premeditation. Again, the big story out of today is that we now know that Devontae Hill has admitted to shooting and killing Caitlyn Kaufman, and James Cowan was there. So we know it. There's no mystery there. But they're saying he pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder, arguing that what he did was a crime, his attorney, but it's a lesser charge. How are they going to make that case?
Well, they took a big chance, and I'm sure that, these lawyers have been around for a while, and I'm sure that's something that they've discussed with other lawyers, and to try to determine, and the public defender's office is full of some really good lawyers, to try to determine exactly should they play this card or not. I personally may have erred on the side of not admitting that my client shot him, and hopefully maybe some of the jurors there might have, gone back to deliberate and thought maybe this was second-degree murder, and then maybe they could lobby some other jurors to come on to their side. In a deliberation room, but they've taken a big risk. I mean, and that risk is when you admit that your client actually shot Caitlyn Kaufman, then at that point in time, I don't know if a jury's going to pay much attention. We're asking these jurors to follow the law, and they don't check their common sense at home, and they're not lawyers, and clearly it's not a whodunit, right? I mean, they just admitted that, and then
gigs up.
And I believe Mr. Morris, who we had heard from yesterday, the jury out. The lawyer who was an expert.
He was going to be the expert on cell phone evidence,
right? And I'm not so sure how relevant that is now, especially since he's admitted that Mr. Hill did shoot. But what they're trying to do is to set up the fact that this could be a lesser included offense. The judge is charged with the job of making sure that her instructions contain all the applicable lesser included offenses.
So there are. It's not all or nothing. It's not first degree murder or not guilty.
Right.
There's in between.
Right. And in this case, it could be second degree murder. It would go second degree murder, manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, and then potentially, if the facts would support that, maybe aggravated assault because of the use of the firearm. So there could be there will be lesser included offenses without a doubt.
And so the Hail Mary on their part is, let's just say, yes, he did shoot, but let's hope for a lesser charge. How big a deal if he's found guilty of anything less than first degree murder? That's a victory.
Anything less than first degree murder is a victory for these defendants.
Can you give an example of what a typical sentence would be for second degree murder?
Second degree murder, you're looking at somewhere between 20, 25 years, something like that, and it would still be 100% crime, but it's not life in prison. Okay, that's the difference. And Mr. Hill, based upon his record, the court would determine where he falls within a sentencing range, and they would have some discretion not on whether the sentence is one to serve, but how many years it is. And the fact that he only has a prior misdemeanor for a driver's license offense and a simple assault, I don't think the judge can max him out, at the 25-year mark for second degree murder. So any of these would be a much bigger. But the problem that they're having, though, I think, is that he lied to the police, and Jan Norman got up on Redirect and was talking about this. He lied to the police about his involvement several different times, several different stories, who was there, who wasn't there, and he never admitted to the police that he was the person who shot. So why in the world would his lawyer stand up and say that he was the person who actually shot her? But in order for this to play out, they've already gone out on a limb. I almost think he's going to have to testify in his own defense.
I was about to ask you that, and I'll think the reason the lawyer did this, hey, they've seen Discovery, they know it. They have him cold.
Well,
she's like, there's no defense for this. You have a choice. Either just, fight a losing battle or hope that you get a lesser included. I think the evidence is overwhelming with everything that we're hearing and the cell phones. I don't think they had a chance of making the argument, oh, he wasn't there and didn't do it.
Well,
There's no chance of
and
that.
if they ask why did he lie, he was scared.
Yeah.
He was absolutely scared, didn't know what to do, but he's telling you the truth nowadays, now today, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what they'll have to say if he testifies. Do you think he will testify? Do you think there's a chance that Cowan does?
No, Cowan's got too many priors. He's got he's got an aggravated
charges,
robbery, and
robbery.
he was on community corrections, and he violated community corrections, and there's a lot of drugs, and there's guns, and there's more guns, and so he's got a lengthy criminal history and convictions that would be things they could ask about in cross-examination. So I don't think it's any good for him to testify.
All right, let's look back in the courtroom. The judge is back.
Well, there's one more over there that I was just going to grab. Oh, I mean, this is your witness? Yes, Your Honor. So we don't necessarily need to. Okay. I mean, go ahead, please. Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the jury hearing this trial are back in the courtroom after that break, and I believe the state, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness will be Mark Rosenfeld.
Mark Rosenfeld.
Officer Mark Rosenfeld. Right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your full name for the court reporter?
It'll be Mark Rosenfeld, M-A-R-K-R-O-S-E-N-F-E-L-D.
You may need to speak up just a little bit and speak a little bit slower so we can all hear you.
Yeah, I'm a little way over from the microphone too. Just tape down.
Okay. And where are you employed?
With Metro Nashville in the crime scene investigation section.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned with that unit?
I've been there just shy of 10 years.
And are you an officer with that unit or a civilian?
I'm sworn, an officer.
Okay. Can you just explain what the difference is and what you do in that role?
Oh, We are the only split unit in Metro where we have sworn and civilian. I'm one of the sworn ones. I think you met Danielle Connor earlier, which is one of the civilians. The real difference is I can still do patrol and actually arrest people. That's about the only real difference.
And Officer Rosenfeld, did you respond to 4220 Harding Pike, which is Ascension St. Thomas West Hospital, on December 10th of 2020?
I did.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
I was called to assist with the search of a vehicle and collection of evidence.
Do you remember what type of evidence you were supposed to collect?
A firearm.
And do you know where this evidence was located?
Before arriving, I was told it'd be in a glove box.
So it was inside. Was it inside a vehicle?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the location, were there other detectives there when you arrived?
Yes, there was multiple detectives and patrol officers all sitting there.
And were you able to locate this vehicle?
I was. It was in the parking structure.
It was inside of a parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was at the Ascension St. Thomas West Hospital?
It was.
And what type of car was it?
It was a Chrysler 200 white.
And so what did you do once you got to the car? How did you get inside of the vehicle?
They already had the vehicle open, and I believe the keys were there.
And so what did you do in order to process that vehicle?
Initially, to process it, I just took pictures overall until you can identify the vehicle. You take pictures of the VIN, the license plate, and then from there, any requests that are made after that is what you go with.
And on this occasion, were you able to locate a firearm?
I was.
Was it inside of the
It would
car?
have been located in the glove box.
Okay. And do you remember the type of firearm that was located?
Springfield XD9.
And you mentioned that you took several photographs of this car. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to hand the witness a collection of some photographs. They have been pre-marked as Exhibit A through Y. Officer, can you take a look at what you've just been handed and generally describe what that is?
These are the pictures that I took of the vehicle.
And are those pictures that you took on December 10th of 2020?
Yes,
And are they a fair representation of the photographs that you took that day?
they are.
And I'd like this item to be entered as a next numbered exhibit, which should be number 25, A through Y. And I ask for permission to publish a digital copy to the jury.
Yes.
Are you able to? Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay, there we go.
It is now.
Are you able to, are the photographs, are they visible? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so Officer Rosenfeld, can you describe what's shown in this photo?
This is the backside of the Chrysler 200.
Right. So, and this is number 25A. And 25B, can you describe what's shown here?
That would be the passenger side of the same vehicle.
And this is 25C, can you describe what's shown here?
Picture of the front and passenger side of the same vehicle.
And do you notice any marks on the front of the vehicle? Anything that you would have noted?
Yeah, you can see a hole here. Looks like a small hole there. And then a weird marking here. It might be more like with the bird poo.
Okay. But nothing that inquired further investigation?
No.
Okay. And in this photograph?
That would be the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay, this is 25D. And the next 25F?
That would be the driver hood.
I'm sorry, 25E, excuse me.
That'd be the driver's side front fender and the hood.
And what is shown in this photo, 25F?
That's the contents of the trunk.
And can you describe what this item is?
That would be I believe it's a tan holster.
Okay. And then what about this item?
That should be a BB gun that was located in the trunk.
And were either of those items collected?
No.
And why is that?
They weren't considered evidentiary at the time. The BB gun wasn't really used in anything, and the holster by itself is nothing.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have 25G. What's described? Can you describe what's shown here?
And that would be a view into the passenger side rear seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And can you describe what this item is?
That would have been a blue bag, and it had a Kevlar helmet in it.
And so you did open that bag?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a reason that item wasn't collected?
Non-evidentiary. We didn't have a reason to collect it.
And so this is 25H?
That would be the same view, just from the other side of the vehicle on the driver's side.
And the area beneath the driver's side seat, was all of that searched when you were taking these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And was anything found of value?
No.
And in 25I?
That's the same view into the back seat from the driver's side, just a little bit better angle.
And 25J?
That will be the driver's seat area.
And 25K?
That would be the door pockets onto the vehicle where the door handle is and everything else.
Right. And was this area searched?
It would be.
And was anything found?
No.
Right. And then 25L?
That would be the driver's seat area.
And then can you just describe what this area is?
The center console.
I'm sorry?
Center console.
Okay. And so that's the area right in front of that, I guess, is that a red cup right there?
Yeah, it's this like compartment in the center console. Most vehicles have them.
We have 25M.
That would be the front seat, passenger front seat.
And as we notice, you see this red cup. So is this just the other side of the car?
Correct.
Essentially, okay. And then 25N.
That would be the door pockets and handle from the passenger door.
And was this area searched?
It would be.
Okay. And was anything found?
No.
Okay. And then 25O.
That would be a better view into the passenger seat itself. You can see the same cups sitting in the center console.
Now 25P, can you describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
That would be into the actual center console, the compartment where you can see two cartridges here, at least from that view.
And were those cartridges, were they collected?
Yes.
And do you know if they were the same caliber cartridges?
Offhand, I don't recall.
I'd like to hand the witness two items, but I will ask them questions. I will ask them questions about it separately. Just those two. describe the item that's just been handed to you?
The items handed to me in this bag
Well, can
would
you just
be...
do just one at a time?
The items in this bag would be 15 9mm cartridges. And from there, you have all the information that I write down, time, date, collected, what it is, my name and employee number. Then from there, you have where I've sealed it in the back, which is also has my initials and sealed. And this one would be...
Well, let me just ask you just about that first one that you had. And so you said that that item contains, what again? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It says 15 9mm cartridges.
Okay. And do you recall where you recovered those cartridges from?
That would have been from the center console area.
Well, Your Honor, this time I'd like to make that item the next numbered exhibit, which should be 26. Thank you.
Are you going to bring us today?
Then you have the...
Not with that one.
You can pass that to Ms. Thank you.
And then the other item that's been handed to you, can you describe what that is?
This is a .40 caliber cartridge, as labeled here, and then you have the same information as the last one.
Okay, and where did you locate that item?
That would have been in the same area in the center console.
And is that reflected in this picture that we have for
It might have been
25?
one of those or one hiding underneath the whatever's in there.
Right, Your Honor, I'd like to make that item the next numbered exhibit, which should be number 27. And then in 25Q, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are 7.62 cartridges, usually AK or SKS.
And did you collect these cartridges?
I did.
I'd like to hand the witness another item. Can you describe what's just been handed to you?
This would be a bag containing 13 7.62 cartridges that were located at 4220 Harding Pike.
And is that the same cartridges that you collected as shown in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to make that item the next numbered exhibit, which would be number 28. Thank you. And then in 25R, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That would be the glove box area, and then from here you can see here where there is a Springfield XD9.
And was this the firearm that you ultimately collected?
It is.
And what is shown in this photograph, which
That would
is
be-
Exhibit 25S?
That would be a closer up picture of the same firearm.
And then in 25T,
Okay, this would be the same firearm. Right after I collect it, you actually place it into an evidence box. You'll have all the pertinent information in this card here that we write down. Then from there, you'll have make, model, serial number, and everything else, and also the firearm.
and so then can you just describe just when you collect a firearm, what steps you take when you collect a firearm?
When you collect a firearm, initially you take pictures of it as is, and then from there you'll put into usually a secure area where you can photograph it. You'll drop the magazine, which you see off on the right-hand side, and then lock the slide to the rear. If there's any ammunition with it, you'll place that in the picture as well and mark it on the card, which it's showing that I did not collect any firearm or ammunition out of that. After you photograph it in place, you also put a zip tie in it to make sure that the slide doesn't go back forward and where it can chamber any rounds to render it safe. And from there, once you have it secured, you'll return that into the property room.
And you said that you did not collect any ammunition from this firearm?
No.
So that in 25U,
That will be the make of the firearm, which is XD9. Or the actual model number, sorry.
does the model number?
Yes.
Okay. And then in 25V,
That will be the serial number, which is located just in front of the trigger.
and 25W,
That will be another serial number mark, which is located on the, I believe that's on the right-hand side of the slide.
And then 25X.
That would be a overall photograph of the right hand of the firearm.
And in that black zip tie that is shown there, is that for the purpose of rendering it safe to go
Yes,
in the
that's
property?
by the our policy. That actually is how you're supposed to submit them, where they can't go back into battery.
And was it submitted like that to the property room?
It was.
And 25Y.
And that would be a picture with the serial number, a model number, and then Springfield. And you also see the zip tie in place.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask permission to hand the witness an item, and I believe he will need some gloves for this item. Can you describe what you've just been handed?
This is a firearms box that we use for collecting firearms. As you can see, it has all the information wrote here. This is the barcodes from the property room. We seal them on the sides, and then also here, which is date, and date has the date and the initial. And then the additional red tape that's here that's usually done by the firearms section if they examine it.
And is that the box that you actually packaged yourself on the night you collected the firearm?
Yes.
And is it the same item that we have seen in these photographs that have been shown here today?
Correct. It has here Springfield XT9, has the serial number, where it's located.
And as you stated before, this firearm has been rendered safe or non-operational?
Correct.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to make this item the next number exhibit, which is number 29, and I ask permission for the witness to open this item and display it to the jury. And yes, can you display it to the jury, officer? And officer, can you tell us about the capacity for that magazine?
Well, offhand, it looks like it holds 16.
And as you mentioned, you said once you collected it and packaged it and then photographed it, you then turn this item into the property room.
Correct.
Thank you, officer. That's all my questions, Your Honor.
Counsel for Mr. Hill, Mr. Chapman, and Ms. Cat.
Good afternoon, Officer Rosen. You may have said this on direct and I missed it. If you did, I apologize. Do you know who this vehicle belongs to?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't get that information?
No, it wasn't really pertinent to what I was doing. I was just assisting.
You were told to come out and take photos and process this firearm, and that's what you did?
Correct.
Where was that?
4220 Harding Pike, I believe.
Is that St. Thomas West?
Ascension St. Thomas, I think.
Hospital?
Yeah.
And was that December the 10th,
Correct.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who made that request?
That would have been the detectives.
Okay. Dickerson or someone else?
Yes.
Okay. you were shown several photos of a white Chrysler. That vehicle itself wasn't taken in as evidence.
No.
There were some photos of what appeared to be what you called a Kevlar helmet that wasn't taken in as evidence.
No.
It's not illegal to possess one.
Not that to my knowledge.
And it wasn't involved, and it wasn't had any evidentiary value in this case.
Correct.
Okay. I think I understand this, but the firearm that you photographed was in the glove box, and it had no rounds in it.
Correct.
What is the magazine capacity of that particular firearm?
Looking at the magazine a second ago, it was 16.
16. So 16 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber, it can hold a total of 17 rounds. Is that accurate?
That would be accurate.
Okay. And there were none in it?
Correct.
Okay. You were shown a photo of what appeared to be the top view of a glove box or some type of compartment, and you couldn't see all the rounds, but is that where you found all of the 15 9mm rounds?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know whether those rounds are associated with the particular firearm or not?
No.
That would have to be tested in a lab?
It would be.
Okay. You also, there was a photograph of some 7.62 rounds, which are rifle rounds.
Correct.
And there were 13 of those?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And I think you said an AR type rifle?
7.62 by 3.9 is usually used in a SKS or a AK-47.
Oh, AK-47, I'm sorry. And then you found 1 loose 40 caliber round?
Correct.
You photo it, you render the gun safe, and then are you the one that returns it to the property room and logs it in there?
The one that turns it into the property room, they get put into a secured receptacle, either like a big mailbox or there's lockers. And then from there, the property room itself will remove them since they're the only ones with the key, and they will log them in and then store them.
Okay, you photograph it, take it to the property room, put it in a secure bin, and then it's processed by employees at the property room.
It would be processed later by different people in my unit. It gets processed, it gets stored there. Any processing after that is usually done with a lab request. Then it'll go to firearms or the evidence processing unit, which would do super glue fuming, DNA, and stuff like that.
Okay. I think those are my questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, anything to read? I'm sorry. Anything to read, Red? No, Your Honor. No. Thank you. I'll step down. And unless anyone intends to recall Officer Rosenfeld, I'm going to release him from his subpoena.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5:30. I'm going to get you out of here. Same time tomorrow morning, if that's okay. And make sure that you adhere to the instructions that I gave you about not communicating with anyone about the case or any outside research, okay? All right, you all have safe travels on your way home.
All right.
Okay, we may all be seated. Before we move on to Dr. Warren, is there anything else that I need to address? I'm always afraid to ask that question because every time I do, y'all say yes, so. Mr. Chapman is standing up like he has something to say. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, then we all probably could benefit from stretching. Ms. Sims, are you going to inquire of Dr. Warren?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he in? Is he here?
He is.
Okay. If you step out and ask for Dr. Eric Warren, please.
And Judge, much like yesterday with Agent Valley, we asked that
Yes.
our firearms examiner.
Yes. Is that person here?
Yes, she's here.
Okay. All right. Yes, absolutely. And she can come up to the table with you if you'd like. Okay.
Doing our shift.
Okay. Y'all move Detective Dickerson off the table. Sergeant Dick, I know, I keep saying, I'm sorry.
Voted off the island.
He just got voted off the island.
Sir, if you would, just raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I did, please.
Okay, you can have a seat there, please. And Miss Sims, I know that when you filed your notice, you included Dr. Warren's CV, but I don't know what I did. Oh, wait a minute, it may be here. Hold on. I think I have it. Yes, I have it.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Dr. Warren, can you introduce yourself to Judge Dalton?
Yes, my name is Eric Warren. It's EricWarren.
And what do you do, Dr. Warren?
So I'm currently self-employed. I'm the co-owner and one of the main forensic consultants for SEP Forensic Consultants. That's SEP Forensic Consultants.
And how long have you been in that position?
So I guess I started the company back in 2017, so that makes it, 5 going on 6 years now.
What did you do before that?
Prior to that, I was employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. I was initially assigned actually here in Nashville at headquarters to the Firearm and Toolmark Identification Unit. And then after 2 years of training, I went and was transferred to the Memphis Crime Laboratory, the Memphis Regional Crime Laboratory, that is now in Jackson, Tennessee. Again, my entire time there, I was in the Firearm and Toolmark Identification Unit. And as part of my duties, I regularly received firearms and evidence of a firearms-related nature for the scientific examination and comparison of those items, as well as being assigned to a violent crime response team where I did crime scene processing and reconstruction. And on my specific team, I was the firearms or shooting specialist for that team.
Dr. Warren, do you know Devontae Hill?
No, I do not.
How did you come to be involved in this case?
I was contacted by Attorney Chafin, and we discussed the case and began the approval process for funding.
Did you ever see Ms. Kaufman's gray Mazda CX-5 SUV?
No, not in person.
Okay. Did you personally collect any evidence in this case?
No, I did not.
Did you ever go to the scene out on I-440 and do any type of analysis or crime scene reconstruction out there?
No, I did not.
Because you didn't personally do any of the crime scene investigation or evidence collection, does that impact the validity of your opinions in any way?
No, it does not.
Why not?
So typically when you're doing a crime scene reconstruction, it entails more of a limited universe. You're looking at the evidence in totality. And so a lot of times what that would concern is after the fact. So I may show up at a crime scene and help identify and collect evidence and get that to the crime lab, but I'm not always the one that does all of that work. In fact, a lot of times there's so much different evidence that goes to many different people in the crime lab. But after the fact, you're then taking and relying on all of that data to put it together to form a more holistic, comprehensive idea of, instead of just asking one specific question of does this evidence match yes or no, you're now looking at the entire sequence of events that would have occurred and determining using several, where you have to have an understanding of chemistry, physics, math, all of these things in addition to the forensics, and approach it logically and say, okay, what series of events or order of events would have happened to produce the evidence that was collected. And that's not something that requires you to be at the scene or to actually be involved in that evidence collection directly.
Thank you. Now, I know that, as the court mentioned, you have Dr. Warren's CV. If you want me to walk through all of his qualifications, I can. I don't think the state is objecting to his qualifications as an expert.
Yeah, was that an issue for the state, or am I assessing his qualifications?
Since I made that comment, I will explain. We understand that he has certain qualifications and expertise. We are not objecting to that. However, it seems based off of the report, and honestly, we're not really certain what they are proffering him as an expert in. So until we hear what area of expertise he has, we can't concede that he's an expert. So if she wants to explain.
All right.
I'm happy to go through it all. We'll do that. Okay, Dr. Warren, can you tell us about your educational background?
Could you just tell us what you're doing with that?
Okay. Oh, I did not understand that was a question. Okay.
But if you're going to expand that into other things like Mr. Morris tried to do, you need to know what you're asking him to do.
We intend to tender Dr. Warren as an expert in the fields of crime scene processing, firearms and ammunition identification, and shooting incident reconstruction. He has been tendered as an expert in all three of those fields in state and federal courts, and I can ask him to explain his prior testimony related to each of those three fields.
Just start with crime scene
processing,
and then what else?
firearms and ammunition identification, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Okay. All right. So go, and I guess, General, now that you know that that is specifically what the defense is intending to what they're intending to introduce Dr. Warren to testify about, is that, I guess, is that what you all want to focus in on, his qualifications in those particular areas?
Yes, sir. Again, firearm and tool mark identification, no question about it whatsoever. As far as crime scene processing,
Firearms and ammunition ID and shooting incident reconstruction.
I think would probably like to hear a little bit more about, crime scene processing. He's done that for, 30 years?
Not quite that.
Oh, close to it. So that's fine. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that calls for any particular expertise, because we just heard from Officer Rosenfeld, who did that, and Daniel O'Connor, who does that.
So I guess as it relates to crime scene processing, you're not questioning his qualifications for that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that there's any need for qualifying someone as an expert in that field, or is there an expertise? Again, we get back to the, McDaniel type hearing to see if that is, if we're going that far. But it's the shooting reconstruction.
So two things remain: firearms and ammunition identification and shooting incident reconstruction. Those are the two.
Shooting, well, and if we're talking about the same thing as firearm tool mark identification is being synonymous with firearm and ammunition identification, then that's...
Yes, my understanding would be that those two are the same. That's how I take it.
That's where we're getting lost, is in the terminology. So it's the third.
The third is where you have the question mark.
Yes. Okay. First is whether there's any need for expertise.
Need. Okay. Well.
All right.
Do you follow now?
I think I do. I understand Dr. Warren may be overqualified in crime scene processing, so we don't need to talk about that. Yeah. We don't need to talk about the firearms. We just need to walk through qualifications for shooting incident reconstruction.
And just from my understanding, make sure that I'm on point here, as General Moore just pointed out, I guess that the firearms and ammunition identification would fall under that same category, would be the same, one and the same as firearm tool mark. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's where we are. Okay, go ahead then, Ms. Sims.
All right. So I want to ask.
I figured it out. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you specifically about your qualifications as it relates to shooting incident reconstruction. Can you talk about any of your educational background that contributes to your expertise in that area?
Yes, so my bachelor's degree and my doctorate are both from Vanderbilt University here in Nashville. They are in biochemistry for the undergraduate, and for the graduate work, it's molecular biophysics. So again, dealing with the physics that would occur both outside and inside of the body, the type of chemistry that goes on inside of the body, that type of logical, critical thinking skills, all of those were trained through that program. After obtaining my degree from Vanderbilt, I was hired by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. That would have been within my first year there. I successfully completed, I believe at that time it was an 8-week course called Crime Scene Processing and Reconstruction. And so that entailed going through all of the steps of what you would do at a crime scene, from the documentation, the photography, the measurements, the evidence identification, collection, and then any processing that would need to be done at the scene. All of those things were covered. That particular training ended and culminated with a mock trial where we received mock evidence and had to use the TBI courtroom. And I successfully completed that, and that's at the point at which I was assigned to a violent crime response team. And over the next almost decade, went out on probably 20 plus crime scenes where I was the one, the main point person on the team, handling any evidence of a firearms related nature, such as doing trajectories, such as identifying and processing and safely collecting bullets, cartridge cases, firearms. In addition to that, my job at the TBI doing that, as part of that job, I also underwent continuing education, both from West Virginia University, from the University of North Dakota, training in shooting reconstruction or aspects of that were put on by the FBI, the ATF, essentially the alphabet soup of government agencies. I have also attended and actually helped as kind of like a teacher's aide for a shooting incident. It's actually called the Comprehensive Shooting Incident Reconstruction, that is put on by Michael Haig, who, along with his father, wrote the textbook for shooting incident reconstruction that everybody follows. And so, in addition to all of that, the majority of my work since I left the Bureau and have been working privately, a vast majority of that has been dedicated to shooting incident reconstructions, which is essentially crime scene reconstruction. It's just a special case where you have a firearm that has been discharged and there's some type of trajectory, similar to how you would have a blood stain pattern analysis. They're still doing crime scene reconstruction, but it's a specialized portion of that crime scene.
Have you ever, you mentioned that you assisted as a teacher's aide. Have you ever produced any peer review publications related to shooting incident reconstruction?
So I have produced a number of peer review publications, ones that are specific to forensics, shooting incident reconstruction, that type of thing. I believe I've got maybe 4 or 5 articles in forensics, and I've got a couple more that one's in press, and there are 2 more that I'm getting close to submit. I've also, I helped Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. I helped work with the chairs of biology, chemistry, and sociology several years ago, and we were able to get a degree program approved in forensic science, where I currently teach the Introduction to Forensic Science course, and am working to implement some more targeted advanced topic courses, such as shooting incident reconstruction.
I know that you have received hours and hours of extra training beyond your PhD. Do you have a percentage that you could put on how much of that training is related to shooting incident reconstruction as opposed to the other things we've been talking about?
So after getting hired by the TBI and starting, I've probably somewhere in the hundreds of hours of training, and of that, probably 40% of it would be for crime scene reconstruction, and then the other 60 would be the firearm and tool mark or firearm and ammunition identification.
Are you a member of any relevant professional organizations?
Yes, so I am a distinguished member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners that handles all the different fields that we've talked about today, and covers those, and puts on an annual conference, which I have attended every year for the past probably 6 years, except for when COVID canceled it. I'm also a member of the Association of Crime Scene Reconstruction and a member of the International Ammunition Association.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert witness in shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Again, I don't know an exact number. I know I'm somewhere over 70 total qualifications. Of those, though, only a subset is shooting incident reconstruction, and that may be in the 15 to 20 range, but I'm not entirely certain on that.
Your CV lists the cases in which you have been qualified as an expert witness. Is that right?
It lists the districts and divisions, but there will have been multiple trials or testimonies that I've provided in the same division. So it doesn't list the totality, the total number, but only the different locations where I've testified.
And you do note on your CV what area of expertise you were qualified in for that particular division?
Yes, I do.
Have you been qualified to testify in other states?
Yes, I've been qualified in Tennessee as well as Kentucky, Alabama, Arizona. I think that may be it.
What about federal court?
Federal court here in Tennessee, yes. And I'm engaged and working currently on other cases in many other districts and divisions as well.
Now, we'll talk a little bit more about this, but the use of the Faro scanner, is that a tool that is used in shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, so there are actually two major types of laser scanners that are used. One is by a company named Leica, and the other is Faro.
Have you received training on using both of those different types of laser scanners?
Yes, I have, and I personally implement the Leica laser scanner, but I also have familiarity with the Faro as well.
Do you have the technology or the software in order to take raw data from a Faro scan and process that and look at that raw data?
Yes, I do.
And do you have training and experience in doing that?
Yes, I do.
Are there any other tools similar to that you use regularly in shooting incident reconstruction?
Yes, absolutely. So I mentioned earlier the need to understand chemistry. So a lot of times if there's a question about whether or not a defect is actually caused by a bullet, there are certain chemical tests that can be done. One is called the sodium rhodisnate test, and that is one that I regularly employ. In addition, a lot of times either concurrent with or prior to doing a laser scan, I will also manually measure the locations and angles of the defects. And so what that entails is essentially, it's a FBI method that's called squaring the vehicle. You essentially create an L shape and you put the vehicle inside of that. If you think about a Cartesian coordinate, if we think back to algebra, high school type math, so that you can measure an X and Y location, and then you also, because we're working in 3 dimensions, measure the Z axis as well, so the vertical. And what that does is that allows me at any point in the future to go back and recreate the exact location of that defect. So that will give me the location, but then there's still 2 components to define a trajectory, and that would be the vertical and the azimuth angles, which is essentially the angle with respect to gravity and then the angle left to right, respectively. And those are done with what's called an inclinometer for the vertical angle and a protractor for the azimuth angle. And this would all be just an additional manual tool that can be used either instead of or in addition to the laser scanners, which is a much newer technology.
You mentioned the shooting incident reconstruction textbook. Is that a book that you have read?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a book that you use regularly as you teach and train others?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is there, as somebody who has thought about how you might implement a course to train others in shooting incident reconstruction, is there anything I haven't asked you about related to your qualifications, your training, or your experience you think the court should know about?
Put me on the spot. I cannot think of anything at this moment.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, we tender Dr. Warren as an expert in the fields of ammunition and tool mark analysis, firearms and ammunition identification and shooting incident reconstruction.
Okay. General Moore, you going to inquire?
Yes, just briefly.
And if I could perhaps ask counsel, based on her last remark, you said that you were intending to qualify him as an expert in the firearm identification, ammunition, and the shooting
Yes.
incident reconstruction. Does that mean not as an expert in crime scene
I
processing?
understand the state's argument that that's not a necessary area of expertise, and so that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Dr. Warren, in the shooting incident reconstructions, what information do you require to have to do that?
Sure. It's going to be very case specific, but in general, it will depend. Let's say if we're using this case as an example where a vehicle is involved, you need to know the make, model, year of that vehicle. And again, the more information that you can provide, the more of those data points, the more successful that holistic, that multidisciplinary approach is going to be. And so again, without using, I'll just stick to this case and talk about it generally. So for that, the type of firearm would be important to know. The location, so the grade of the ground, is it sloped, is it angled, is it flat? All of these would be important for a shooting incident reconstruction. How many shots were fired? So you collect the cartridge cases and the bullets. There are certain caliber firearms where you can put the wrong caliber ammunition in it, and that can all affect the trajectory of that bullet, it being unstable in flight. It can affect the pressures, which would make it be already decelerated more than it would be expected, which can change the way a bullet defect looks. The type of material that was shot will be important. So a vehicle versus the wall board, the drywall of a house, glass, all of these require very different approaches, but it's the information you need to know.
I understand. And so you're saying that in your expertise, you can determine how many shots were fired in a specific incident, regardless of whether rounds were fired that missed the target?
No. So I'm sorry if I was unclear. The number of shots that are in question would be one of those data points that would be useful for a shooting incident reconstruction.
Would you agree, though, is there any way to know how many shots are fired without strike marks, recovered projectiles?
So it will depend on the firearm, right? So if we have a revolver does not eject those cartridge cases that are left over after the firing. So if we know that a revolver is involved, then cartridge cases will not be helpful. You would be looking at strike marks or bullet marks. Now, if you have a semi-automatic firearm where those cartridge cases are ejected, you now have another potential data piece to look at to be able to determine how many shots were fired. Now, in the absence of any evidence, no bullets, no cartridge cases, no strike marks, nobody's going to be able to tell you how many shots were fired.
Exactly. So if you have, for example, a target with 3 strike marks, no cartridge casing, how do you know that 10 shots weren't fired?
Yeah, with that particular hypothetical, you have, I believe you said 3 strike marks and no cartridge cases. At that point, all you can say is that there are 3 strike marks, and the reconstruction would entail calculating those angles and the positions of those 3 strike marks.
Okay, so is there any way then, as a shooting incident reconstruction, to know exactly how many shots were fired if you weren't there to see it?
I would opine that there's no particular expertise that can tell how many shots were fired if you weren't there and have no evidence.
Right. And I believe you testified in this case, you've not been to the scene or had any independent investigation.
That is correct. I have not visited the scene in any official capacity or looked at the vehicle at the scene.
Okay. Now you talked about a Faro. Do you actually use the Faro, or you're just familiar with it?
So I do not use Faro. I utilize the Leica laser scanner, which is the competitor to Faro. I am familiar with it and have had training with it and their software.
Okay, because I believe, and how long have you not been with TBI?
I believe it was 5 to 6 years.
That's what I was saying. And so the TBI really doesn't or hasn't used Faro.
No, TBI is a LICA agency.
Okay. And with respect to this case, we received, I guess it's, I can just hold up, show you the, and then 2 full pages and a short page. Is this the paperwork you have prepared for this case?
So yes, I believe it was a 2 and change page document. Those are my notes that I typically take for a case as I'm going through and reviewing whatever discovery is provided to me. The other document, I actually requested that the raw Faro data. So typically, when agencies that use Faro scanners, when they are providing discovery, they package it in what's called a scene-to-go package, and that's essentially a read-only web-based version that anybody without any special software can look at the data. But that is essentially you're just looking at the data. You cannot take any measurements. You can't really do any type of analysis based on that. And so I requested the raw data and used Faro software so that I could process and analyze the data myself.
Okay. And what I was leading up to is you say, and asking about this, that these are your notes. Where is your report?
So I did not generate a report in this case.
Were you asked specifically not to?
No, it just, as the case progresses, at some point there may be a request for a report, and at that point I will generate one.
Well, if the court were to make that request, would you generate one?
I mean, at this point, the report would essentially say, I reviewed these particular items of discovery and processed the Faro data, and that sheet, it would be the culmination of that. Yes, Your Honor.
I know we're getting into actually that, but if this is essentially your report, is that what you're?
No, I would not call that report my report. Again, that's part of my notes from the measurements that I generated when I used that Faro software.
Okay, and so did you, the 2 in blue, did you generate those yourself?
I did.
You add those?
The blue and the red, yes, sir. All of those.
You added those?
That is correct.
Yeah, I know. You made this from the raw data.
That is correct.
But that's not, you agree, this is not a report?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have, John.
Anything for me to read? Well, I guess I'm a little confused procedurally. I thought Dr. Warren was here for a proffer. I haven't proffered a thing that Dr. Warren would be saying. I mean, I guess perhaps I would inquire of the court if the court has made a determination that Dr. Warren will not be allowed to testify. At this point, I think we would shift into a proffer. I would proffer what his testimony would be, and we'd move on. If the court is still in a position where we need to hear what Dr. Warren has to say, and the court would determine whether or not that is admissible, then we can do the analysis that way. But I guess I kind of need to know procedurally where we are.
And Your Honor, the state's position was, I think we were under the impression that this was a proffer for the defense to convince Your Honor or to
Maybe let him testify.
Yes.
That's what I kind of thought too.
Yes, and so I know we got that, but state's position is, and I think fortified by the fact, no report, no anything, that he should not testify.
Okay, but does Rule 16 require a report?
If Your Honor has ordered one, and yes, we would think that that is part of the court's inherent authority under State v. Reed, that the state requested that, we're entitled to it, and the notice, he just says that one piece of paper that he generated, that the state is not.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Sims, I'm sorry.
Again, our position is Rule 16 absolutely does not require a report. The court did not order a report. No report needed to be provided, therefore. Secondly, for the record, what now the state is asking us to do is disclose our defense strategy, which is very clearly not a thing that the state gets to do. Now, in the interest of protecting Mr. Hill's constitutional rights, I mean, we are here to provide, we're not trying to hide anything. Dr. Warren is here. I will ask him every single opinion that he is going to give. But I want to be very clear that this is absolutely not appropriate. We do not have to reveal our defense strategy. We do not have to put on pre-proof to let the state decide whether or not we are allowed to present a defense. That is not what the law requires. And so this is so far beyond the pale. I mean, what we are having to make, Mr. Hill is having to make a choice as to whether or not he is going to have a defense or not, based on what the state is saying. And that's not allowed, Your Honor.
With all due respect, what the state sees as beyond the pale is the defense saying they do not have to comply with what we had the pretrial conference and your order-directed report. He should not be allowed to testify.
So I'm looking at Rule 16, Part 16D, regulating discovery. At any time for good cause shown, the court may deny, restrict, or defer discovery or inspection. And it says, and this refers to parties. It doesn't say state, it doesn't say defense, it says parties. At any time for good cause shown, the court may deny, restrict, or defer discovery or inspection or grant other appropriate relief. On a party's motion, the court may permit the party to make such showing in whole or in part by written statement that the court will inspect ex parte. If relief is granted following ex parte submission, the court shall preserve under seal the court records. I mean, I don't know if that necessarily goes to reports. And as I go back and look at 16B2, B2, no, that's not right. B1B, that's what I referenced in the court's order with regards to reports. If the defendant requests disclosure under the applicable rule and the state complies, the defendant shall permit the state on request to inspect and copy or photograph any results or reports of physical or mental examinations or of scientific tests or experiments, which I think is what would be applicable here, made in connection with a particular case or copies thereof, if the item is within the defendant's possession, custody, or control. And I guess the defense's position is there is no report, you don't have it in your possession. Is that what you're saying? The defendant intends to introduce the item as evidence in the defendant's case in chief, or the defendant intends to call a witness at trial, the person who prepared the report, the results or reports relate to the witness's testimony, but you're saying that there is no report to present.
Correct. And we provided then the notes and, I mean, the things that you all
So I think yesterday
have.
you referred to it as work product.
Correct. Work product. And in the interest of, frankly, giving the court some insight into what Dr. Warren's work has been, I would note also that, I mean, if Dr. Warren, we haven't heard from the state's witnesses yet, right? We have not heard from Special Agent Whitaker, we have not heard from Officer Belcher, and it is possible that Dr. Warren's testimony might simply be rebuttal testimony. If the two of them testify in a way that Dr. Warren disagrees with, we could call him as a rebuttal witness, not as he's not putting in something in our case in chief, which is another reason why I think Rule 16 does not require us to create a report of anything. If he is, and frankly, I think that's the argument Mr. Monkbo was making yesterday regarding Mr. Morris, is that Mr. Morris was functioning essentially as a rebuttal witness. Now,
the difference is Mr. Morris presented a report, though.
Fair. We don't need to get into all that from yesterday. I guess I would propose then, if the court, I guess I would propose this. Based on what the court read, the previous subsection about requiring something to be disclosed for review ex parte, we would propose to offer Dr. Warren's testimony in proper setting ex parte, that the court could hear from Dr. Warren here without the state present to determine whether or not, because the court's determination about whether or not his testimony is relevant. I mean, that's essentially what the court said in its order on Monday, is that it did not have enough information to determine whether or not what he would contribute would be relevant to a trial in this case. And I would note that we have now moved from agreeing that he was qualified to now saying that we're not sure that he's qualified to offer testimony. So that's, we've got a bit of a changing situation here.
Judge, if I could just point out one, perhaps, procedural. We have the state's case in chief, then the defense proof, if there is any, then the state is the one that does rebuttal. So
Right,
I'm not
that's true.
sure how that would ever play out. So, Your Honor's ruling was correct. The state submits for the reasons, and nothing has changed. And by not requesting a report, not having him do a report, puts us in the position where we are now.
Frequently, there are witnesses who have testified today, even, from the state, who did not prepare reports.
Yeah, but they weren't treated as experts.
I agree. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, we as defense counsel are used to operating in a world in which we don't know what the witness is going to say when they take the stand. And one thing we typically do is that we call people or we talk to them when we have questions about what they're going to say. I agree, if Dr. Warren had prepared a report, we would have to disclose that if we were going to call him. He did not. There are, I can't count the number of times that I have called up somebody at the crime lab or somebody at the TBI and said, hey, what'd you do in this case? And just asked them to talk to me about it. I mean, I understand that the state would like a preview of our defense strategy, but that is not something that the Constitution requires. And quite frankly, Rule 16 is a statute. and Mr. Hill's constitutional right to present a defense trumps the statute.
All right.
I'm happy to put on proffer. I mean, I think at this point, it seems like the court is, well.
No, I don't know what the court's gonna do yet, so don't. I'm trying to do what is the right thing for both sides. All right, y'all give me a minute. I'm gonna go read some case law.
All right.
I don't know my law too well, but I think she's going to go back and refer to King versus Bell.
Well, I said State versus Bell before.
State versus Bell.
So that's the leading case. You know, hats
Okay.
off to Judge Dalton.
Explain to us what's happening here. And is this a witness that they're trying to consider whether it will be allowed to testify for the defense, or is this a proffer for appeal later?
Well, so what's happening now is what every trial judge, every general sessions judge, every judge should do. If you're not sure, you're not going to know the answer to everything as the judge and the lawyer. So clearly, I'm very impressed with her to take the time to go and take a look at this so that she makes the right decision. We have so many judges that just make decisions off the cuff that are erroneous and egregious, and so for her to take the time, I really appreciate that as an attorney, and I appreciate that. I think that the citizens of this county should appreciate somebody that's thoughtful enough to say, man, I want to get this right.
Absolutely.
All right? And so what they're doing, they're having a little discussion here as to whether or not this particular expert is going to be able to testify on behalf of the defense.
Dr. Eric Warren.
Right, and he was going to be an expert in firearms and ammo, shooting reconstruction, and crime scene processing. Okay, and it looks as though everybody had, kind of agreed that he was an expert in 3 of those 4 fields, and this was really just a question session outside the presence of the jury to determine if he could be declared an expert in shooting reconstruction, and that's what this has been about. And then now the whole thing is unraveled. But what the defense is saying, and I have this very issue right now that I've been going round and round with on a murder case in criminal court, and the issue is, the defense has a right to remain silent, and they're not. You can't force the defendant to produce evidence against themselves. Okay, and so you're trying to weigh that with the fact that should the state be able to have copies of reports that maybe your expert prepared. Well, Rule 16 they're talking about is the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure. Rule 16 talks about items in possession, okay? And so clearly the defense has said, we have no report, Judge.
No, there is no report.
So there is no item in possession for us to turn over.
Or that would be part of discovery, where everyone has to share everything.
Well, and if you ask for discovery, it does trigger. If you ask for discovery as a defendant, it triggers reciprocal discovery, okay? So clearly you would have to do that. But and of course now they might very well say, well, you're intentionally not making a report because you don't want to turn it over because you don't want to tip your hand. And just like Ms. Sims said, I mean, the state has the leg up all the time. We don't get, as defense counsel, we don't know what these witnesses are going to say half the time, but what do? You call them. Just like she says, I would want to know, General Moore, General Norman, have you tried to call this Dr. Rosenfeld? Have you tried to, because that's the other thing, that's what defense counsel does all the time to try to figure out what the police are going to say, what this investigator is going to say. You have reports, but you're caught blind. You have no idea what they're going to say necessarily.
So the defense before trial could have contacted Detective Rosenfeld.
Yeah, but they don't. I mean, they don't want to do that. They want to sit here and have the defense tip their hand. I mean, it's good lawyering on behalf of the state, but again, it's just not necessarily fair the way that I see it.
I'm imagining this comes up time and again, though. I mean, this is not an unusual necessarily issue. So what's the precedent? What will happen?
So the precedent, I think, is a case from 1986 called State versus Bell.
Okay.
And in that case, they were trying to determine the competency of a criminally accused, and so this defendant went off and had a bunch of tests run, determine if he was competent to stand trial. And so they did independent testing. They had all of these reports and all these records, and they didn't want to turn those over in State versus Bell. And then, the court said you have to turn those over because these are reports that they've conducted. The state has a right to look at that report because he's going to testify about the contents of those reports and those findings, which is very different from something that you have here. Well, maybe this individual is just going to look at the state's evidence and make his own determination, of what, and listen to the state's expert and say, I disagree with expert Barris here. I looked at the same materials. I arrived at a different conclusion, or there could be more than one possible conclusion. But what they're trying to fight over now is that they don't have a report from this expert. They didn't ask him to prepare a report, wasn't paid to prepare a report, and now the state's saying, well, gosh, we're hamstrung. And so if they do this report and they put this report out there, then it's going to give the state several days advance warning of how to kind of defeat that.
Is this a new witness that they're calling? Was this not on the list? Is this something that's surprised the state?
No, I think maybe what this could potentially be due to I don't know where, I forgot where this guy's from, but tomorrow they're going to do a offer of proof on an expert from the defense that the judge has already said is not going to be able to testify. I think we didn't really hear this, the file's been sealed, but what I'm gathering is that this individual was, he's in the area, he's able to testify, he's now here in Nashville, and they're trying to determine, is he going to be allowed to be an expert in this particular area, because clearly they've all kind of agreed that as to firearms identification, as to ammunition identification, and as to crime scene processing, he's an expert. I mean, if you heard his testimony compared with Morris yesterday, this guy, he's got a PhD and all of this from Vanderbilt, and he processed crime scenes for the TBI. He was a head guy that did that for a long period of time. So, you see the difference in the qualifications, the educational and the experiences of both of these people. But what the judge is trying to determine, and the only case that I've really found that was on point here is State versus Bell. Maybe the judge can help me figure out some new cases that I could use in court when I go to court on this issue.
But the issue, the judge is trying to decide, though, now, whether or not to allow him to testify.
Whether or not he has to produce a report to the state before he's allowed to testify, right?
Okay.
And so, but the rule says that they have to turn over items in possession.
And the state doesn't, or the defense does not want to have to do that because that's
they don't have one.
They don't have one.
They don't have a report.
You're going to make us go ahead and do this now, and you're telling us how to run the defense for our client?
But the other thing I got a problem with, though, is that the fact that you're compelling the defendant to produce evidence against themselves.
Well, I thought he's going to be testifying on behalf of the defendant,
But testifying on behalf, but to make him do a report that he did.
That I think is going to be in the defendant's favor.
Well, maybe, obviously so, but you shouldn't have to tip your hand. The defense, when the judge doesn't find out if the defendant's going to testify until the close of the defense proof, right? Because you don't have to let them, that's the privilege that the criminally accused have.
Gotcha.
So you might have a judge, we might have 5 or 6 witnesses, we're not sure. That keeps going and going and going until you finally get down to the defense proof and they're like, Judge, we have no proof, or, Mr. Hill is going to testify. And so it's forcing someone to compel them to produce evidence against themselves in the form of a report. And clearly, lots of times experts make reports, and that's part of what they're hired to do. And if they do that, clearly they have to turn that over to the state. Clearly that's something.
But they don't always do that with reports. They may not always do that.
There may not always be a report.
I imagine that prosecution is going to call their own expert from this, maybe on shooting reconstruction and investigation.
Well, or how the shooting reconstruction happened, right?
And how it happened.
How they matched up the ballistics.
Have reports? Yeah, because if you're wondering what the big deal, such a battle over this witness, I think if you go to it, it's crucial, because keep in mind now, the debate's going to be whether or not this was a premeditated shooting. And I think this expert may be able to testify and contradict what the prosecution says with regard to how those 6 shots were fired. Because I really think if they can prosecution convinced the jury that that car sped up and it was parallel and clearly the gunman was firing directly into that car trying to shoot, as opposed to maybe being a back or something else happening there, That's premeditated to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, she cut us off. Speed up. I want to plug that full of lead. That's premeditated to me.
Well, I mean,
end of story. Now, if you can make a case as an expert, okay, maybe not. Maybe he was at an angle. He just responded in a fit of anger and just fired blindly, and it happened to hit her and didn't mean to. If they can make that case, then that's in the defense's hand.
Well, and that's probably what they're maybe hinting around, because they're trying to negate the evidence, the element of premeditation, clearly, or well, not so maybe that so much that the intent, right? And maybe they look at trajectory and things of that nature. He didn't intend. Maybe he shot 3 shots at the tire, one in the door, and maybe one went through the door. We haven't heard necessarily where the bullet struck and how many bullets struck.
I think but that's important. The prosecution knows this could be an important witness for the defense, and so they're going to challenge him on every level.
But remember, the expert, once you're declared an expert in a Tennessee court, you're allowed to testify to the ultimate issue, which is very deadly. Because
what do you mean, the ultimate issue
as to whether or not, based on my review of this, it doesn't look like this individual intended to commit this crime, right? It was an intentional act.
Can go to that and offer that opinion.
Right. They can go the ultimate issue, and of course, then you got this battle of experts.
Is she back there not only referring to her law books, but also maybe calling and conferring? Do they ever do that?
Yeah, I mean,
with other experts, other judges perhaps that have been in this situation, just what are my options? What is the way? I don't know. Or is it all? I mean, what happens behind closed doors? I don't know.
Judge Dalton is a great judge, but I will say in the practice of law myself, I work in a building that some guys have been practicing law 40 years. And I've been doing it 21 years. And so there are times when, you can go to them and ask questions and they can give you some advice. But I will say that we've got Judge Steve Dozier, who's been there, going on 30 years. Mm-hmm. Okay, we've got Judge Cheryl Blackburn, who all the way back to Paul Reed and Nick Bailey and you guys sitting here. And so, if those folks are around, you could always kind of, you can bet that
get a sense of what the right, because she wants to try to make the right ruling here, of course, the fairest ruling and one that doesn't come back on appeal.
But that's how I started this, and I just again want to applaud Judge Dalton for taking the time to say, I want to make the right decision here. Okay. I don't have to go home right now. They don't have to go home. Let's make sure we make the right decision to the best of my abilities rather than shoot from the hip. Because again, every doctor doesn't know everything and every lawyer doesn't know everything. Every judge doesn't know everything. And so that's why we have law books.
The jury was sent home at 5:30, and so they've been gone. Jury's not been hearing any of this. Do you imagine some of the jurors right now are watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage?
Probably, yeah.
No, they're not supposed to, and you know that.
Who checks on this? That's what the General Assembly
I hope
needs
they
to
do what's right.
Well, I mean, the curiosity killed the cat. I mean, think about that. Think about how addicted we are to our cell phones.
I know, but you're told not to. The reason is not to taint your judgment and only base it on the evidence. If they're watching this right now, it could alter their view of this witness.
Well, it could alter their view. They shouldn't be watching this, but again, that's what we don't know. This was not a problem when it was newspapers because the Nashville Banner had already run the press. Yeah. Okay, they weren't going to be able to read
and you know what?
That.
They've also gone home, and even if they're trying not to, there's a very good chance that any of their loved ones who know that they're on this jury have been watching this, and they're going to get done and go, "Hey, you won't believe what Nick and Nick are talking about. There's going to be a witness." And who knows how that comes up? But hopefully, the whole household is in agreement. Let's just not talk about the trial when mom or dad are home.
But we're starting to see we cannot take people at their word in this legal field. In these jurors. I mean, there's a lot of jurors that just maybe have not been caught doing something wrong. Or maybe
that's happened. But you just hope people do the right thing, and I think most people want to.
But we're beyond hope. I think when a General Assembly's in session, I say this every time. I've been saying this for 10 years. We've been coming out here, and technology's been getting better, and they let these folks have cell phones, and especially when they're trying to figure out punishments, right? If I did second degree, what would that give him, right?
Yeah. They're not supposed to, by the way, that's a great point. They'll be able to come back with perhaps a lesser included. The judge will give it all during jury instructions at the end, but they're not supposed to know what the punishment is. They're not supposed to sentence based on, I think what he did is worth life, or I think what he did is worth 25 years, right? They're not supposed to know what the sentence is. To remind you again, we're through 8 witnesses today, wrap things up. This is all happening right now with the jury that has gone home. Our gavel-to-gavel coverage began this morning at 8 o'clock. It will begin again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with a special edition of Morning Line by 8:30. They'll be going, and we'll pick it up where we left off, and I think there's a good chance after they've set the stage for ballistics and they've done all the gun stuff, they're going to call Detective Gish and start getting into the cell phone evidence, don't you think, tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so too, and it's important to point out too, if she says he's got to do a report, I mean, it's not like she comes in there and they give him a laptop and he sits there and does it. I mean, he'd have to go home, come back,
Dr. Warren in this case. Yeah, but he'll be called down the road, not tomorrow, or whenever the prosecution rests, he'll be called by the defense.
Well, that's what they're hoping.
If it's allowed, so he'll have time to do that, I guess.
Right. But the question too on this is that, the real tactical question is, Do you just do a paragraph and say, based upon the evidence I reviewed, I'm going to disagree with X, Y, or Z, versus put all the methodology and having 20 pieces of paper that is a big long, there's no definition of report, right? But then you run the risk, if you do a little clipped or staccato report, you run the risk of the trial judge saying, well, you know, this one-page report doesn't contain 80% of what he's just said, so I'm not letting it in. So that's all another risk that you run, which I do see. I do think that Rule 16, in regards to these reports on behalf of the defense and this whole thing about items in possession, needs to be flushed out a little bit more. It really does.
Okay. We're waiting for the judge to come back. Just some of the highlights, and I'm trying to remember when you came and what you did and didn't see, but I know some people were wondering themselves. There was a point that you may be aware of, and maybe you were here for this when we talked about it later. James Cowan, co-defendant, was falling asleep. There's video of it, which I don't know if we still have it back there. We played it earlier. But there was a scene where there was testimony going on, and you could see him next to his attorney. And it's not like he was flat out snoring, but he was, and our photog, to his credit, you saw it and zoomed in during testimony. And it's just interesting. He wasn't making any noise, wasn't disruptive, but he was like this, Nick. His eyes, and then it'd be down, and then he, up, and then a bit, and then down. And you can tell clearly. I'm just curious. The jury, I guarantee you, saw it. Others saw it. The judge, someone said, well, that's disrespectful. The judge, and I said, no. Hey, if he wants to fall asleep, he can fall asleep as long as he's not disturbing anyone. That's not the smartest move. There it is. That's the video here.
But I will say, though, and people don't understand this on the lay side or the other side of this. So when these two gentlemen are going through a trial, they are not housed at their normal facility. They are not on their normal routines. And so when they bring them to the Birch building, a lot of times it's at 4 a.m. or very, very, very early. They don't get the same meals, the same nutrition that they would normally get while they were in their regular housing. And on top of that, people don't really sleep in jail. There's not a lights out necessarily. I mean, it's hard to sleep in jail, but these guys are out of their routine where they're being housed solely for the purpose of getting them back to the Birch building in a timely manner. And the sheriff's just not going to go over there 15 minutes before and wake them up. I mean, they've got other inmates that they have to transport to that Birch building because they have court that day too.
They had a routine. Remember, there was no bond for either of these individuals. They've been locked up for the past 2 years. And that's true. I'm not really making a judgment on it, except I do wonder if a juror sees that, the perception, I can't help it.
You're not taking it seriously.
Yeah, there's a legit excuse perhaps for it, but what do you think? I mean, if you're his lawyer, are you thinking not a good thing? Which, by the way, would he say something or try to nudge him awake? Is it a problem?
I would put like a bark collar on him or something. Just every time he would fall asleep,
so
to try
I was
to
just
make
thinking,
him.
If the jury sees that, you wonder what they thought. That was just one of the moments from today, and. The opening statements, it was a very long one, by the way, from Jan Norman. She walked all through it. And now, as often, and that's what you expect. When you hear opening statement, they're setting the stage, and then you hope it's delivered in the evidentiary phrase. And so far, it's matched up with everything she said. It's going through this. She's providing the evidence to describe what she said about how he lied. He claimed he went to Atlanta. He came back, changed his story. And then, of course, the bombshell was when Hill's attorney, got up and said, we admit he shot and killed him.
One thing
that was stunning. That was stunning.
I can't remember which case it was, Nick, but when we covered one of these gavel-to-gavel, there was a multi-count indictment. And you know how the defendant, after they read the indictment, the defendant stands and say, how do you plead, right? I want to say maybe it was the Wooded rapist, or maybe it was Fletcher Long was his attorney, but when they asked him how he he pled to one of those counts, and it was a misdemeanor count or something right there in front of the jury, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that could be potentially effective, but this right here, the numbers come up so big, and you're taking, somewhat of a huge chance. I feel like you could always play the card that he's the one who did it, at any point in the trial. And so why not take your chances and hope the proof shakes out to where, you clearly think 2 or 3 of them are maybe looking at a lesser offense or can't unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt that this individual is guilty of first-degree murder, and maybe they will lobby the other jurors, to come their way, that they're just holdouts. I can't find beyond a reasonable doubt.
You just never know. I'm going to look. I'm calling up right now our Facebook coverage to see if there's some comments and questions from some of the folks watching. None of this is new law that they're debating right now. Crystal was asking, so could this be the start of a new case law case?
No.
There's precedent on all of this. This is nothing
Not
new,
a
right?
ton on this particular issue, not a ton.
Yeah, a lot of people agree with you that instead of just jumping on a ruling, she's taking her time, due diligence to come back. It clearly, and she'll make a decision.
I wouldn't run for judge if every judge did that.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, so trying to see if he's qualified as an expert, maybe evaluating it. She's back there for a while. Do we anticipate anything more after this witness? This was just it with the jury sent home.
No,
okay?
no, it's getting late. I mean, I think the judge is going to come out and make this particular ruling. We may have, based on this ruling, we may have a few more questions. But this is the end of the the end of the day right here, no doubt.
Okay. And we don't have a list of the total number of witnesses to be called by the prosecution, which always calls many, many more than the defense. In fact, we've
they got the burden of proof.
Right, of course. And we've covered trials where the defense doesn't call a single witness. You have said, though, there is a chance in your mind that if it comes down to it, Devontae Hill would take the stand. You don't think Cowan will because of his prior bad acts?
Like if you find out Cowan's been on probation for aggravated...
How are they able to bring that up?
Well, because under...
Or would he open the door somehow?
No, listen, you're good.
Sure.
You're good, you pay attention. So under the Tennessee Rules of Evidence, Rule 608, 609, but 609 deals with convictions. And so in order for a conviction to be, come in for impeachment purposes, it's got to be punishable in excess of incarceration up to a year, which means a felony. And so if you have a prior felony conviction, the state has put on notice that if you get up there on the stand, we're going to ask you about this. And so clearly, if the jury hears that Mr. Cowan has prior robbery offense, okay, and he's placed on community corrections, given an opportunity, then he violates that community corrections because he gets new gun charges, and then I think even as soon as 2021 maybe, I've got the record here. I can't really remember. Yeah, 2021 he had drugs in a large enough quantity to be charged with the Crooks with Guns law. And so that's where there's smoke, there's fire. So he clearly needs to just sit still. But Mr. Hill, on the other hand, he's the one that's saying, hey, I did shoot, I'm the one that pulled the trigger, and I didn't intend to kill this person. But then all he's got is a driver's license and a misdemeanor assault. So those are convictions that would not come in, okay, unless he opened the door. They would not normally come in.
So you're thinking if he did choose to take the stand, he would be able then maybe under questioning to say, I guess he testified to, look, I shot her. I hated that she died. I did not mean to do it.
Did not mean
this
to
was what was
kill
going
her.
through my mind. I was
Right.
angry. I was blinded by anger. I grabbed my gun and fired several times without any intent to kill, but to scare and just vent some frustration. And that will, I don't know if the jury's going to buy that crap.
And I lied to the police because I was scared. That's why I lied to the police, right?
So it would give him a chance to say it, and if somehow comes off as sympathetic, all it takes is one juror to buy that.
Yeah, I mean, to think that it's road rage, but again, we haven't heard. Clearly, the cell phone stuff's just going to be even more boring because we know they were there.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
They've admitted they were there. All that's water under the bridge. The question's going to be, do we have dowel rods or do we have trajectory sort of sketches to say, this is where this person, based upon the entry of the bullet, this is where this person would have had to have been or where they were aiming. Right. I mean, if all 6 of these shots are in the window,
right.
Clearly you're trying to kill this person. Okay.
Yeah.
But if it was just one that went through a door or something, you may have an argument there.
Yeah, if that's...
they're not saying, hey, I didn't do this and he didn't need to be punished. And if you're the defense counsel, you're going to get up there, Ms. Sims is going to get up there and say, listen, we took responsibility for that. In an opening argument, we told you this. We told you that he was responsible, but it was not first-degree murder.
It's just so difficult to get past the 6 rounds that were fired.
Well, and then it's also difficult to get past. If I'm a juror and I'm not a lawyer and I'm a layperson and I hear that so he shot. Well, what are we doing? Right? That's the risk you run.
I can't help but think. Yeah, at that point. What were her other options, Sims, besides doing this, knowing that the evidence is overwhelming and that some of the statements he gave was he lied and then he admitted he was party to this. What else could she have done besides that bold move of saying, yes, he did shoot her, but it was not first-degree murder?
Well, that's obviously going to be the play no matter what. It's the question on timing and how it comes out, right? That's obviously going to be the play, but the file is sealed. These lawyers know more about this case than you and I ever will, okay? Because they've been living, eating, breathing, sleeping this case, sleeping with this evidence, and they know what's out there. And so clearly, she must have thought it was awfully damning evidence, and it was just not going to be favorable, and that the best chance he had was to play that card at that time. We don't know, but she certainly went out on a limb by doing that, Nick.
Yeah, that was the
We've never
stunning
seen
moment.
that.
I have not seen that ever, where someone came right out, because we were thinking it does. It takes, as you said, some of the drama out of it now that we know, and that's fine. It's there. But it really puts a different spin on this case. We know he is guilty of something. The jury will have to determine what, and then how much Cowan is guilty of as well. So
well, and you know, it's going to remain to be seen. Well, one thing I thought was interesting though is after watching today, I always thought we were going to have Mr. Odom up there, just like we had in the Holly Bobo case.
Right.
I forget the guy from the TDOC that was a very unsavory character.
Yes.
Remember him? I think he went back
Jason
to the
Autry,
right? I mean, like nobody wanted to rely on him for the evidence, and I thought Mr. Odom was going to have to be called. But as we saw with Detective Dickerson, I don't know that Odom's got to be called at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know that Odom
might,
has to be called. I mean, they've established how they got the firearm, where they got the firearm, and they cross-examined on that. So I don't know if Mr. Odom's going to be called, which is great for the state because you certainly don't want to have that guy up there.
Odom has, you know, he's incarcerated as we speak on drug charges. The guy's background, he's got credibility issues. You don't need him. I mean, you might have needed him had the defense not gone ahead and said what they did in openings, right? If they hadn't admitted that Hill had shot and killed her, then maybe you still need him to say what he told him and debate. If it was still a mystery as to who shot her, you might need Odom to say, well, this is what he told me. Now you don't need him.
But you're running a real risk, too, when you get out there in an opening argument and say that my client, you know, was the trigger person, because it makes a lot of this other evidence kind of unnecessary or moot. You know what I mean? It's not maybe so relevant at this point in time. It just depends, you know, what evidence they're going to try to get into.
Okay, and you did say, you're absolutely right. The cell phone stuff, look, we know they're there. I hope they don't spend forever with Gish, but they probably will. They've prepared for it.
He's a great witness.
Then the shooting reconstruction, as you said, the ballistics and all that. How important is it going to be hearing from the medical examiner and the nature of the injuries? Because that is going to be very graphic. I sympathize for the family if they choose to be in the courtroom. I mean, they're going to be showing photos, I would imagine, of the wounds, of the details of how she died. I mean, that's going to be part of it, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's right. And how quickly, you know, I mean, the questions of like, with these injuries, doctor, how long could a person live?
Well, we've already heard that had she even managed to call 911, they say that she would not have been able to survive. Now, you do this because if I'm on that jury too, you know, you can get lost in all this technical stuff. We already heard at the beginning from the mother, and that was very emotional and heart-wrenching. But then you get away from that and you're in all of this debate that we're hearing now over the police research and investigation. And then you remind everyone of just the horrible result of this shooting, and you show them, and then you wrap it up with the father on the stand.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, he's had
that's the emotion,
you know,
and that's going to hit the
very
jury.
emotional outburst in court, and I could only imagine, and not that it, you know, it's just maybe one of those things. I don't know if you need the father, because I know that if that was my daughter, I don't know how I'd fare up there.
And he may not, and he may choose not to, and I would certainly respect that. I'm just saying, seeing those injuries will be a reminder, and I think it'll make the jury angry. Like I said, I just can't see this going anywhere but first-degree murder, but the trial is not completely over.
Well, you know, it's also important to point out too, though, is that, and this is another thing I thought about, but you know, what the judge is going to tell them in the jury's in the instructions that, you know, what the lawyers say is not proof. You know that, right? So lawyers can say whatever they want to say. Now, it's supposed to be based upon that, but you know, that's not proof that he did it. I mean, that's, you know, but again, you know, we're talking about following this stack of papers that look like this on day 10 when you're exhausted, you know, and they've admitted that they shot him. I mean, good luck with that.
Listen, this is going on longer than we anticipated. I want to know, Rick, if maybe we open up the phone calls, we'll take this to 7 o'clock if you want. We'll go to 7. If the judge is not back with a decision, we're done. We'll tell you what happened tomorrow, okay? We're going till 7 because the truth is, this is a witness that's going to come up later. We'll find out whether she allowed it or not. Moot point. How about we open up the phone lines? You guys can comment and we can get your thoughts on how things played out today. We'll go till 7. If between now and then she comes back with a decision, if so, great. If not, follow me on Facebook at Nick Barris NC5. When we find out later tonight, I'll post it there. We'll let you know. But I don't see any reason to keep going on past 7 o'clock waiting for her.
No, I mean, I agree. We'll be back here at 8:30
honestly, I mean,
in the
it's
morning.
not like this is going to be something that has a bearing on what happens tomorrow. We'll find out what her decision. She'll either allow him or she won't, and when we find that out, we'll tell you.
And you've got reporters in the courtroom.
Yeah, and he's not going to be called until 2 or 3 days from now. So I'd rather, as opposed to this, if we want, and if we get some calls, if not, we'll just break it off. 737-7587 is the number. Do you want to take a few phone calls, Rick? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we have to sign off a little before that because we have open line coming up next. So what we'll do is just sign off a little bit before open line will come up. The phone lines are open. You want to get the number up there, 737-7587. And I'll take a look at some of the comments that maybe we've gotten on here where they're talking about a lot of people with questions. Let me see on this. By the way, someone was asking, Nick, if they're convicted, who sentences them? Is it the jury or is it the judge?
It's the judge. I mean,
The
that's-
judge,
the
in
judge
all
will do
cases
that.
except capital cases, correct?
Right. In capital cases, the jury's involved in the death, determination if it's life without the possibility of parole or death penalty or just regular life. So they're involved only at that point in time since 1989.
Okay, and another reminder, another question on Facebook, the jury is not sequestered. They are home right now.
Watching this.
Maybe watching this, I hope not. Let's see, we got some phones. We'll take some phone calls here for a few minutes. If you have a question or comment on today, this is your chance to jump in. The lines are open. I'm sorry we didn't warn you ahead of time, but if you're still with us, this is your chance to sound off. We'll go to James. James, good afternoon. Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
I called earlier about the premeditation, and you kind of answered that, Nick, the one that's a legal analyst. But I do have some questions about the judge where she didn't sequester the jury, because you open yourself to public opinion. You open up yourself to the conversation that you're having right now that forms public opinion. Also, getting back to the premeditation, I think it's funny in Davidson County because just like the lady that was what's her name, Quackenbush?
Yeah, the Quackenbush trial, yeah.
Yeah, and she shot a homeless man. She got out of her car and fired up a homeless man, and she said she was afraid of her life. Afraid of was in danger of her life. She did no jail time. They broke it down to a misdemeanor, reckless endangerment.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that our judicial system is not really fair, and she was real arrogant in the courtroom.
Well, very different cases. Quackenbush, for folks who aren't familiar, did have a trial, and we followed it, and she felt she was threatened by a homeless individual, shot him. He did not die. He did not come back to testify in that case, but did on video, and the jury came back with guilty on the least significant of the charges. The DA, I think it had charged her with attempted murder, and came back with...
This was also Judge Dalton, too.
Yeah, came back with basically... about a misdemeanor. I mean, the least of the charges is what they came back on. But I don't see a correlation between that and what happened here. This was not a road rage. This was, she would have argued, she felt she was threatened and acted in self-defense.
And I didn't watch a whole lot of that, but I will point out to James, just to let James know that, it was the jury who found her guilty of that lesser offense. It wasn't the judge.
No, it was the jury, absolutely. Let's see, we've got next on the horn, Richie. Richie, good afternoon. It's good evening now. Hi, Richie.
Hey, Nick. How you doing, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, I'm real simple. I'm 64 years old, and, man, I go way back to when things were resolved simply. And when he admitted that he shot her, why do we have to keep going on hours and millions of dollars to spend on the case? Why not just go ahead and get him out of the way and talk about the other guy?
There
why do we have to go on and on and on?
All right, you want to explain it? Because I guarantee you that is what an awful lot of people, and I'm looking at the Facebook messages here. We're on Facebook, by the way, and we're also on the News Channel 5 YouTube channel. The vast majority, I mean, it's not even close. There's no one here saying that they don't think he should be convicted of first-degree murder. And again, trial's not over. Give it time. And they're wondering, hey, he admitted it. Let's go.
Well, Richie, I don't know if you were watching 15 minutes ago, but that's exactly what I said. I mean, that's the risk that you run. I mean, there's a big stack of papers about like this. There's probably 60 pages that the judge that reads at the end of the trial, which is a cure for insomnia. But it's the instructions that the jury has to follow. And and I think when you come out in opening argument and you say something like that, then you do run the risk of folks having that perspective, like, well, why are we still here? And if they're still here, you may end up even also having jurors that are resentful for the fact that after that was said that they've got to continue to sit here. But But the flip side is they could turn around and close it and say, yeah, that was the case, but folks, have they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? We haven't heard from the CI. We just heard from Detective Dickerson. And so that may have happened, but have they proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? Which is simply a legal semantics game that would only, I think that maybe just lawyers would buy. I think people want to do what's right, but I also think that that's a tough burden to overcome, Nick.
Yeah. Okay, and real quick before we take the last call, Crystal on Facebook's asking, do you imagine that the defense announcing that Hill did shoot and kill Kaufman surprised the prosecution? Do you think
I think so for sure. Absolutely.
And they probably had to rejigger. I don't think they knew that was coming either. So she was asking, do you think they knew? And they didn't know. All right, we're going to take one more call here, and that'll be Greg. Greg, good evening. Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, I just want to know where the FBI is. If the DC colors of these individuals were reversed, there would be a hate crime charge here. I have no doubt that it's and I don't know the timing of it, but boy, if they thought they would be accused of a hate crime, wouldn't you rather go out and say, oh, it was somebody who cut me off instead? What a great defense to that. It's road rage. They're volunteering road rage so they can avoid a hate crime charge.
Oh, well, okay, there's no evidence that they targeted her because of the color of her skin. I understand what you're saying. You have two black defendants. You have a white victim in this case. But there is no evidence that this was a hate crime. Gish, if there was something that they found on a cell phone, like we're going out to shoot a white woman tonight, yeah, that could classify as a hate crime. I mean, you target anyone, white, black, yellow, whatever, because of their race, that's a hate crime, okay? It's a hate crime, or their gender. There's no evidence of that at this point. I think that they would have shot into that vehicle regardless of who was behind the wheel, I think, if they cut him off. He just got mad because he got cut off. It's what we're hearing to this point. I don't see any evidence to the contrary. The FBI is not involved, and so that's not part of this.
No, and we do have a little hate crime statute here in Tennessee, but it's not a significant, the conviction on that would just be probation.
It's an enhancement, but a hate crime is, people are like, murder is murder. Wrong. You murder someone just because you want their money, that's awful. You murder someone because of the color of their skin, you're attacking an entire class of people, and that is worse. And that's in my opinion. A lot of people are, Nick, murder is murder. No. Some murder is worse than others. That's why we have hate crime designations. But it doesn't bring worse punishments.
No, that's what I'm going to say.
It really does.
51 years, life in prison is life in prison.
Now, that's true. Life in prison is life in prison. But when you target someone simply because of their race, gender, or something like that, you're targeting an entire class of people, okay? Not just an individual, and that's worse.
But
think about it.
But I think the question along those lines would be, what if the race and the roles of these were reversed? What if you had, an African American victim, and you had Caucasian, and they were the assailants? That does beg the question: would this play out any different in America? And I think a lot of people would probably say yes. You might have some that said no, but that's.
You can look at cases and you can see examples. So I hear what you're saying. Look, just to wrap things up right now for you, we're done. This is day 3. The first 2 days were spent on jury selection. So today was the evidentiary phase that began with opening statements. We've heard through about 8 witnesses. The prosecution will continue tomorrow. Cell phone data. We may hear from a medical examiner. They'll move through that. And then at some point, they'll rest and it'll be the defense's turn. And that's when we'll see whether or not any of the defendants will testify. We'll see. I don't know. Could this trial end before the end of the week?
The way it's going and what the defense has said, potentially it could.
Potentially it could. Anyway, we will be back, okay? Streaming on all of our platforms, Facebook, YouTube, here on the Plus. Morning Line, first thing in the morning at 8 o'clock to set the stage for you. We'll take you into the courtroom for our continuing gavel-to-gavel coverage, probably starting around 8:30, between 8:30 and 9. I will be here. News Channel 5 legal analyst Nick Leonardo will be here. Thank you again for joining us today, and we'll see you back here first thing Thursday morning. Bye-bye.